Oops. Oops, wait. Oh my god, hi chat! Oh my god, hi! Oh my god, hi! Hi! Bad news chat, So Zayst got banned from Twitch for a week for making quote-unquote light-hearted racial comments. So now he's on YouTube. Everybody give a salute in the chat! Twitch chat! Salute for So Zayst. He's banned from Twitch right now, so he's in the YouTube stream. Yay! Hi, So Zayst. Twitch moderation is cancer. It's not your fault, probably. Probably. Also, Anonymous, thank you for the gifts of the Andrew Morningstar. Now we have a secret 0% hype train again. Why does it keep doing that? It feels bad for me, so it just starts hype trains randomly, I guess. Yeah, you would have a little fun. And then, oh, you get punished for it. Can't a man have hobbies? Wow, I just got really big. I'm back to normal. Yeah, you're not even allowed to have fun anymore, guys. What's wrong with this platform? Isn't it when someone subs but doesn't send the message? What? That's a thing? I thought it just did it randomly. So, fun fact. Looking both ways before I talk. Fun fact. People... Well... Twitch never clarifies the reason for your ban. You can never see it, but there are people that can see it. It is a note on your thing, allegedly, or so I've heard. But the streamer never gets to see it, even if they ask for it. Allegedly, or so I've heard. They said they were gonna add the reason months ago. Yeah, well, I guess they're still working on it because they're stupid. Don't ban me! This is free speech! It's dog shit, but it is! I don't, this is my First Amendment rights. This is my First Amendment rights. I'm allowed to say Twitch is a bad platform, in my opinion. But it's all I got. It's all I got! So, I still love it. It's like my abusive wife. My abusive bitch wife. That, my BPD abusive bitch wife. That, like, she screams at me and hits me. And I say, okay, honey. And I stay with her. That's what it's like! And YouTube is my side hoe. The most cringe part of Twitch bans is they won't even show you the chat message that supposedly violated TOS. My understanding, I don't know for sure, but my understanding is that there are people that can see it. But I don't know for sure, because I've never been banned for a chat message, so I'm not sure. Also, Thor's Bussy! Thank you for the follow, I really appreciate it. Also, Cream Boy Chris, thank you for the follow as well today. I appreciate it! Ah, hear that, Tube? I'm the main bitch. Yeah, but you're abusive. Is that what you want to be? You want to be my abusive beats me wife? You know, I got a little bit mad, guys, because freaking everybody is replying to the whip that I posted. The freaking art whip! It's not even a finished piece! And it already has 600 likes! That means the finished piece is gonna flop, you guys. This is bad. This is bad. Everybody's jerking off to the work in progress and not the finished drawing. Not the finished draw. Lumi wants me to get shadow banned. Lumi commented my awesome, amazing say-so idol friend Kanako Lumi. My professional streamer, say-so idol of Phase Connect, told me to draw nipples on it. I get shadow banned for that! I get banned! Lumi is my biggest op. She actually hates me. Good. Let me better watch what she says, because I can... Well, I'm not going to. That's weird. I think I had this discussion on the YouTube stream yesterday. It feels weird to, like, it feels weird to like lewd your friends, but also I think there's like a I don't even know how it works because it's like there's like a bro thing. My summer car today, is that XQC? Yay! Fuck! Somebody chatted my stream and used an XQC emote and asked if I'm gonna play My Summer Car, as I might have to play My Summer Car. I want to play RimWorld today, though. My Summer Car is on Wednesdays, Walter. That, I will say, I might play it a little extra because I'm, like, autistically invested in it. And my engine's almost done anyways. I almost finished building my engine. But designated My Summer Car Day is Wednesdays. Should play both games today. I have a 10-hour-long stream today. And it's gonna screw up my sleep schedule, and it's gonna make me do another YouTube-only stream. Also, Marco, thank you for the gifts up to Saffron! I really appreciate it, yeah, but... Freaking... I'm just a humble booby artist. I don't know nothing, man. I'm just a humble booba artist. Electron, big booba. But everybody's gonna think that the sketch is the finished piece. Look. Wait. Ah! You can see my display capture still on. Okay. That's okay. My Twitch chat is gone. Twitch chat! Help! I can't see you! Twitch chat, where did you go? Yeah, YouTube is a lot more lenient with moderation, I feel like. Right. YouTube, well, the thing with YouTube is that if you have it set to top chat, then it's an ass with moderation. It's pretty hard to get banned from YouTube. The only thing they're really banned for is, like, copyright claims. That's the only thing YouTube gives a shit about, because it's whatever costs them money. YouTube only cares about what costs them money for banning your account, but yeah. They just hide messages so they don't actually have to moderate stuff. Twitch chat, where are you? I'm scared. Oh, there you are. But look at it. That's me groaning. I don't know why I'm angry. Where is it? Yeah. Look. This is all extra stuff. I put this on it just so that I could post the picture. The sketch doesn't actually have that. But I want to make her naked! But I'll get banned! I'll make her naked, but I'll get so freaking banned. And I also need to give her the thingies that go here. I actually have a ginormous acrylic standee of her that I have sitting on my desk. Because I realized, when I was drawing last night, I was like, it's so weird how, I was like, it's weird and it's kind of annoying how there's not really any high resolution, like, references, you know, of her. And then I was like, wait. I literally have, it's like 2 Coca-Cola cans tall. Maybe. I have 2 Coca-Cola cans on my desk, let's see. It's literally 2 Coca-Cola cans tall. It is a giant standee. Yeah. So I was like, wait, that's my reference right there. I've literally had one the whole freaking time. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna give her little thingies. I think I'm gonna give her little thingies. Like that. I didn't forget them. I didn't do them on purpose because I'm a lazy piece of shit. But like, you guys, did you know that freaking her jacket like this, it's not connected. Her jacket is 2 separate pieces. They're not connected. Okay? Her boob to meet you. Boob breast to meet you. Why is yours so big? Because I jelk it every day to make it bigger. And that's like her skirt! I didn't even know this. Her skirt has a gold accent only on the inner side, like where the zipper is. Okay. That made me angry. What else made me angry? You wouldn't know unless you freaking look. She's got little nicks in the gold accent on her hat. And it's every three loops. Every 3 loops. But on this side of the arrow, there's only 1 loop. And on the bottom side of the arrow, there's 2 loops. You got it. And did you know in her eye patch, there's a little bit of gray at the bottom? There's like a triangle of gray here and a triangle of gray here. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that? Like, why is that on her model? That. I do now. Yeah, you do now. But, like... I don't know. I'm so autistic about it, man. But look, this is so freaking accurate to our model. I just have to... Copy protection details make it easier to spot bootleg merch. You guys, I got a Labubu the other day. I think I mentioned that. I think I might have mentioned that on stream. I got a Labubu the other day. And I can't show it because, chat, I gave it to my mom. My mom's Labubu now. I'd never seen my mom so excited over a trinket. I was like, oh yeah. I like came into the kitchen because she was in the kitchen, and I was like, Mom, guess what was in that big box that I got yesterday? Because it was a giant box, but it was like a tiny little thing inside of it because there was so much bubble wrap. And I had it like behind my back, I pulled out, she's like, like that face. And I was like, you can have it, Mom. You can have it's a real Labubu. And she was like, what's its name? And I was like, I don't know. Because they have names. Well, its name is Baba. Same shit. We used to call it Baba from that Low Tier God clip. His name is Baba. Yeah, I'm a performative male! I'm a performative male! Oh my god. I'm a performative male. Yeah. You know, just reading Michelle Obama's book. You know, or let me go. You're right. I shouldn't. It's disrespectful to read while you guys are talking to me. Let me go move my Labubu to the side so I can fit Michelle Obama's book into my bag. My vegan leather bag. Hey, do you wanna go get matcha lattes, chat? Do you wanna go get matcha lattes after our Pilates session? Or if you're looking for something sweet, maybe we can get some Dubai chocolate or crumble cookies. In Bali! I think I'd rather hang myself. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. You're scaring me. Matcha and Pilates. Yeah. Yeah. Didn't you unironically have Dubai chocolate? Well, not to bring up my mom again, but yeah, like a week or... No, I didn't. I've never had Dubai chocolate, but like a week or 2 ago, my mom got a like freaking Dubai chocolate milkshake while she was like working. And she drank like half of it. And then she was like, Mia, you can have the rest of it. And I was like, okay, Mom. Yeah. It's like trickle down economics, but for micro trend consumerisms. It's awesome. And you know what? It was good enough that I was actually like, maybe I should go. Maybe I should go out and get one myself. What is it? Dubai chocolate has like, it's pistachio. It's chocolate with like pistachio in it and like the dough and like toasted like whatever it is. What is it? I don't know what it is, but it's like the little... It's not sheets. It's shredded. Shredded dough. It's got like shredded dough. It's poopy. Yeah, in Dubai, it's also... Not to be confused with the other term that also is Dubai chocolate. That is what the sultans do to the Instagram models. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I know nothing. I'm so stupid. I don't know anything. I'm pooping. Yeah, they Sultan RP, bud. I don't know, man. I don't know. Support your local sultan. Don't do that. Don't do that. They like shit on you and stuff. Also, we've got a freaking geography nerd in my chat. Also, it's not sultan, it's Emirates. Okay. Well, that's what the Emirates do to you then, not the sultans. Okay. Guys, what the fuck is this? I've been if you've seen the Discord in the last 24 hours, or I guess like last 16 hours, I've been like tapping into the W place or whatever. I can't use it either because it like something with my browser, it hates my browser, and I literally cannot log into the website to draw on it. So I can't use it, but I've been having a lot of fun like scrolling on it. Look at this! Look at that! What is that? Bampton. It's this thing! I don't know what this is! I've used 3 browsers, and there's a lot of Togor. Look! What the fuck? Yeah, this is fucking Steel Ball Run Jesus. This isn't just like a religious person being like, let me put Jesus in Rome. No, this is fucking JoJo. This is a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure panel. I'm saying, tap into JoJo's, guys. Read the freaking manga. Read the manga. This is literally a panel from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Read Steel Ball Run. It's really good. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's getting his tummy pet. He's so fat, dude. He's so freaking fat. The single dev who made the site being charged $98,000 next week. Is this Leon? Is this Leon? Is that Leon Kennedy? Leon Kennedy. Okay. Awooga! I'm scared to scroll. I'm scared to scroll. You know what, I'm too scared to scroll today. I don't know what's going on, but I'm a little scared. I'm scared. Dude, I'm fucking terrified! I have like 1 million people on Twitter telling me to draw porn! What do I do? Everybody's telling me to draw porn. Literally everybody's telling me to draw porn. I don't know what to do. I don't draw porn, you guys. I'm a safe for work content creator. I'm a safe for work content creator. For free? Oh! Boobies. Just draw porn then? And I can't even like stream me doing it because it's freaking banned. NSFW. Dude, what the fuck do I even say? Dude, what do I, should I show my stream? Or just like breasts? I don't know the alternate account strategy. Yeah, but, okay, listen, it's hard enough. Guys, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's like too hard for me to keep up with 1 Twitter account. I don't think I could handle 2. I can stream porn on Picardo. They don't know about the Okayu picture? Dude. Loki! Low-key, I did draw a whole life hentai once, and it is an instant likes formula. I'm not gonna lie. Also, hello! Twi Sparkle. Hi! Also, Melvin! Thank you for the 500 bits. If you absolutely have to, I volunteer. You can draw porn of me. Thanks, Melvin. Yeah, I know. Any suggestive hololive art on, like, Pixiv is, like, instant Reddit karma farm. Like like, Reddit karma generator. But, like, not, but cool because it's Thing Japan. I'll bet you $100 you didn't. I did. You owe me $100. Go on my Pixiv. You need an account because it's marked as NSFW. It was like 4 years ago. I think it was even before I was a streamer. I haven't logged into Pixiv in like freaking ages. I have 2 notifications. It just turned into 1 notification. 2 people are following me. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, the Ine waterfall. Exactly, brother! Do I even have it? It was from, like... do the math here. Free Clash of Clans gems generator. Yeah, I have a Pixiv. I don't post on it, though, because I always forget to. I always forget to post on my Pixiv. And everything that gets likes, the stuff that gets likes isn't even art that I enjoy doing. It's just whatever's trendy. Like, what did I do? What had the actually, chat! I'm gonna say it, my drawing with the most likes on Pixiv is also borderline hentai of Hosho Marine, so I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. She's my Oshi, dude. She's my Oshi! Of course I'm gonna draw hentai of her, dude! Yeah, I had 3,000 likes. That's a lot. And that was 4 years ago. That was from 2021. 4 years ago. Get to it, little bro. I'm a busy boy. I'm a busy boy. I'm a busy boy. It's my calling. Yeah. I guess it was always my destiny to draw hentai. I suppose so. I suppose so. Oh. Oh, I'm being influenced. Oh, no. I'm being influenced. Oh, no. Yeah, it's a short hair stream today. Dude, Narissa Ravencroft is a sex icon. But it's the sort of thing, it's like, I think I could draw a good suggestive art of her, but then I hear her talk, and it's like, she loses the sex appeal. Does that make sense? Her voice is sex, but then she starts talking about, she's Midwestern, okay? It's not, I'll take, it's because she's Midwestern. Literally, yeah. Literally 2, yes. Yeah. Yep. I can't handle it. I can't, yeah. Yeah. Ope makes me lose my boner, dude. I don't know. Other than that, she's like really, really hot, but yeah, I like Thing Japan. Yeah, this is the Mayo foot artist. Did I open my Diet Coke? I did! I don't remember opening this. But it's cold, so I must have. Coca-Cola. I understand where you're coming from, but I disagree. I opened it on stream. Chat, why'd you open my Coca-Cola? Why'd you open my soda without telling me? You guys didn't, like, take a sip or anything, right? You didn't take any of it, right? Right? I licked it. Like that chick that went in the oh my god. How many years ago is that now? That nasty lady that went into the grocery store and was like licking the ice cream tubs. And they had to like put the locks. They had to like put the locks on the ice cream tubs so people couldn't open them and lick them. She's like doing it for like TikTok clout too. Yes, gross, right? That feels like a million years ago though. The Bay Harbor ice cream liquor. The Coke Harbor butcher. Ugh. Dude, and I can't even like... I can't even play the funny Coke Harbor butcher TikToks because the Flip Flop song is freaking copyrighted. I get like a freaking copyright claim on my video if I do it. You guys just have to imagine it. You guys have to imagine it. Imagine. But like, I don't freaking know, man. I don't freaking know. What happened to your hair? It got cut. It was trimmed short. Long again. It's hot today. I want short hair so that I don't get too hot. I need to breathe. I need to breathe. I need to draw other sexy Hololive girls, but truly, I only want to draw Hosho Marine. I don't know. I feel lucky to be like really dedicated to like one Oshi. Like yeah, like Kiara's my favorite in EN, but like I really like Fuamoko. Fuamoko is my favorite Advent. But I'm really only dedicated to Hosho Marine. It's so, and it's, she's my goat, dude. I'm literally like sitting here. I've got like her little, because I bought, that's the bag for it, because I like to keep the packaging just in case. Like I bought like a second plushie, like keychain plushie of Hosho Marine, so that I could use one. No, I have it hanging from my light, my e-girl light that I use for streaming. And then another one so that I could display it in my shrine. Like, I'm serious. This shit gets serious, chat. This shit gets serious. No, I didn't hang her. The keychain is from her hat. Wait, look, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up. Hello, live friends with you, Marine. I'm not hanging her. Dude, I can't buy I can't buy Hosho Marine merchandise because of the tariffs. Dude, it's like so expensive now. I can't. Because, dude, I'm like tweaking because there's like Marine merch that I'm missing now. There's like merch that I'm missing. And I never ended up buying her Hollow Witch plushie. I didn't end up buying her Hollow Witch plushie. That one's still on sale though. But like, what am I missing? What am I missing now? Yeah. Make it English. English. Okay, I've got her CD and stuff. I didn't get her bear merch set because it literally had like $200 worth of processing fees. It's not fair. And I don't think I can buy her birthday merch either. I don't think I can buy her birthday merch. It comes with a rubber mat, though. Fuck! It is so expensive, you guys! I spent all of my spending money on gacha this year. Like, my fun money budget was used up by the Blue Archive Fest banner. That's why I'm so bitchy. That was my fun money for the year. Because I was trying to get my favorite character and I didn't pull her! I still didn't pull her, by the way. Did not pull her. By the way. Wakamo, my wife, next fest. What's my fun money budget? I don't know. My fun money budget is whatever I can spend and then still have enough money in my bank account to pay my taxes and tuition. In my checking account. Stream elements. It's like... But see, here's the thing, your boy Muggy. You can't grind for Wakamo because she's a Fest exclusive character. So she only appears in the gacha pool like once every year. As my mommy brought me dinner. My mother brought me dinner, chat. I'm the luckiest boy in the world. I'm the luckiest boy in the world. Just, I'm the luckiest little boy in the world, chat. Yes, yes, yes. It's a chicken enchilada, but it's really, really hot. So I have to let it sit for a bit. Yeah, boo-boo. Nuh-uh, you guys aren't getting none of that, but... Yeah, my fun money is already... My fun money for the year, that's, like, spent. That's it, we're done. Let me see. Because I have, like... Yeah. I can't buy this marine merch. I need to save money. I hate being responsible! May I suggest smuggling and tax evasion? Well, that's what I was doing already when it was only the tariffs on China in-game. Because that's what I was doing when it was only on China. I would use a proxy. I would use a proxy in Japan. And just have the proxy oh my god, Steph- Guys! Guys! Steph Sama liked my art! Chat! Guys! Steph Sama liked my art. I'm so in! He's oomphy. I know, that's oomphy. I know, I shouldn't freak out, because that's oomphy. That's how I feel about a lot of content creators. I'll be like, oh, like, they interacted with my content, or like, I, what was it? I saw a TikTok the other day that was like a, like, Hugbee's clips compilation, like, best, I was like, oh my god, that's oomphy. I'm, like, pointing at my screen, but you guys can't see, like, that's oomph. That's oomphy. That's not the emperor, that is the Emperor of Japan. He is the Emperor of Japan, too. I'm like a little freaking soy boy. I'm like a little freaking soy boy. For me, shipping a marine is only $30. America Chuds, how does it feel? Are you talking? Oh, dude. Okay, like if I, okay. Hypothetically, okay. All right, chat. Let me just, yeah, go on happy meds for autism. I do take happy meds. I am prescribed happy meds. 2 happy meds. I already do take happy meds. This is with happy meds. Okay, let me... Also, good night, Patrick! Thank you for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hey, wait. Category. Plushies. I'm gonna add all the marine merch that is available for me to buy that I had originally planned to buy. Okay. Hololive 3rd generation. Call it. No! Filter by plushies. Hololive 3rd generation. Yeah, I can't get the bear merch. Okay. $30. The Hollow Witch Marine plush is more expensive than the other. Okay. than the other regular plushies. What the heck? Let me see. Okay, so if I go to my cart, her birthday merch set, subtotal $140. Proceed to purchase procedure. It's $140. $77 shipping, $50 tariffs! $140, but I'd actually have to pay $270. So the merch is $140, but I'd actually be paying $270 for it. You guys, whole life merch is just it's not feasible anymore. And this isn't even including, guys, like the scale figure I was crying about. Like the scale figure, like the $300 scale figure. Can you imagine the tariffs I'd have to pay on that? Can you imagine that, bro? Oh my god. I have to support my Oshi. It's a hard life to want to support my Oshi because I haven't gone to like an anime convention. And it's like, so I can't like, don't go to anime conventions. So where am I gonna find this merch? I don't know. There was a hobby store near me that used to carry some Hololive merch, but then they stopped because the demand wasn't high enough, unfortunately. Like, they used to get, like, the pop-up parades and the Nendoroids, but I was the only one buying it. Genuinely, I was, like, the only person buying it in the entire town, so. What Happy Meds do you take? I take Lexapro and Xanax. Pray for a box of merch to fall on my doorstep. Like a stork bringing a baby to my house. Like a stork bringing a baby to my house, but instead of a baby, it's a year's worth of Hosho Marine merch backlog. Also, hi farmer! Hi! I don't really know how it works. Let me take a bite of my delicious. Ew. Guys, my mom used the zero-carb tortillas to make my enchilada. I know this because the zero-carb tortillas don't toast. And it was cooked in the oven, and it's not. So I'm gonna shit my pants later. Or something. Yeah. Well, it's like they offset it with fiber. So if it has like 12 grams of carbs in it, this also has like 12 grams of fiber in it too. What does ohm mean? Oh, if you can't see ohm? Guys, can I get an ohm in chat? In Twitch chat? He can't see ohm. Imagine laughing. No, just do ohm so we can see. He's dancing. He's very happy. He's laughing. He's laughing. But look, we also have other ones. Wait, what other ones do we have? I thought it was LOL, this one. Yeah. We also have this one. That one they use it. That one's in XQC's chat a lot. And I think we also have LO. I think. Oh my lord. Hello? I thought we had a still image. It would be in the L. Okay, yeah, we do. We do. What?
I minus 27 hours of PTO, but you will always live while I was dying this week. Happy Friday.
What the heck? Thank you, Melvin! Holy moly! Yeah, I was worried that I was gonna oversleep this stream too, actually. But then I was literally laying in bed. I was laying in bed this afternoon, and I was like, no, I'm sure. I was like, there's gonna be at least one person that's sad if I don't stream today. So I got out of bed and I set up my waiting room. Yeah, me. All me. Me. Literally me. Me. It can't be you! It's me! It can't be all of you! That doesn't make sense. It can't be all of you. But I was like, Amioid died. Oh, shit. I totally forgot that. Yeah, it is canon that a Miioid dies in real life every time I don't stream. Every day I don't stream, a Miioid gets, like, taken out back and executed. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. I forgot about the casualties that I already count. Well, we've probably lost a couple. Maybe a couple. I don't know. What is in this? I don't care. I'm eating the yummy din din my mama made me. Hi, Abby. Whatchamacallit? Abby, I implore you to look at my Twitter. I think there may be something that you would appreciate on my Twitter account, Abby. It's chicken enchilada. Delicious. You know what I need to do? If I'm gonna freaking play rimworld today, I need to, like, get my dailies out of the way. I need to get my dailies out of the way, chat. Do you know how hard it is now that Wordle is integrated into Discord? Whenever I see somebody doing the Wordle, I'm like, oh, yes. I need to do the Wordle right now. But I can't, because I have to save it for stream. Damn it! Clone. What? Tail? I'll play rimworld today. Duh. This is a classic rim. Try foursome. It's not horse, but... It has to end with E. It ends with E, and it's not haunts. And it's not P. And it's not P. It can't be P. Maybe it could. But maybe it would be... fudge. Like the candy. What? What the fudge? So... it has a U in it. It has a U in it. Maybe it's got like a weird letter. It's Furson? It could be Q. No, it can't because the U's not in the second slot. Urine? Maybe it does start with a U. Urine? My Summer Car reference? Uppies? You think it's uppies? It's got a U in it. U and E. This is hard. Uppies is what Super Creek give me. Alright, I'll add it. You know what? I'm sold. We can have this. We can have Mambo. We can have it. I'll allow it today. You know what? I'll allow it. Lock in, you guys. This one's beating my ass. Be a allower. Maybe it starts with a B. Bulge? No. Maybe it does end with like Q-U-E, but I don't know any words. Oh, peak? Peak, like piqued interest. Wait, this might be it. Oh, shit. What? It was going so well. So it's got an I. Imbue. Imbue. It's imbue. Yes! Okay, that was a good one. That was a good one, chat. That was a good one today. That was a good one today. I'm not gonna lie. Lock in. This is where the real challenge is at. Piece of bread atop 4, yellow square atop 7. Offering hot dog. I don't know. Envelop and obscure. Covers a tree in TPs. Okay, it's not hot dogs. It's burger. Maybe. Because this is nerds. Oops. Survivor Network. I don't know. What did you say? Huh? Make a mistake? I don't know. Oh, cheese! 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 Piece of bread. Bun! So that's CBS. And this is... Shroud! Ah! Ah! Almost under a minute. Burger. Cheeseburger. Cheeseburger. Guys, remember when I used to be able to do this in like 20 or 30 seconds? Me too. I used to be so smart. I used to be so smart. Ooh. Okay. Results are in, you're redarted. Soapy urine is a pattern in Wordle that gets you all the vowels. Oh, bulldozer! Bulldozer? Bulldozer? Let's see. Pac-Man. Pac-Man? Oh yeah, things you do in class? Or draw, it's draw. Oh shit, okay. Okay, yeah. Things you do in class. Pac-Man. Pac-Man. Hi, Emperor's Rage! Jerk. Things I jerk. My tie. What would tie go with? Oh, tie even. Draw. Confer? Square? I don't know how square would. Okay. Okay, square is to make it evil. Equal, not evil. Equal. Okay. I think these go together. One away. One away. Is vest not degree? Bestow. Oh, okay. Words after the letter, what? Words after the letters MS. I thought Mrs. Pac-Man was married. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I thought Pac-Woman was married to Pac-Man. I thought it was an MRS situation. I'm trying to work up my din-din. Yeah, she's married to me? Okay. Time for the strands, baby! Where's Pac, they, them? Kings of Swing. That's gonna be hard. I don't care. My nuts? No, I don't see that. Is this a music? Music thing? Zinc? Shut up. Shut up! We could do zinc. Zinc supplements. My nuts. It's got 2 Z's in it. Zinc hard like my peenie. My peenie. My peenie. Aussie? Oh. No. I thought that was Z's! It's Z's! Wait, we can't get it. No, it can't be Z's. It can be Z's. There's no second Z. This one's hard. Yeah, I thought he was rock. I don't listen to swing. That's for like people in their 60s. Hawktua? I don't think it's Hawktua. Hawk. What? Hawktua. This doesn't help me at all. Hawktua. I don't know anything about swing. Like what music is swing? Nut last? I never do that. Start digging in your butt, twin. Well, I don't think Glenn Miller is on this. Aren't swingers the people that like sleep with random people on cruises? Duke. Where the fuck would this J go? Jazz. Wait. Jazz. Something, maybe. Pineapple Andy? I don't get it. Jazz? Jazz. I don't know. I don't know. Now this one's hard. It's not Z's. Dizzy. What? Dizzy? Nut. These are nicknames? Nicknames? Yeah, we need a real freaking expert here, okay? If there's any... Or maybe count. Oh! God, I need... No. Maybe there's another way it starts from. Any swingers in chat? Fast. Bird? What? Birdie? Bird. Nope. Start digging in your butt, twin. Jazz Coast? Jazz Cats. What the fuck does that mean? Ball? Cannonball? That? Nope. Really? What else would it mean? Fats. And you call someone a cat? No, I don't. No, I don't. It's a jazz term. Air birdie. Oh, okay, wait. Are we sure? How do I spell this one? I don't even... Yard bird? What the fuck does that even mean? You need an account. Yeah. Man, this shit is for old people! God, I hate word puzzles. They're made for people over retirement age. This one's made for real men. 1979! The Beatles. It's Elvis. No, Elvis died. It's the Beatles. Okay. Yeah. I don't think this is the Beatles. Why would I know this? It's Kiss? I don't know! This is for old people. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, chat. This is for old people. Let's listen to the cover. Oh! Wait, I know this song! I do know this one. Oh! Huh. It's dad rock. I'm sorry, it's not for people over retirement age. It's dad rock. Well, I know that... I didn't know. I wouldn't have gotten the name. I would not have gotten the name at all. Because I didn't know it was Kiss. But... I'm not learning the classics. You guys should know this by now. I haven't seen, like, any movie. Any movie made before... really just any movie in general. I probably haven't seen it. And 1979 was 300 years ago. That's right. 300 years ago, by the way. I'm not uncultured swine, I'm a zoomer! We're doing the Minecraft duel because this is my strong suit. This is my strong suit, chat. I actually forget how this one... I forget how this one goes. Oh, no, get the coal out of here. There. I think this is the campfire? Yeah. Nothing! Daylight sensor. Call it. Nothing?! It can't be redstone, or can it? No, that's not one. I guess it has to have the, thingies. The redstone dust, but it doesn't. What if it's a block? What if it's a block of ore? That would be kind of AIDS. I'd be a little upset. Or what if it's armor? Chat, what if it's armor? Stone bricks. Yeah! Okay. Let me do the Mictol. No ethno-guesser today because it crashes my stream, but just trust me, I'm good at that one. Alright, let's do mobs. Yesterday's mob was also parrot. I guess it's randomly generated. Let me use my psychic powers to determine. Oh yeah, I'm a real big Minecraft! Hi, Suntree. Hi! I was the #1 ethno-guesser player a couple days ago. If you guys remember, well, it wasn't a couple days ago, it was more like a week ago, but I was the #1 ethno-guesser player.
Matoem wicked, Matoem wicked.
Also, Raisin, thank you so much for the 10 months. I really appreciate it. I totally forgot this a couple minutes ago. Josh Travis, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah, 1 out of 5 people. Yeah, but still. Yeah, because I was like one of the first people to do it. There were only like 5 people that had done it. Okay, let me think. I'm gonna go axolotl. Oh my god! We're so cooked. I'm trying to eat my din din. What about a ghast? No. I think it's another thing. A wither skeleton. It's hostile. It sometimes spawns in a structure, but it's not undead. What if it is? It's not undead. Maybe it has no classification. Higher than 20 HP. It could be the Berserker Piglin. Oh no, but it has more than structure spawning. There's more. There's more. There's more. Evoker. When was the pillager update? Well, it was Evoker the other time, wasn't it? I thought it has already been the Evoker. 24 HP. Oh, it's okay. Okay. It's not the Evoker. It's the regular pillager. No. Could it be? It's not the Evoker. What's the one with the axe? Is that the... What is it called? The one with the axe. I'm Christian? What? What? No! The Axager. What is the Axager? Vindicator. The Vindicator. That's what it is. Yes! The Vindicator. Up for the block. Let's go! Yesterday's block was a bee nest. Let me think. calcite. Fuck. It's not a full block. Let's go for fence gate. Higher blast resistance, higher hardness. Partially flammable, so maybe not. What about iron trapdoors? I feel like it was an iron trapdoor already, though. Oh, it's not pickaxe. Hold on. I believe the or was it the slabs that weren't flammable? It's pickaxe, though! Today I got told to flush myself down the toilet. And then they hung you upside down and shook you so your lunch money fell out of your pockets. Sorry. I don't know if you guys can hear this. I have to cut it. I'm a baby, dude. I have to cut this into bite-sized pieces so I don't have to stop streaming to cut my food. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright, we're set for the rest of dinner time, chat. It's so I don't have to, like, interrupt myself. It's so I don't have to interrupt myself while I'm streaming, dude. So let me think. Gates. Gates, fences. What about walls? Nope, still pickaxe. Our fences are flammable. What about the tilled dirt? What is it called? I forget what it's called. Because that's not a full block. Fertile soil. Eh. No. Maybe it doesn't show. This is blocks, but like. Watching me gives me hope that I'm not chopped and cooked. I'm not chopped! What? What do you mean? I thought it was tilled soil, but. I'm not chopped and retarded. What do you. What? What are you talking about? Farmland. Utaga, you're a genius. Unfortunately, damn it. It's not because the blast resistance and hardness is too low. What else is not a full block? Glass panes. It's gotta be higher than that. I'll ask. Is soul sand not a full block? Oh my god, it's not. But it's got a higher blast resistance. What if it's the amethyst crystal? No, it's not one.
I got a promotion to captain this Wednesday. I didn't ask, as well as a transfer to drone ops. Goodbye retirement at 35. Hello retirement at 55. Matoim salute.
That's bad? Getting a promotion is bad because it means you can't retire? What? Zurich, what happened? And now you have to blow up Middle Eastern children with drones for the rest of your life? What? Yeah, thank you for your service, I guess. I'm sorry you can't retire now. It's fate. I'm sorry you can't retire now. Your Katie's can go crazy. Oh, basically you got voluntold. You got voluntold for promotion. Oh. I'm sorry you can't retire now. Oh, shit. Wait, what about the portal blocks? I didn't even think of that. Or what about does portal frame count? Alright, let me think. What is... Ooh, actually, what about an Anvil's pickaxe? No. What about... Like the glow lichen and stuff. Hi, Flaming Ninja! Ooh, pressure plates or buttons, maybe? Right, button. 0.5, though. Scaffold. What about any of the... Or shulker. I didn't even think of that one. But that's pickaxe. What about the skulk? What about the skulk? No, it's the wrong version. Skulk. Weighted pressure plate? Maybe. No, the hardness isn't high enough. The hardness isn't high enough. I think we can do this in 2 guesses. If I find something that really matches, or what about the moss? It's too low. What about coral? Coral's pickaxe though, isn't it? Pickaxe. Campfire? Fuck. If this is like the fucking command block or something, I'm gonna be mad. It's got high blast resistance and hardness. It's not. Lodestone is a full block. Crying obsidian's a full block. Bedrock. No, bedrock has negative hardness. Barrier. Okay, all of the creative only items have like negative hardness. They have like an infinity blast resistance, but negative hardness. Maybe it's like... It can't be the conduit! Seriously! I thought I was a genius. It can't be the conduit, because that's a pickaxe. Same with a lantern. Lanterns are pickaxe. End rod. End rod is... Ooh. No, it's a pickaxe. Pickaxe item. It's either a hoe or a shovel. But what dirt item? Or a cobweb? Wait. Wait, did I just cook? Are we jerking my cock off right now? I overcooked. Dude, this is a bad run today! High blast below hardness. It's kind of weird. So it's gotta be a shovel, hoe, or any tool. Or like, what is this? Pitcher crop? It's between 1.14 or 1.13 and beta. The bell, maybe? Ooh. No, it can't because the bell's a pickaxe item. I know I'm having a generationally shitty dailies run today. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Chat's in the Hawk Tua only mode. Fuck, dude, they're breaking my chat. Oh my god. I can only type Hawk Tua. What's going on? Ooh, enchanting table. He might be... No, enchanting table's a pickaxe item. Or a brewing stand. Wow. A lectern. That's an axe item, though. It's not an axe item. Leaf litter's new. This is all new stuff. Damn! I'm gonna feel so stupid when I get this. I love Hawk Tua, but you took all my money. Can't be fire. See, all this stuff is like 0. They have wildflowers. They added guys! I'm gonna have to play frickin' Minecraft, dude. They just added wildflowers. They added a lot of flowers, guys. This is bad. Snow or like powdered snow? Powdered snow is 1.17. No, see, the snow thing has low blast resistance. Hi, at Haley Welch X. My $35,000 that I purchased of Hawk Coin is now $2,000 after 10 minutes of buying. I'm a huge fan of Hawk Tua, but you took my life savings. I purchased your coin, Hawk, that you were so excited about with my life savings and children's college education fund as well. You didn't mention that you were going to buy 97% of the supply almost immediately to make a large profit. If I would have known that information, I would not have purchased your coin. Please help me. Please help me. This is hard. I don't even know any not full blocks. Or like a trapped chest, maybe. Could it be a... No, it can't, because it's an axe item! Can't! Thank you for the gifts of the Haley Welch! Hawk Tua girl. Thank you. It can't be a trapped chest. Because it's an axe item. What about a blast furnace? Oh, these are all full items. It can't be the ender chest because it's not broken with an axe, a pickaxe, a sword, or shear. So it has to be broken with a shovel or a shovel or a hoe or anything. Yeah. Ah, dude, this one's hard. Wait. Yeah, what the fuck is this block? I should know this. It could be aquatic update. What's between this and the official release and the aquatic update? Fuck. No. It's pickaxe. Pickaxe item. It's got like 3 hardness, 2.5 or 3 hardness. What kind of awesome is this? I don't know either. Netherwort is any, but it's got 0, 0. What is this? A netherite block. It's beating my ass. It's beating my behind right now. I already checked coral. That's pickaxe item. So it can't be coral. Dude, this is whooping me. What is a non-solid block? It's not a plant. It's not a plant item because it's not broken with shears. What if it's like a piston? What if it's a redstone item? Comparator, repeater. Rails, no. Ooh, like roots. No, they're flammable. Holy fuck. What could this possibly be, actually? Torch? Torch doesn't have high blast resistance, though. Yeah. Redstone torch? It's all 0, 0. Yeah, it's gotta be, like, classic. It's gonna be, like, so obvious I'm gonna get so angry. Concrete is a full block. I already looked at stairs. What the fuck is this? Test instance block? Or dragon egg? I think we did it, guys. Yes! That was so obvious! I didn't know the dragon egg had high blast resistance, though. I didn't know that, because I thought anytime you interacted with it, it would teleport. That was a hard one. We're not done. Ha ha ha! I bet his penis is like a dragon. Shears. Call it. No. It is a tool. And it's craftable. Mace? No, higher stack size. Armor trim. No, it's a tool. Tridents aren't craftable. What if it's the freaking this? Oh no, the debug stick is a utility. Stackable tool. Maybe it could be like, I don't know, do the potions count? Those are in the food. Yeah, it's a tool. I figured maybe it was like the arrow, like the fancy arrow bits. Stackable. Elytra aren't stackable. It's craftable. It's craftable and stackable. And it's rare. Like a bucket of something? No. Buck chuckets. Did I already look at armor trim? Armor trim is that. Yeah, fireworks count, but they're common. They're common. Maybe it's like a mob drop. Maybe it's a mob drop. But it's not a trident, because those don't stack. So maybe it's rare. Maybe like a head or a skull. Oh, those are blocks. Nether star is rare. That's... Can't be name tag. Cool. It's a tool! Yeah, I believe we found it. Yeah! I believe we have found it. Your mama. 2 guesses. That wasn't so bad. That's about how we should be performing. I've never heard of this, honestly. It looks like it's made like skulk. It looks... I'm literally gonna kill myself! Chat! Dude. Literally? Okay. I know it's like, don't care about your numbers so much. Like, don't care about your numbers. Guys, look at how my CC... This is when I started fucking crashing all the time. Look at how my CCV is tanked because of, like, my crashes. Because I've been crashing every single stream. This is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. Yeah, the stream is back. And it's like, I know Stream Element sponsors are really shitty, but they've been lowering the money they've been offering me because my CCV is tanked. I don't even make... They're not giving me money anymore because my CCV is lower. Oh! That's why I bitch about it so much. Because the crashes are for like 2 seconds. Why would it do that? Because when your stream crashes and reconnects, it kicks out any idle viewers. Okay? That's why it's so bad, because when your stream crashes and reconnects, it kicks out any idle viewers. So see, it went from 300 to 100. It went from 300 to 100. Do you guys, alright? That's why it's so bad. That's why it's so bad. 300 to 200, still really bad. It's just so frustrating. Okay, see, now it's not 200, now it's 150. Am I vindicated now? Anyways. I don't even want to keep streaming now. Oh my god, dude, I'm literally gonna fucking rope. How to make it not like this? I don't know! I don't know. I don't know. I guess I just have to stop doing the dailies. I don't know. Norton fucks with my... It's Norton? Do you see I'm getting people saying other shit because some people are like, it's the Migdol it's the end of the Migdol. And then there's people saying it's because your Norton antivirus is fucked up. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Like, literally, I don't know. I, like, want to cry. I haven't had a good stream in, like, over a week. I literally haven't had a good stream in over a week. I can't uninstall Norton. The Norton install on my computer, it like came with Norton and I cannot uninstall it. Because if I try to uninstall it, because when I try to uninstall it, it says the installer's open and there's no instance of the installer in my task manager. Like, it will not uninstall. That's why the pop-up comes up every stream. I'm using Windows 10. I got fired from my job. Damn, bro. Now you can hang out with us! I don't know, man. But it's like, it doesn't even matter. Once it crashes, the analytics for the entire stream is tanked. So it's like, why even bother at that point? I literally did like tweak so bad because I checked Stream Elements today because I had inquired about doing a sponsor through them. And when I checked my dashboard today, they lowered the sponsor amount by $200 because my viewership is so much lower now. And I was like, oh, okay. Okay. Awesome. It is what it is. I don't know. I guess I'll tweet that I'm streaming. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Hanging on the cord doesn't really do anything. And people get mad when I ping too much, too, so... I don't want to do it too much. There's a new Turkey... It's 2 hours long. There's a 2-hour-long Turkey Tom video. I don't know. I don't really want to do anything now. Let's see. Stream crashed again! Please come back! Lol. Lol. I hate being a streamer! I wish I could just draw boobies all day! I wish that was a profitable business model! But it's not. Oh, jeez! Oh, I'm not gonna draw furry porn. I don't have that in. I don't have it in me. I don't have that dog in me. I don't have that dog in me. Grr. It was the Rothschilds installed Norton Stream Crasher.exe on my computer, and now my stream crashes whenever I talk negatively about them. Grr. Grr. Draco, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate it. Grr. I have to draw someone else with that dog in them. I don't want to draw that dog near anyone. Is that clear? Is that clear? I don't have it in me. I don't have it in me, bro. Furry art is a beast that I can't handle. Also, thank you for the gifts of Cthulhu! I really appreciate it. We make the chat bigger. I get the Hufflepuff to draw feet. I don't know. I don't know. Don't smile. I don't know. Yeah, wait. That's your job. You've already got the niche cornered, bro. You better get to it. You better get to it. Keep drawing them feet. Oh, right. Wait. Yeah, chat. I have a boyfriend now. Remember? I told you guys we have to, if I fall off, you guys have to all agree that it's because I said I had a boyfriend. I have a boyfriend. You can draw, what is it, Wonder Bread? Yeah, but there's only one guy. Apparently, what was it? Because what was it? Somebody in my chat said they knew someone that was commissioned by the Wonder Bread guy. And he was actually, like, really, he was like an asshat. And he would, like, try to lowball. And he would, like, try to lowball commissions. Does he know? Does the Lich King Arthas Menethil know that he's my boyfriend? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the Lich King Arthas from World of Warcraft knows that he's my boyfriend yet. Does Jaina know? Jaina can go fuck herself. I don't care. You guys can have Jaina. You guys can have Jaina. How about that? Have we reached equivalent exchange? I know, Jaina's old, I don't want her. Exactly. You guys can have young Jaina. Jaina can flood a fucking city, bro, be careful. Yeah, but I don't really like her. No, I get the Lich King. I get the Lich King! You can't have him! I already said I wanted him! I want Illidan. You're freaky. You're freaky. Wants Illidan? You're freaky. You'll take Sylvanas, good. I don't want her. And that Bolvar and his bald head. It's been a freaking minute since I've played World of Warcraft, actually. Illidan is edgy. Yeah, Illidan is really edgy, but he's like 10 feet tall or whatever, and he's like jacked. He's like ripped as fuck. So I guess I understand it. And he's got look up. Yeah, I am still paying for my World of Warcraft subscription because I might go back to it. I don't know. Illidan is literally the chosen one. I'm not gonna be a WoW streamer. I'm not a WoW streamer. I'm not a WoW streamer. It's a hobby. It's like an off-stream hobby. That's like one of my only off-stream hobbies that I don't post about. Okay? Is sometimes I like to play World of Warcraft. I'm sorry. Why there VTuber draws World of Warcraft? What? I can't scroll up in my Twitch chat, it's not letting me. Okay, there. Yeah, if it gets really bad, I'm gonna have to start eating crayons for money again. But it's not that bad yet, guys, don't worry. You should play Warcraft 3 off stream. Mia left us after aggroing at mob camp. I do remember when I played hardcore on stream once. Or I played hardcore with people in chat on stream. And I think Ural died. Ural died in like Elwyn Forest. I forgot what level I ended up staying. I didn't roach though. That's the thing, I didn't roach. I just stood there and watched him die. I stayed there. Cause I was a tank. So I didn't roach. Ural just kinda... Ural was squishy and I didn't heal him. Lol. Lol. Full mana, no healing spell casted. Miia software. They have a... That's what the new Turkey Tom video is. The new Turkey Tom video is about pirate software. Guys, it's his fault. Let me pull up the diagram. Actually, I used to work for Blizzard, so actually, yeah, I used to, wait. Yeah, guys, I used to work for Blizzard, so, like, let me explain this, alright, guys? Right, so I used to work for Blizzard, and so, here's me. Here's me. And so, the really important thing to remember about this is me. I'm good at game. If you'll please consult the graph. And this is you. This is you. And you're bad at game. Yeah. So actually it's not my fault because you're bad at the game. Also, this is true because I used to work for Blizzard. Also, this is all true because I used to work for Blizzard, so everything I say about video games needs to be taken as fact and never questioned. It was like, what was the thing? What was the thing with, like, wasn't Pirate Software's, like, dad or something? Wasn't he, like, a Nepo hire or something? And then didn't Pirate Software lie about, like, how important his role is with the company? He, like, acted like he was, like, a super high up and he was actually just, like, a regular dude. Yeah, that looks just like me. What the fuck? How did you know what I look like? He was a QA tester? Man, what the heck? I wish I could get... He was QA and his dad was the lead for cinematics. I wish, he's the first second-generation Blizzard employee. I wish I could make $1 billion working at a game company to play their games. Is that not what a QA tester does? They play the games to make sure it plays, right? QA is boring. But you can play the games for free. Well, and not even for free, you get paid to play them. Find bugs and shit while playing. Oh, but it's like in a boring way. Oh. Pirate Software worked for Blizzard for 20 years and has over 30 years of game dev experience. He worked for Blizzard for 20 years? I thought he was like in his 20s. Is that legit? How old is Pirate Software? He's 38 years old. It was 1987. He was hired when he was born. That's why he's the first. They literally, instead of going to school or like daycare, they had him sit in front of a PC running Blizzard's newest like test game. And he uses a voice changer. Okay, not to get into like drama shit, but I saw a tweet that like apparently that VTuber that was in VTards that is like a legitimate Nazi that got into the argument with the lolicon because they each thought the other was joking about being into the stuff they said they were into. Apparently is like a boy that uses a voice changer. and like admit it, and he was like, yeah, I use a voice changer. I thought everybody knew that. Man, dude. I mean, yeah, would it be the first time the VTuber's done that? But, well, no, I've never watched their stuff, so I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have known. I didn't know. Right, because what was it? Somebody had like pulled up the history of like their Twitter account, and it was like before they had branded their Twitter account as like whatever Miku, like the VTuber named their account, was like something Kenneth. It was just like their normal Twitter account. Yeah, they use the same voice changer as me. I don't think it's a lolly VTuber. No, it's not a lolly VTuber. Okay, what is this? 5 days ago? Alright, I'm sold. 5 days ago? Let's check it out. Fine. Fine. We're only watching Meat Canyon because this is like, it's like adjacent to Creepcast. Okay, it's like...
Chad, so today I was supposedly cursed. I saw this woman breastfeeding her child in a non...
Meat Canyon's art is so scary. I love it. I love it. It's so scary. Papa Meat, his art is so scary. I love it. See, this is literally what I don't know how to put paint in dark mode, but that's literally what
an optimal way, so being the kind man I am, I showed her how to do it correctly. I told her you should have the child latch at a 30-degree angle. That way, when the milk begins to extrude from the channel, it will flow more rapidly with the babe's suction, as followed.
Ew! This is so gross!
She got irrationally angry when I proved her wrong and put a curse on me. Not that I believe in curses or anything.
The curse is real. Look at your legs.
I can barely feel it. Pain is actually an illusion played on by the mind that...
You fool! Don't you see your arrogance? Need I remind you that's what got us fired from Blizzard?
Yeah, so...
Did he actually get fired from Blizzard? Or did he just, like, quit? Did he actually get fired? Or, like, did he get laid off or something? I don't know.
Oh, I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. I barely think about it. It's actually funny, Chad. I'm considered the first second-generational hire at the company. Not that I even think about it.
You're not even streaming right now!
No, I knew that. I knew that, and I was just practicing before I go live. It's the most optimal way a streamer stays fresh when...
This is what happens... This is what happens to me when I stream, you guys.
You can at least admit that telling a woman how to breastfeed her child was wrong.
I would be willing to concede such an argument if it wasn't something I'm so well versed in. Let me explain. You see, a gypsy's breast is typically in the cup size of B to C, albeit small. It provides ample milk for her freshborn.
Your ego is going to kill us. Admit to yourself you can be wrong. For us.
I can be wrong. But I just think a mother should breastfeed her child.
They killed him! What is this, bro? This is Meat Canyon. This is Meat Canyon, bro. What the fuck did you do to Meat Canyon, bro? I don't know why I'm not subbed. Oh my god, my throat. he turned into that snake. Yeah, Poopy, this is what you need to be drawing, bro. This is like next level foot shit. Okay, look. It was like that snake. It's like a Chinese thing, isn't it? The snake that eats itself. Isn't that Chinese? It's Greek. Sad news. Is this what? What? What is this? You sent me an announcement about this VTuber not being able to pump her breast milk while she streams because she injured her nipple from pumping her breast milk too much. I'm not drawing that. I don't care. I don't care what you send me. I'm not drawing that. I did that once. You did that. I'm yelling I'm yelling too much. Ah, dude, there's a 25. Wait, the deserved downfall. What does this guy sound like? It took me longer to realize that I like to admit that the joke was him putting his foot in his mouth. It's okay, at night. Eventually, I'm sure it was very clear, right? Windmill? Where? Oops. No? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I need to see. Frick. Dude, I already watched most of the new Internet Historian video on Alana's stream. I watched it on Alana's stream, so I don't want to watch it again. But also...
Pirate software will go down.
Okay. This guy's got a decent enough video essay voice. Let's learn about why else he's annoying. I've already reported you to the British police. Guys, that's why I know Lumi told me to draw Marion's nipples, but... Oh, that freaked me out, guys. When I get tired, I hallucinate spiders. Specifically spiders. I hallucinate spiders a lot when I'm tired. And a lot of times I will put... I don't know how to explain this. Before we watch the video, let me put the music back on. I don't know how to explain this without sounding like a schizophrenic freak. I was playing Blue Archive earlier. But, so, like, my desk is here. This is my desk. Where's my pen? This is my desk. And it's like, you know, my monitor is right here-ish. My main monitor's here, my, like, side monitor is here. Like that. Like, that's my desk. And then there's, like, more desk over here, but, like, whatever. So, I usually sit here, and then a lot of times... Okay, the way I will have my legs kicked out here, and I will put, like, one of my feet will be, like, right here. And, like, my toe is poking up between the desk and the wall. And sometimes if I'm tired or if I'm focused on, like, whatever's going on this screen, I'll think that there's a spider crawling up my wall, but it's actually me, like, tapping my foot. Yeah, this is mounted on my wall. I get worried. And a lot of time, I don't know. Like, genuinely, it's, like, to the point that I don't know. Like, maybe my room is infested with spiders, but I've never, like, really seen it. It's, like, I keep, like, maybe I am really seeing them, and it's just every time I see a spider, it skitters out of sight immediately when I go to double take. But every single time, I double take and they're not there, so I have to assume I'm hallucinating them. But yeah, it happens when I'm laying in bed all the time. But it's like every single time they skitter out of view. No webs, no. No webs. But I'm very afraid of bugs. I hate bugs, but spiders I hate the most. I hate spiders very much. I know they're good, and the spiders eat all like the nasty things, like the little. This is my mosquito rendition. Not very good. That's my mosquito rendition. Bed bugs. I've never seen bed bugs in real life. I feel like they'd be pretty scary. I freaking hate spiders. They're scary. Do you turn arachnophobia mode on in games? Does anybody have the clip of when I first tried Satisfactory and didn't know that it had, like, spiders that would literally, like, Five Nights at Freddy's jump... Like, Five Nights at Freddy's style jump scare you? And I was, like, screaming? That was... No, you didn't miss that, Crater. That was, like, 3 years ago. It's fine. That was a really long time ago. I don't blame you. But... the good times? Dude, I have a lot of trees. I live in, like, it's rural. I live in, like, a swamp. I live in, like, literally, if I look out my window, it's just swamp. I'm like a bog troll, yeah. Exactly, yeah, this clip. This is a really old clip. This was before my microphone was, like, set up right, so I don't know how the volume's gonna be. This is one of my old model too. Look at that face. Look at that silly little face. She's like the young version of me. Oh, this is like after. Oh, this is the other exit. Oh. Yeah, well that one's not too loud actually. This was before I had the microphone that I use. This was literally over 3 years ago. That's pretty crazy, over 3 years ago. You sound different? It's because I used a totally different microphone. Full of life. This Miia was actually probably less full of life, because this Miia was working a full-time job. This is the Miia that had a full-time job, so she probably had no light. No light. She had money, though. Yeah, she did have money, though. What was I going for? We had freaking pirate software. This video. Just so I can, like, so I can justify not liking him, I gotta learn a little bit.
In history, as one of the most spectacular downfalls the internet
I just worked.
has ever seen. His Twitch viewership is a third of what it used to be. He's losing tens of thousands of subscribers on YouTube every day, and worst of all, he's become the lolcow of the internet, with millions of people raking him over the coals for everything he says or does.
Well, isn't like the only like really bad things he did was like he just has a really big ego. He's got a really big ego, and he's annoying and gay, and he's a furry, and he works for Blizzard.
At this point, he has no one to blame but himself.
I cannot believe his ego. His ego is so out of control, I feel like he's only a week or two away from exclusively referring to himself in third person, like Stone Cold Steve Austin. And that's the truth, because Pirate Software says...
Because Pirate Software says so!
So, like that. It's crazy.
He could have avoided this entire controversy with just 3 words. I was wrong. But his ego and arrogance got in the way of him admitting fault, turning him from a beloved and respected figure to one of the most hated personalities on the internet, all in a matter of days.
Yeah, give me the toad one. Give me the toad one.
Hey Mario.
Hey Mario.
That big old 500-pound some bitch Bowser just took the damn princess and used all the star power to put everybody in paintings. Now I need you to take your ass inside those paintings and recover the stars with a little bit of jumping, what? A little bit of punching, what? And a little bit of ass whooping, what? To save Princess Peach. And that's the bottom line, 'cause Stone Toad said so.
God, I freaking love that clip so. 'Cause Stone Toad said so. I love that clip so much. Oh my god.
Hi.
Hi. Greg, thank you so appreciate it. Yeah, I love that clip.
Hi,
peak.
I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly
Hi,
YouTube
YouTube
documentaries,
guy. Wow.
and today we're taking a look at how you've watched multiple of my videos and aren't yet subscribed. Just kidding. We're taking a look at the deserved downfall of Pirate Software, his monumental fall from
looks like a
grace,
soy
and
face.
how, even after losing everything, he's continuing to make the situation worse for himself.
I'm going to be honest with you. I hope that your initiative gets everything you asked for.
Oh! That's why he's bad, because he hates Stop Killing Games. That's right. That's what he did that was objectively bad. He was like the head of the anti-Stop Killing Games movement, which, you know, doesn't really sound great. Doesn't really sound great. He's against the Stop Killing Games movement. He's against the stop. He wants live service games forever. Only live service games that you don't own forever.
But nothing you wanted.
However, to fully grasp why the internet is so mad at Pirate Software, we
That
have to
one is
understand what
justified.
made them
That's
popular
stupid.
in the first place.
His-
Jason Hall,
his
better
dad.
known as Thor, originally started his career back
Wait, his name isn't even... I thought his name was Thor. Wait, so he's got multiple alter egos. I thought Pirate Software was his handle and Thor was his name. But his name isn't even Thor. His middle name is Thor. Oh, okay. Grug, thank you for the gift sub to Grug, son of Grug. Oh my god, you guys are... Wait, that's your son. That's your son. We've got a happy family in chat. Wow. Life.
2004 as a game developer for Blizzard, the company that made titles like World of Warcraft and Overwatch. After leaving his job at Blizzard, he worked at Amazon Studio for a while, before quitting from there as well and becoming a hacker for the US government.
So, after that, I ended up going to work for the United States Department of Energy because I'm a
What?
hacker, offensive security guy, and I hacked.
He's lying, right? Saying he was a hacker for... Is he being serious? Saying he's a hacker for the government? Is he dumb? What?
Power plants for the federal government.
But after a year of doing his job, he resigned.
He said he hacked power plants for the federal government. It was a social engineering thing. So he wasn't a hacker. He was the guy that would go to the power plant dressed up in like a high-vis vest and say, "Oh, I'm here for the inspection today. Your boss should have told you that I'm here to do the inspection today." And then he'd go into the power plant and like steal shit. He sent phishing emails. That's so
from
dumb.
there as well, and
the
started
heck?
working full-time on his indie game RPG named Heartbound in 2017. He also started doing daily live streams under the name of his studio, Pirate Software, showcasing his game development process on Twitch. However, while Heartbound saw some success in its early days, even getting played by Jacksepticeye at one point, he was still relatively unknown on the internet. But then, in 2022, he made a small decision that would end up changing his life forever.
Oh my god,
on
I'm
January
literally
7th,
tweaking out. Hold on. Anytime, dude, I don't know why my art pops off. Hold on, watch this. Bam, 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 bam. I'm a streamer, by the way. It pissed me off so bad. Okay.
17th
And my phone keeps going off. My phone keeps going off. Literally, my phone keeps going off. I'm like, I don't know what to do.
2022, Thor posted his first short video on YouTube titled Imposter Syndrome. It was a clip from one of his
Wait, when
first
did he
short
start-
video on YouTube
Wait.
titled
Wait! He's literally a fucking industry plant. He started in 2022? What?
Imposter Syndrome. It was a clip from one of his Twitch streams where he gave valuable advice to an inexperienced developer.
I don't wish to fail myself because I'm terrified of actually releasing something to the world I've worked on for over 3 years. Dear God, I am so terrified.
Hey, Thornstar. That feeling never goes away.
Okay.
It never does. I am constantly afraid to release every single piece of content I ever work on this game. I am constantly afraid to get onto stream and, like, not be, you know, whatever it is that
Well, what do
expect
people
me to
even
do.
expect?
I am constantly afraid that I'm going to create content that no one wants
He
to
never
hang
released his game?
out with, that no one wants to look at, no one wants to care about.
Yeah, I get the vibe that this guy had like a bit of like an accelerated boogie arc. Where like he first started, people were like, oh my god, this guy is so cool and genuine and he's so smart. What a kind soul. And then it turned out that he's like actually an asshat. Like, so it's like a really fast boogie arc. Instead of it taking like 10 years for the downfall, it only took like 2.
And that's just how that is. The thing is,
Yeah, he does sound humble.
you can't stop. You shouldn't stop.
This ended up being a bigger success than he could have ever imagined, amassing over 850,000
That's a
views to
lot.
date. More importantly, this shorts became a fantastic first impression for all these new viewers.
Yeah,
who now
exactly, because people are like, oh shit, he's nice. He's nice.
saw him as
His voice helps? Yeah, but apparently chat said he uses a voice changer. Yeah, it's decent advice, but he did say it in like a way that made it sound like really profound. It's like, yeah, obviously you can't give up.
someone exceptionally wise and intelligent. After seeing the potential of short-form content, Thor went all in on this new format and started posting
I've had people tell me that I need to do short form content, like YouTube Shorts. They're like, dude, they're like, Mia, you're shooting yourself in the foot by not posting shorts. And I'm like, but I don't like editing them. I don't care. I don't care. I don't like editing. I hate editing videos. I hate it. You can't make me do it. I don't like it. I don't like it. No, I don't want to make shorts. Grr. I got a holograph limb.
He also recently called VTuber Miia chud.
He called who a chud? He called me a chud? Hire Zincro. Zincro, can I pay you in pesos instead of US dollars?
shorts almost daily, and it wasn't long before they were picked up by the YouTube
sold.
algorithm.
I'll do it.
As a result, Thor became a regular
As long as I don't have to pay you in US dollars, I'm fine. Oh my god, chat! Roblox, yesterday, as of yesterday, Roblox added, UGC emotes, user-generated content. Right, anybody can make an emote and upload it. They're adding, like, Heil Hitler emotes, but they keep getting taken down. And I got one that was, like, their backshots emotes. I got a backshots emote and a, like, a... What is it? I don't know what it's called. But I have an emote for my Roblox avatar that makes it do this. Okay, it's like I start like this, you know, I start like this, that, and then it does that, or whatever. Like that. Can you guys see? Like a thrusting one. I have like a thrusting emote.
presence on the YouTube homepage for anyone even slightly interested in game development, bringing in millions of new viewers almost overnight. People also loved almost everything about his content, from his behind-the-curtain knowledge of game development.
Most publishers want 30 to 70% of your income from your game. 30 to 70%.
That's a lot
Some
of
of them want
money.
100% upfront until they recoup their costs of marketing your game.
And random tips and tricks.
Oh, that makes sense, I
Take
guess,
your mouse
actually.
and you put your mouse inside of MS Paint.
Yeah?
And then you hold spacebar. And then you use the arrow keys, you can draw like an Etch-a-Sketch.
To his
Is that true? That might actually... Is it true? Oh my god. Guys, I hate to say it, but... Pirate Software is right, you guys. Pirate Software is right. Heartbreaking. The worst person you know just made a good point. He's actually cooking, you guys. I'm not gonna lie, he might be cooking with that one.
his odd and often amusing
We have to
opinions.
uncancel him now!
They mixed Dr. Pepper and beans.
I'd eat that.
They mixed Dr. Pepper and beans. They taste like Dr. Pepper? Hell yeah, they do. And they're amazing. They are delicious.
Guys,
As
we
a
need to
fan comment
uncancel
under
him.
one of his first YouTube streams
Guys,
stated,
we need to uncancel him because I think those I just saw 2 good takes back to back. I'm not gonna lie. I love Dr. Pepper. I think Dr. Pepper baked beans would be good. Can you deepen your voice? I don't know how. Wait, is there like a filter on like my microphone that I can like do a pitch filter? Hold on. Filters. Add a filter. What is that? What does that mean? Okay, what is it? No. Okay, look, I have it here. No, don't do that. Look, what filter? Equalizer? I have a compressor and an expander. I know these make the microphone quieter. These make it quieter. These make it quieter. And I cannot, guys, you guys are gonna like, I'm gonna blast your headphones out if I turn off my make the microphone quieter filters. Upward compressor? What does this do? Does that do anything? The top one? 3-band equalizer. Okay. Wait, so what is it? Okay. I can't hear it. What does this do? Is this gonna make my voice lower? Did it? Did it do anything? Wait, what? Wait, somebody clip this. I don't know what I sound like. What does it sound like? Lower the high. Okay, now what does it sound like? What does it sound like? I need you to clip it. I don't know what I sound like. It sounds like you're in a closet. Oh shit, okay. What if I do that? Is that better? What? I can't hear you! I'm right here! It sounds worse. Hello? I am under the water. I am drowning. What do I do? Come out of the closet? Okay. Is it better? Boost the low to the top and the high and mid to nothing. Okay, do you hear me now? What is this? Oh, it's muted. Did it? Did it do anything? That doesn't sound different. Wait. I'm under the water? I'm under the water? What do I do? Hello? I am under the water. I have to make the high one higher. I sound like I'm in a Pringles can. Okay. Put the high all the way up and the mid all the way down. Like that? I sound like this now? Do I sound like a man now? Do I sound like pirate software? Uh-oh, what did I do? Uh-oh. And what did that do? What did that do? What did that do? Why did you guys all scream? You guys scared me. Okay, now I'm normal again. I'm normal again. No! No! You guys get normal! Normal. Oh, it got loud. It made me really loud. Okay. I'm under the water. What? I'm under the water. What do I do? What the hell? Hello? I am under the water. Please help me. I am drowning. What the fuck, dude?
It's Thor. Wow. First I've heard of you was yesterday from the shorts. You were everything I've been looking for in terms of knowledgeable game dev, storyteller, and straight up kind human. Keep it up, badass. The popularity of his content on YouTube also translated into his Twitch viewership skyrocketing past any expectations he might have had. It reached a point where he broke the Twitch hype train record 4 different times and gained over 80,000 paid subscribers on the platform. By 2020,
dude, why was he an asshat? He had it all, dude. He literally like he was making like freaking 6 figures. That's like 6 figures a month. And then he had to, and then how can you have that much of an ego?
2004, Thor's career had reached an all-time high. Millions of fans eagerly consumed everything he released, and the vast majority held him in very high regard. As a thankful viewer puts it, this is the most motivating and helpful individual I've found in the game dev space. And that's saying quite a lot, as most devs are so helpful and encouraging. This man makes me feel like my dreams are within my grasp, and that's so rare to find. He was on track to become one of the legendary figures of online gaming, right alongside the likes of Jacksepticeye and Markiplier. But then 2025 rolled around, and a single live stream nearly shattered.
I really thought that kind of looks like Mr. Beast. I don't know why. I'm sorry.
And Markiplier. But then 2025 rolled around, and a single live stream nearly shattered the trust and support Thor'd spent years building.
I didn't play well. Other people in the group didn't play well. They pinned it on me. That's it. There was one of the players that was very vocal about saying it was all my fault, and then the rest of the community.
You roached!
And now it's become a content play for people to pick at me, and that's kind of it.
It all started on January 12th, 2025, when Thor decided to stream a hardcore World of Warcraft raid with other streamers and veteran players. At one point during the raid, the situation became dire, and instead of helping his teammates in any way, Thor decided to run away. This resulted in 2 other players' characters dying, which for those of you who aren't familiar with World of Warcraft hardcore, this means that—
Right. I keep showing you guys that clip of Corey raging in hardcore World of Warcraft. Wait, hold on. Let me find— yeah, let's get some context. Let's get some context. Best World of Warcraft only plays. Okay.
Hey guys, this is Oni Plays.
Hey guys, playing.
So, let's see what level. Oh, do they die at the end? What level is this character?
Oh, thank fucking G.
Hey, this is like a level 2 character. This is a level 2 character. This is a level 2 character, and listen to how he rages.
Corey trolled Adam and knocked him off the boat. Then Adam made me go off the boat, and I guess that Adam told me to step sea serpent. Oh no.
Great going.
Oh my god. Adam told me to step. You told me to get off the boat, so I got off of it. I avenged myself. Say release spirit. Click release spirit.
This is— you are so fucking stupid. Why did you get off the boat?
That's what I'm saying. Editor, replay the clip where they said to get off the boat. Wait, get off the boat. Dave, hop in the water, you fucking troll. Okay.
You literally just walked off the boat! No one fucking told you to!
Yeah.
I told you to stay on the boat, you asshole!
Yeah.
You genuine fucking idiot!
I gave you the keyboard to help me!
You fucking moron!
Release
you
spirit,
dropped me
release
into the
spirit,
water,
release
you sack of fucking
Click
shit!
release spirit. What does release spirit do?
You fucking idiot!
Oh, how are we still
Can't play
alive?
the game anymore, you fucking— You fucking idiot! You had one fucking thing! Stay—
This crash out is over a level 2 character. Now imagine you had put 100 times the amount of hours into this. Or I don't know. Yeah, probably 100 times the amount of hours into this. Maybe even more because they were already maxed out. Right? And imagine you lose that character, dude.
Those characters were now lost forever. The players would have to grind the game for weeks to get back to the same level again. But rather than admitting fault or even showing remorse, Thor decided to be arrogant about it and put all the blame on
Corey
others.
turned into a
Just
black
you're
hole.
angry right now. Of course I'm
Don't be angry.
You overpulled 2 packs. You overpulled 2 packs and a boss. I had 1,400 mana left. I had to spend all of that mana to try and put it on Blizzard to save you guys in the first place, and nothing left. You weren't paying attention to party resources. You overpulled, and
Dude,
you
he's
weren't
kind
paying
of being
attention
an
to what it was.
ass.
That's not on me.
This showed the egotistical side of Thor
He's
that
such an
admittedly
ass. Oh my
was already
God.
present in his content.
It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction.
But his fans didn't pay much attention to it, since till this point, Thor was seen as a passionate, talented developer who genuinely cared about the gaming community, so his occasional cockiness was written off as confidence rather than a red flag. However, even after getting
Oh, guess what? Minty Sanya, I think you should follow the artist that made my VTuber model. Oh my god, you did! Thank you! Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Don't, the artist is fucking lazy.
called out by other streamers.
What the hell, man? Why not just apologize?
Like I said, huge pirate fan, love the content. This is not the look.
Thor did not budge,
I only made one
and even
character
doubled
ever.
down.
It's me.
Wants me to sit down, grovel on my knees, and be like, "I'm so sorry, Mr.
Yes!
Yamato.
It's not that hard to apologize! That's what I don't understand with these freaking egotistical streamers. Like, it's not that bad to just say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They, like, those words don't come out. He has, like, a personality disorder. Well, like, narcissistic personality disorder.
All my fault, the mage.
Yes.
I won't do it again.
Yes.
I'm so sorry that
Yes, literally, you're supposed to say, I'm sorry, I won't do it again.
that tank overpulled 2 packs and a boss. Oh, man, oh, God. Next time I'll save you from the big, mean 2 packs and a boss that tank pulled. Are you kidding me, dude?
This incident put his behavior into a completely different light. While this controversy faded away in a few weeks, it formed the first crack in Thor's impeccable online reputation. And it's only been downhill from there. But to fully understand the controversy that's killing Thor's career, we have to go back in time to the end of 2023.
Also, good night, Smoker Potato. Thank you for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. Yeah, dude. I mean, like, yeah, if I was in that situation, I would have roached. Because, okay, like, if I was in a situation and I was the mage, I wouldn't be the mage because I'm play mage. But if I was in that situation, I would have roached. But because obviously, yeah, if it's 2 packs and a boss, there's no way. They would have all died. But I would have said, I'm sorry. I would have at least apologized, because obviously if you roached, you'd be like, yeah, I did. What's your main? Paladin.
On December 14th, 2023, Ubisoft announced that it would be shutting down the servers for its multiplayer racing game called The Crew in April of 2024. However, unlike many other multiplayer games where an internet connection is only needed for playing against others online, The Crew required players to be online at all times. In other words, Ubisoft shutting down the servers meant that players would no longer be able to access the game they paid for. This also meant losing access to the game's—
I can't, like, how can you see something like this happen and then say that, yeah, I think online, like, I think live service games are a good thing? Like, how can you hear about something like this and be like, yeah, I think all games should be live service?
single-player campaign, which should have been fully offline. This sparked intense online backlash, as players felt like they were being robbed of the game they paid for with their hard-earned money. What made the situation even worse was that this wasn't the first game to shut down like this, and it was clear it wouldn't be the last. So to fight back against greedy publishers, Ross from Accursed Farms spent months creating a potential solution.
But now we have a new option. Proposing new law.
It looks kind of like Asmongold.
It took months to get put together and processed, but now we have a European Citizens Initiative.
Oh, he's
to prevent the
European.
wholesale destruction of video games. You can read it yourself. This would require publishers to leave games they have sold to customers in a working state at the time of shutdown.
Yeah, why would Pirate Software be against this? Why, like, what, reasonably, like, is there any reasonable, logical justification as to why somebody would be against this, saying the publishers, when they remove, like, live service, they should leave the game in a playable offline state? Because his daddy's company would suffer. It's just money? His game? Blizzard corrupted him. Yeah, dude, fuck Blizzard.
Without requiring any further—
I say that as somebody who— Blizzard's gotten a lot of money out of me, okay? Blizzard has gotten a lot of money out of me. But fuck Blizzard.
connection to them or affiliated parties for the games to function.
This solution took the form of a petition, which,
because
unlike
the government shouldn't be making laws about shit like this. I mean, that's the thing, like, yeah, it seems like, obviously this is definitely out of, like, the jurisdiction of what a government should be able to do. But at the same time, no publishing company would ever take an initiative like this because it would make them less money. Like, I don't know.
Largely useless change.org petitions had actual legal weight. If this petition reached 1 million signatures, lawmakers in the EU were legally required to discuss the matter in an official setting. And if passed, this new law would require game makers to ensure that their games are still playable after they stop supporting them.
We're just trying to stop games from being destroyed. That's it. So we're taking as narrow an approach as possible that still solves the problem. If we
But
get enough
that's the thing. Like, stop buying live service games and they'll stop making them. This is true. I think pretty much every game I play on stream is an offline game. Because I don't really do multiplayer stuff on stream. But, like, the average, like, NPC consumer, they're gonna keep buying it. It doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter.
And this goes before the European Union to be considered as new law.
This would be a net positive outcome for gamers around the world. Unfortunately, this initiative had one major weakness right from the get-go, and that was Ross's reach. You see, his subscriber count was just a third of the number of signatures needed to make this a success.
Holy moly.
And since he's based in the US, most of these subs weren't eligible EU citizens either.
Yeah,
So
okay, like the one live service game that I do enjoy, like, okay, like Nintendo's got some live service games. Like, let me think. Like when when they removed like the live service for the first Splatoon game, you can still play the game. Like, you can still play the game. It's got a single player mode and everything. You can go into the game, you can play the game. There's no online support anymore. But it's still playable. Right? Like, I wish the games would just do that. I wish games would do that instead of just being like, no more game. No more game anymore.
counteract this weakness,
Also, hi,
Ross called out
Delio!
other creators and asked them to spread the word about this initiative.
Silver.
He even made himself available for any interviews or follow-up discussions.
If you're watching this, you may be a critical link in all this. Because you
Yeah. No, guys, Splatoon has a story mode. Splatoon has a single-player campaign. Every Splatoon game has a single-player campaign. Splatoon 2 has a single-player campaign and a DLC campaign, and Splatoon 3 also has a DLC campaign. The story is Mia and Marina's 20-hour-long sex tape. Yeah, I like Pearl more than Marina, so I'll let it slide. It has a gooning mode. Dude, Marina is sexy though. Like, actually. Look, bro. This is canon. Show me a back view of this outfit. There's gonna, if I Google back view, it's gonna be like pornography. But like, genuinely, like, her ass crack is out. This is her DLC outfit in the newest game. She's such a baddie. Look at her ass is so fat. Look at this, bro. Look at this, bro. These are like official renders. These are official renders from the game.
Oh boy, I can't wait for all the war crimes today.
Yes, yes. Okay, yeah, this is like this was the render in like the art book or whatever. Look! She's got the cum gutters. I don't know the word for them, but that's what people call them online. She's so bad. Like, look. This is her, like, this is her base outfit. She's got, like, her pussy out. She's really hot. I wish I could find a render of, like, the back view. Maybe, like, model. 3D model. I'm not gonna, I'm gonna search back view. I am. You know what, chat? I am gonna search a back view. Okay, or like, this is like such a low-res thing. Or it's like people do renders with her models in like friggin' Gmod and stuff. They look really ugly, but it is her model. It is still her model, but it just looks pretty ugly. Actually, I have her amiibo. No, I have her amiibo sealed in its box. I don't take her amiibo out of the box because, like, resale value. I'm kidding. I just don't take it out of the box. Look. Look at this, bro. She got her ass out. But you can, like, literally see her ass crack in this outfit. Look at it, dude. She got a huge butt. She's literally, she's like a baddie nerd hacker, bro. She's like a baddie hacker. She's like a fat ass, like, nerdy black hacker girl. She's hot as fuck. She's literally hot as fuck, dude. Okay, look. Look. This is insane, bro. I like the other one more. You like Pearl? Yeah, this is good. This is so peak. Look at that, bro. I like Pearl. I like Pearl more. Pearl is like an incel. She's not an incel. But that's like the vibe she has. She's a rapper. That's Pearl. She's a rapper and she's white. She's like... Pearl is the only character in the series that is canonically cussed. She canonically cusses. And they have to like bleep it out. I like her. I wish I could see her... what is it? Her DLC outfit is cool. This is her Splatoon 2 DLC outfit. Hold on. Also, this is, dude, this is like, I'm not gonna lie. This is an insane outfit. This is like their lolly character. This is like Splatoon's lolly. Yeah, look, she's got like giant, she's like really, really tiny. And she's got she always wears giant clothes. This is like her spacesuit. This is like her spacesuit outfit. I like Pearl. She's literally my favorite. That's what she looks like. What is another clip of her? Yeah, and this is like the official 2D art. This is like official 2D art. See, like she's got like crazy shades. I like her. I like her. Yeah, show me like the... Can I get a better render? Like, these are what the amiibos look like. These are what the amiibos look like. They look really good. I have them. I have these amiibos. I have all the Splatoon ones. I have every single one. Which, like, do you know how many Splatoon amiibos Nintendo has released? Like, over the years, they've released, like, hundreds of dollars worth of amiibos. Okay. So this is Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2. Where are the inklings for Splatoon 2? This isn't even all of them. Where are the recolors? So they have a girl, squid, and boy, and then they have a recolor. So there's a green, like a green, orange, purple, I think, is the recolor. Or maybe it's orange, green, purple? Like green, orange, or lime, orange, and purple, like recolors. And then they have octopus ones for Splatoon 2. Boy, girl, octopus. And then they have inklings for Splatoon 2. And they've got the... Yeah, they've got the inklings for Splatoon 2. And then they've got... Oh, what is it? Then they have Splatoon 3 ones for the idols. And then the characters. Where's all of them? Show me all of them. Yeah, see, look. There's the girl, boy, squid. Girl, boy, squid. Girl, boy, squid. Girl, boy, octopus. And then girl, boy, fish. And then a revamp of the original. And then Splatoon 1 idols, Splatoon 2 idols, Splatoon 3 idols. But then the Splatoon, and then the idols also have alt outfit versions too. Amiibos are kind of expensive, you guys. For what they are, amiibos are kind of fucking expensive, by the way. They're kind of fucking expensive. Yeah, but... Yeah. So I'm scared to take mine out of the box. They're really overpriced. Why would anybody buy them? Because I love them. Wait, look. No, this is the... Where's my... I got the Splatoon 3 ones in, like, individually... Okay, wait, hold on. Let me... I have to move my giant Hosho Marine standee because I think it's in the way of my camera. Hold on. My camera not working anymore? Oh. Yeah. My giant... Like, my ginormous Hosho Marine standee. It's, like, really big. But see, dude, like, I got them in all of my, they're Japanese amiibos, so I don't want to take them out of the box, but, like, look, dude, she's freaking baddie. Look, and she's got, like, her pussy out. Like, look at how low-rise her pants are, dude. This is kind of crazy. And then, wait, what else? And see, here's the other one. Here's the other girl. This is the one. Yes! You can use the NFC things. You can use the NFC readers to clone amiibo still. That's still a thing. You can scan the, like, NFC, like, little thing on the bottom through the box. So I don't even need to take them out of the box to use them. But, like, wait. Okay, where are my Pearl and Did I put them on display again? Oh, they're sitting on the top of my, yeah. My Pearl and Marina ones are on display because I really like them. But I also have the Figma sets. You know, they don't, not just amiibos, they have fucking Figmas. They have Figmas. So I have the girl Figma set. I have this. Look, people are reselling this for $450. I have this set too. People are reselling this for $450. I got it for like, I got this for like $150 from like the Nintendo store or whatever. Yeah, so I have these Figmas. I have the girl Figmas and the off the hook Figmas. Yeah, I know. The resale value goes crazy. That's why I love hoarding merch. I'm like crazy about, I love Splatoon, dude. I forgot what we were talking about, but I freaking love Splatoon. Okay.
YouTubers, streamers, etc. about this initiative.
I love it.
And maybe they'll pick it up. Now, I'm offering myself for interviews,
I'm offering my body
to almost anyone with a European audience of some size.
And that's where Thor
it's not, well, it's not even Beanie Babies because it's not mindless consumption. I started playing, dude, I've been into Splatoon literally for 10 years. That's like probably, Splatoon was probably the game that like shaped my personality the most, unfortunately. But I logged over 1,000 hours on the first game. I don't play it on stream. It's not a stream game. It's like my hobby. It's not a fun game. Yeah. I had over 1,000. There are 3 Splatoon games. I had over 1,000 hours on the first one.
The picture. He came across the Stop Killing Games initiative in August of 2024. Now, given his history of speaking in favor of the gamers and developers, and against greedy publishers, people naturally...
Splatoon is actually why I started drawing digitally. I think my first digital art... I don't know if it was my first digital art. Do I have the Google Photos app on my phone? Maybe I do. Hold on. Google Photos. I think my very first digital art I did on my phone, I did it with my finger on my phone, was like a Splatoon OC. That's like how I started drawing on the computer, was making Splatoon OCs.
Expected him to throw his full support behind the campaign.
No late
However, this couldn't have been further
We're learning about Thor. Pirate software.
from the truth.
Now, this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is
What an asshat.
Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
Not only did he dislike the idea of Stop Killing Games, his choice of words was harsh to say the least.
That is awful. That is a horrible direction. That's awful, dude. Now, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours.
What?
This sucks. That's a really stupid move. That's an incredibly stupid move. I think this is complete garbage. All of this can eat then. I dropped the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that.
He's
they can eat my
punchable.
entire...
I don't like hearing
This
him
was
say
a
this.
shock to many of his viewers. So Thor published 2 full videos
Pirate software is bad?
to clarify his point of view further. And while these videos saw plenty of pushback from fans who were flabbergasted by his decision to oppose what they saw as something good, it ultimately resulted in the Stop Killing Games movement receiving significantly less support than it would have if Thor supported it as well. You have to remember that this was all before the World of Warcraft hardcore fiasco. Back then, the broader gaming community still viewed Thor as a beacon of insight and authority in game development. Ross tried to combat the negative reception by publishing a FAQ video to clear any misconceptions about Stop Killing Games.
Oh my god, let me see what I can show you guys. But yeah, we're talking about, okay. What is my... This is my freaking 2015. Yeah, I had like, dude, look, I was like just screenshotting this shit on my phone. Did I even have a phone? Maybe it was my iPod Touch. I don't even know, man. It's... Dude, I'm looking at screenshots on my phone from 2015. Like, in my Google Photo, like, archive. And it's, like, literally, like, some Splatoon edit. And then, like, a screenshot from 4chan. When was this? July 26, 2015. July 26, 2015. And I must have actually been on 4chan because the screenshot was taken the same day the post was made. Genuine screenshot of the post was taken about like 12 hours after it was posted on 4chan, so like I must have like actually been on there.
This wasn't as effective as he would have liked,
Self-report? Why would you even give a shit? That was 10 years ago.
resulting in Stop Killing Games.
What does the post say? It's actually pretty wholesome. It's actually pretty wholesome because I was literally 13 at the time. It's one of those smug, like a smug frog, and it says, it's a green text thing. It says, someone tells me to have a good day. Don't. This is 2015, you guys. This is 2015 humor, okay? Look, hold on, let me see if I can. Let me make sure this doesn't like dox me anymore. Yeah. 2015. That's what it is. I screenshotted that on my phone. It's over 10 years ago. Over 10 years ago, you guys. That's the shit I was saving on my phone when I was 13.
Losing all momentum and essentially becoming dead on arrival. Is 2025, and turning an idea into an online business needs to be lightning fast. So Odoo's e-commerce tool gets a store live and profitable in minutes. Big thanks to Odoo for sponsoring this video. Odoo is an all-in-one management platform that gives entrepreneurs everything they need, from invoicing and accounting to inventory, project management, website creation, and more. With Odoo's e-commerce builder, you can launch an online store fast. The built-in configurator asks a few questions, then an AI drafts your.
Oh yeah, AI, don't care. I don't care. Give me Thor. Give me Thor. I don't care about
That being said, let's get back into the video. For the next 10 months, it looked like, despite Ross's good intentions, his initiative was doomed to fail spectacularly. But then, he did something that no one saw coming. On June 22nd, 2025, Ross uploaded an hour-long video titled "The End of Stop Killing Games," talking about the disappointing state of the petition.
The European Citizens Initiative failing kind of stings. Again, this one is crazy powerful, but the hurdle we just couldn't get past was that it requires 1 million signatures from citizens of EU countries. And we've only made it just under halfway.
And after thanking many of the creators that voiced their support for their campaign, he shifted his focus towards the elephant in the room, the one creator whose coverage was straight up poisonous for the initiative, Thor.
This video came out right as we were building momentum, then except for one boost in Germany, the signatures started drying up like clockwork.
Ross also revealed why he didn't make a direct response to Thor until now.
This put me in kind of a no-win scenario too. Because if I ignored it, then a lot of people are going to get misinformed about the campaign. But if I did a response video, which is not something I wanted to do anyway, then it might look like drama farming, which could understandably turn off a lot of people from the campaign, because it's not about that at all. So I quickly made this video trying to clear up all
It's his orb. It's his orb of wisdom. Ross's orb of wisdom.
misconceptions and concerns about the initiative, with timestamps for everyone's questions, hoping the truth would eventually come out.
His head is kind of shaped like a triangle.
You
Sorry.
can see now that was a mistake. I should have just embraced the drama.
At this point, Stop Killing Games was already on track to be a failure, so this video was one last push from Ross to make a difference. Surprisingly, this worked better than anyone could have ever expected, and one big reason for that was what Ross revealed about Thor, because as it turned out, Thor misunderstood and misrepresented the whole thing.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Oh no! He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters. That wasn't enough. We just can't stop gamers from going there.
Okay, so he's just fucking stupid. He's just stupid.
Even when we spell it out.
And Ross was having none of it.
This part hurts. To see the biggest voice on this issue get it wrong again and again and again, then put that same wrong information on blast to a far bigger audience than we can reach. It hurts. He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what we're asking for.
He even called out the clear contradiction Thor made in his own argument just seconds apart.
I think live service games getting sunsetted is fine. I've always thought that. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. I have no problems with the end of a video game.
It's when you
see. I wish he started his big YouTube video with that message instead of deleting it. Instead, he presented himself as pro-preservation and not wanting the medium to die out.
It's incredibly important to me that we keep making games and that the next generation has the tools to do so that our medium doesn't die out. And it never will. And that's the whole intention of all of this.
So he doesn't want games to die out, except he's fine with that.
Except in this scenario where it doesn't benefit him.
I think there's some cognitive dissonance going on there.
This video showed that Thor's distaste for the Stop Killing Games.
I think if you buy a live service game, it's your fault if you're upset when it dies. I think that's like fine, but it's like, I don't know. It's like, it does irk me. I've never like had this situation because I don't play games like that. Where it's like, if I want to play a game, like, I don't know, and it's, like, even if I just want to, like, run around in it offline, or, like, single player, like, just offline, and I can't do that, I'd be a little sad.
Initiative is based on complete misinterpretations.
What happens when Blue Archive shuts down? I kill myself in-game. I mean, I've spent enough money on that game. Realistically, I'd probably try to, like, sell my account or something before the game ends service. Lol.
In turn, called his credibility as an experienced and knowledgeable developer in question. However, before Thor had even a chance to respond, Ross's new video reached the one man who could bring this issue to a mainstream audience, Charlie.
And there is an initiative that has been aiming to fight back against a lot of these practices that I think really need some big overhaul. Stop destroying things that people have paid money to own.
Right, exactly. That's my thing. I'm not a developer. I don't do game stuff. But I think it's silly if somebody pays like freaking $60, $70 for something and then a few years later you're like, okay, goodbye. Out of your library. It's disappeared. Like, I think that's dumb. I don't know anything about the nuances of game development, but I just think that in itself is dumb. White people, when Charlie calls something a doo-doo fart penis, but he says like, doo-doo fart penis. But he says it like that, so it's funny.
That is a very understandable, very reasonable take. Very agreeable.
And he called out Thor's incorrect interpretation of the initiative as well.
He didn't even get the Cliff Notes summary right.
Uh-oh.
He missed all the QTEs and got the bad ending on understanding the initiative from the jump here.
He got the genocide
Ross
route.
is correct. This has nothing to do with just single-player only games that require an online connection, that when the online connection is severed, you lose access to the game. Like, yeah, that is included in all of this, but that's not, like, what the whole movement is about. And for some reason, Pirate Software is stun-locked on that, like, fixated, as if that is the actual, like, meat and potatoes of Stop Killing Games. They need to be more specific in their language about it being single-player, always online connectivity games. That's just not.
I think they just shouldn't take games. I don't. Like, doesn't that make sense? I think they just shouldn't take games from people. You pay for it, they shouldn't take your game. Like, I don't know!
But it's about, like, they're not being specific about that because that is not what they are specifically targeting.
This video from Charlie was a godsend for Stop Killing Games, as it exposed the idea to over 3.4 million people. More importantly, it highlighted Thor's flawed take and the damage it did to an otherwise positive movement. Following Charlie's video, several other creators also came forwards with their support.
I think we should take away Valorant and League of Legends, and those are really the most cancerous ones, aren't they? Val and League? Yeah, I think buying isn't owning is like the most retarded thing in the world. I think that should like not even be legal. I don't think that should be legal. Like when like the buying isn't owning. You know? Mia, do you want to share my Beyond Meat burger and soy cup with me?
For the initiative, including Jacksepticeye, the Actman, PewDiePie, and many more. The story was also picked up by countless commentary YouTubers, resulting in Thor once again receiving pushback for his opposition of Stop
It's not a game! It's a license!
Killing Games. But unlike last time, where it sort of fizzled out within weeks, the backlash wasn't showing any signs of slowing down. He started losing subscribers.
Yeah, exactly. If buying a game isn't owning the game, then piracy isn't stealing the game. If you never owned it, if you like never owned it in the first place and you don't own it when you buy it, then where does piracy fall? You need a TV license. I need a license to stream.
And followers across all platforms.
He touched our games, that's why they quiet.
And everything he did online got flooded with dislikes and angry comments.
Also freaking I remember that. I kind of want to watch the Turkey Tom video after this because somebody in chat earlier said the Turkey Tom video talked about it way more in depth. But I feel like I remember at one point he said something where he's like, yeah, I think piracy is really bad. To that degree, and it's like his whole branding is literally named Pirate Software. Guy named Pirate Software when I try to pirate some software.
Like, essentially, you will earn nothing and be happy. I reject that. Achievement unlocked, being wrong on all levels. Many of these commenters were even his own loyal fans, who now saw him as a corporate shill more than a genuinely well-intentioned developer.
That's what
as
he
a
is.
casual follower ever since the beta release of Heartbound, this is extremely disappointing to watch. The backlash was so overwhelming that it seemed like nothing he said could soften the blow or calm the outrage. However, that's not true. He still had a chance to retain some of the trust his viewers had put in him. All he had to do was admit fault, apologize, and support the Stop Killing.
Guys, surely this is an easy thing to do, right? All he has to do is say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Guys, to get the goodwill of the internet back, all he has to do is say, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
Games initiative, but knowing Thor, that was never going to happen. Just as he did after the hardcore World of Warcraft incident, Thor decided to double down here as well and stick to his stance, regardless of how wrong he was, stating, "For those that will scream his doubling down, yes, I am. I give about this initiative and what it means for games, developers, and players in the future." Near the end of this tweet, he also stated, "Just because I don't support this doesn't mean you should blindly follow me in that. Just because I said pretty words on the internet, you also shouldn't blindly bash me because some other creator said to. Watch the videos I put out, read the initiative, decide for yourself, apply critical thinking, and don't outsource it to others." Completely disregarding the responsibility he had as a creator that millions looked up to at one point. Not to mention, this also went against what he said in his initial reaction.
This is it's not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
This attitude only angered the internet more, forcing him to step away from off-brand games, the game studio Ludwig founded with his friends. However, Thor couldn't help but turn this into a source of embarrassment as well. You see, he announced his leave in a tweet, reading, "I'm no longer working at off-brand games. People were attacking all of the games we were publishing."
Holy fuck. I love the fact that community notes are like a big thing on Twitter now, because anytime these people try to be like freaking self-righteous pieces of shit and like just lie about shit, people call them out. And they get called out and they like lose out on like the revenue or whatever.
And trying to mass review bomb them. You can dislike the things I say, but this kind of behavior is unhinged.
I think
but when people
the
checked the games published by off-brand games, they didn't find a noticeable uptick in negative reviews. In other words, Thor straight up lied about his reasoning for leaving the studio. He could have simply been honest and admitted that he was stepping away to prevent any backlash from hitting the studio, which had nothing to do with his personal opinions, but his ego wouldn't let him. Instead, he chose to lie and ended up getting caught red-handed. That said, all the hate towards Thor did have—
like, why would you lie when it's like so easy? When it's like so freaking easy to like fact check them on this? Why would they lie?
Have the positive effect of making the Stop Killing Games movement go viral. This has resulted in it not only reaching its goal within days, but shooting past it with over 200,000 more at the time of writing. Thor, however, still cannot admit defeat. After the petition reached its goal, he made a tweet that contained a mixture of denial and boasting at the same time, stating, "The most interesting narrative is that my video somehow killed the initiative. This graph showed that the initiative already had a downward trend in interest when my videos dropped. My videos do not seem to have had any impact on the movement at all."
That's like so self-centered.
Making me the villain did though. Best of luck with your next steps. And as expected from him at this point, he was completely wrong once again. The graph he shared showed the lifetime signatures for the petition. If we zoom into the first 2 months instead, we can clearly see the momentum fall off a cliff the second Thor reacted to Stop Killing Games on his stream. As for his line about becoming the quote villain, Charlie had some necessary feedback on that.
I cannot believe his ego. His ego is so out of control, I feel like he's only a week or two away from exclusively referring to himself in third person.
Wait, didn't you guys say he actually did that?
Old fucking Steve Austin. And that's the truth, cause Pirate Software said so. Like that. It's crazy how he's responded. The smugness is nails on a chalkboard. It just makes you feel icky listening to it.
Exactly.
Even when he's trying to back down, he can't help but create more drama.
I've been called a zoo.
I know, Derek. Turkey Tom does not do the research. Turkey Tom does not do the research for any of his videos. He just does the voiceover.
Corporate plant, degenerate, narcissist, nepo baby, and many other names.
Because
and they
it's
attack all the
true!
accomplishments over my life, despite physical evidence to prove to the contrary. And they
What,
also
that
went
you're
after
a-
every job I ever held.
That he's a freaking U.S. Department of Energy hacker.
Trying to say that I never worked them, or if I did work them, that I
4chan.
never deserved them. So I'm going to be honest with you. I hope that your initiative gets everything you asked for, but nothing you wanted.
Effectively saying that what Stop Killing Games is asking for is not what gamers want, and somehow he's the only one who knows this. Which makes sense when you consider the fact that even Dr. K, a trained psychologist, recognized Thor as a highly arrogant person.
I think sometimes the things that I...
Oh, wait! Dr. K's like a legit... Okay. Holy moly. He cheated on his wife? What? Oh yeah, Turkey Tom does cheat on his girlfriend. Yeah, that's true.
talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there.
Thank you for the T-Bab!
So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
Yeah.
That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
And he's just like laughing it off!
Hey, I don't see it that way, but all right.
At the
I
end
did
of
see, he's like, I don't see it that way, but I guess. He's talking to like a legitimate, like, this is the authority on the subject. This is an authority on the subject, and he's like, he says, this statement is this. He's like, well, I don't see it that way.
the day, Thor is simply too far gone. He had months to set things right, but he didn't, because in his mind, he could never be wrong. Now that egotistical
Wait,
viewpoint
Thor cheated on his wife with a gay furry?
has become the reason for his disastrous yet deserved downfall, leaving him with two options for the future. He can still admit that he was wrong and apologize. This wouldn't stop the backlash anytime soon, but some people will recognize his attempt to correct his mistake and start supporting him again, allowing him to eventually build a solid fan base once again. Or he can continue down the path he's already going, stay firm on his stance, and eventually
This guy's doing the big business standard thing over admitting to fault.
You
Always
are.
tries to make everything good with his achievements. That's normal. But he's a guy. He's just a guy, man. Like that doesn't make any sense, man. That's make me angry. Also, hello, Ratolf. First time chatter. Hi. No. I hate it when nepo babies act like babies. You're an adult. Act your age. Also, clearly they were Thank you! Is he a demon from hell? There's a Mugen video. This is 3 weeks ago. This is from 3 weeks ago? This is from 3 weeks ago. And then... Where's the turkey? The Turkey Tom video is really long. This is the Charlie video, using a video about the Stop Killing Games. Put Tom on. All right, let's check out Tom for a moment. Let's check out
Pirate Software,
Tom.
or Jason Hall, or Thor, is a Twitch streamer and YouTuber who went viral for his videos
I love Turkey Tom.
giving commentary on his passions, hacking, video game design, and YouTube
Wait,
drama.
holy fuck. Wait. Pause for a moment. was never a hacker, quote unquote hacker. He said he worked for the government as a hacker. And he just like makes bullshit up, and this has 19 million views. Pirate Software did not go to meet with an underage chick. You're lying. Zincro, link a clip. That's insane. This shit was so cringe I had to stop watching it. Is it that bad? It's all about his game. It's got more about his game.
During a matter of months, his YouTube shorts shot him to over 2.5 million subscribers. It won him a streamer award, it got him connections with some of the most powerful people in the industry, and it allowed him to put down those he saw as bad actors. But at the peak of his career, he would experience one of the greatest downfalls in YouTube.
Holy fuck! That's minus 100,000. Losing 100,000 subscribers a month. So if he's losing 100,000 subscribers a month, that means about 3,000 and some a day, right? Like 3,000 and some a day. People go to his page and click unsubscribe. Holy fuck. 2008 market crash ass graph.
YouTube history. Hundreds of thousands of subscribers.
I think, yeah. I mean, to a degree, I think some of the stuff he says is legit. Like that clip that went viral of him being like, no, you can't give up because you're always going to be scared about publishing stuff. Like, yeah, that's legit advice. Sure, he played it up to make it sound like really dramatic, but that's legit advice. That's true. Like, what he's saying is true. But,
subscribers lost. Thousands of videos criticizing every aspect of it.
Advice they blew up and it went to his head. Ooh, what is this? This is scary. Honestly, guys, if you ever meet a person like this in real life, you really need to get as far away as possible. Narcissists like this will totally ruin your life. My evil bitch
his career
wife.
And his connections ruined. And no one feels even a little bad for him. The problem with Pirate Software isn't that he's a bad person, at least not exclusively. The problem is that at every opportunity to course correct, he's doubled down on his worst character traits, proving to everyone that he is truly incapable of welcoming criticism. So today, I'll be telling you the story of Jason Hall and how he destroyed his online reputation. But to understand how it all went so wrong,
I literally arm out pointing at my monitor. Oh my god, it's Papa Me. It's Papa Me.
to go back to the beginning. His LinkedIn page lists him having gone to high school until 2006, when he would have been about 19 years old. It's hard to say given how little is credibly known about this time period of his life, but it's possible he failed a year due to how much he was involved with even at that time. During high school, he took part in the anime club, led the comic club, and listed himself as being a self-employed freelance security researcher and developer, providing a variety of web security related services for
in high school?
For multiple clients.
I love video essays! I like video essays so zazed. I can't believe you're banned from Twitch for a week. You're gonna be on YouTube for a whole... Now? Guys, I'm actually gonna have to post my YouTube waiting rooms early. Like, I feel bad. This dude's really, like, stuck on YouTube. I'm sorry.
Noted that he learned how to say no to a superior when something is beyond a project's scope. The reality of his situation was a lot less dignified, although he conveniently didn't list the fact that he ran a quote-unquote company out of the game's second life, called Dark Sphere Creations.
He did what? What? He was a Second Life gamer? Oni plays reference! Oni plays reference! Oni plays reference!
But what services did...
Oh, wait! He did avatars. Okay, I mean, honestly, I think... Like, yeah, I'll make fun of him. For reasons I can't divulge, I literally cannot make fun of furries anymore. I need to be very careful with what I say about furries specifically for reasons I cannot divulge. But... It's like... people who'd make, like, the furry avatars in, like, VR chat and, like, that sort of thing is it's profitable, but, like, no, I'm not furry. It's, like, I'm afraid I will get banned again. Like,
Dark Sphere Creations provide,
afraid
you
I'll
might
get
be
banned
asking.
again,
The answer
truly.
is 3D avatars of furries with boobs for Second Life, all of which were listed under his in-game name.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? Wait! Pornography furry! Also, hi Dylan. I'm sorry, guys. Dylan's in my YouTube chat, so I need to take a moment to say, Dylan, I'm sorry. Poopy, you need to apologize too, that Dylan saw that artwork that you drew. I'm kidding. I'm sorry you saw it. It's good art, but I'm sorry you saw it. That's like, imagine like, you know, like, I don't know, like on Facebook or some shit. Like your relatives are on Facebook and they see stuff that you don't want them to see sometimes. Like you interact with something or whatever and then you forget like, oh shit, my grandma or whatever can see my activity history or whatever.
Of furries with boobs for Second Life, all of which were listed under his in-game name, Maldavius Figtree. You truly could not make this up. But Mr. Figtree wasn't just one among many avatar designers. He was notorious, although not exactly for good reasons. Firstly, he apparently vandalized an in-game region, and soon after, he fired someone named Wingless Emoto from Darksphere, accusing them of being lazy, despite the fact this person got paid on commission, not a salary. As per the article reporting on this situation, Jason continued to sell Emoto's avatars after her departure, without paying her anything. While it's small in scale, this on its own gave a small window into Jason's not-so-legitimate online endeavors, even this early on. But this small window quickly grew, as the chat logs between Emoto and Jason were posted, showing that
he was reselling NSFW furry avatars made by a minor for profit. What?
the reason she hadn't been working lately was because her tablet was broken. Interestingly enough, she clearly saw her Second Life job as a silly hobby she did because she enjoyed it, while Jason tried to act like he was really running a company and that it was all very serious business. Ironically, he complained that she played WoW too much instead of actually working, an omen of
guys, WoW player GF or Second Life furry avatar businessman BF? And you can't kill yourself. You can't kill yourself either.
Jason's own
Wow,
future.
GF
But
easy.
more concerningly, he remarked that she was underage, which he knew because he had met her in real life.
Wait, what? What? Wait! What? That's crazy. So he fired her because she wasn't making him furry avatars fast enough and then reported her account after he quote unquote fired her because she was underage.
She lived 2 hours away from him. Due to this story eventually resurfacing much later on, attached to suggestions that he had done something inappropriate when they met IRL, Jason has addressed it and explained that she was 17 while he was 19, and they didn't do anything beyond talking when they met. While there's no reason to doubt his defense here, the business with Emoto is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to his infamy in Second Life. By simply perusing the comments, you immediately find dozens of other people attesting to Jason's bad in-game behavior. First, he apparently enrolled in a real-life $22,000 a year university called Woodbury, just so that he could be allowed into Woodbury's Second Life region, going as far as to harass people in real life and conducting DDoS attacks to gain control of it. When he failed and got kicked out of Woodbury Sim, he decided to do everything in his power to grief and destroy the region, which gives context.
Dude, this is like VR chat. This is what? He got so mad he decided to like freaking grief the video game?
To the earlier mention of him vandalizing an in-game region. If all of this is true, this
I didn't even know not Pirates Software. I've never played Second Life, but from the Oni Plays video I watched, I assume it's like VR chat, but they all just ERP. I didn't know that you could like grief it. And I didn't know it was like region locked. That's kind of odd.
Story alone depicts Jason as having a hunger for trivial, petty power that's so great he's willing to spend thousands in real-life money to get it, and is completely incapable of accepting defeat. Other people point out that Emoto's avatars were actually pulling in quite the decent amount of money.
Trying to see the Hearthstone streamer, his first job was selling real estate in Second Life. That's crazy. They had a housing system? Wait, it was like a legit investment? What? Oh, it was an MMORPG. Oh. I guess I'd never seen anybody playing it for a gaming, I guess, aspect. I've only seen RP trolling. I've literally only seen RP trolling.
And here we have the establishment of another recurring
Second Life in-game currency has real-world market value? Oh, but it collapsed.
theme. Jason demanding payment and credit despite not working. First, he took at least 50% of her revenue, apparently just because he put together the storefront for the avatar she created. I say at least because, as many people have pointed out, he ran the storefront and ensured the money went through him before it got to her, supposedly for tax reasons. This means he could make up whatever the amount she was owed and underpay her while keeping the rest for himself. But if that weren't enough, he also took credit for Emoto's work, as he
most ethical VTuber company behavior.
Clearly told the Second Life related publications who interviewed him that he was the one sculpting them. Another one of the comments here read, "He wanted to be my business partner, so I took him on board. He did approximately 80 minutes of work against my 30 hours and expected to get half the cash. Then, when I complained about this, as well as being constantly ignored for 2 weeks, he gave me a speech. Do you know how good of a scripter I am? How much I'm worth? I make $8,000 a month from Second Life." Of course, at this stage, the alarm bells rang, and I quickly hit the delete and silence button. It's all a shame, really, especially as I had a deadline to meet, and this all reflected badly on me. You might be wondering how he got away with this kind of blatant misbehavior. Well, Jason is the son of Joey Ray Hall, one of gaming company Blizzard's most senior employees, and he apparently used this fact to issue vague threats.
My dad works at Blizzard! I'm gonna get you banned from World of Warcraft if you don't buy my furry porn. I'm gonna get you banned from Blizzard if you don't buy my furry porn. Now. Like, what the fuck? That's so retarded.
Towards anyone who might have reasons to report him.
What?
Long after his Second Life days, Jason continued to flaunt this on his streams.
No, my dad didn't inspire the WoW guy from South Park. My dad is the WoW guy from South Park. He was the cinematic director for Blizzard for 23 years. He worked on the
will say,
episode with Matt and Trey, and they turned him into a character. Yeah, that's actually him.
While the tactic of claiming to be friends with people in the industry who can make other players' life hard may not seem like
but it's like, he seems like a stain on like his dad's reputation.
much,
you know?
this was just one of Jason's many strategies to get his way. Users Warren Flanagan and LOL claimed that Jason went way beyond just taking money for Emoto's work. Maldavius was apparently quite close to his Second Life business partner in real life, at least before he banned her from his Sims, destroyed her reputation, and concocted all manner of absolutely unrepeatable lies about her mental health and her status in her profession. I refused to allow myself to believe these allegations without question, especially when she contacted me asserting that the stories were false. A word to the wise: if Maldavius calls you on Skype, chances are he has some elaborate lie to tell you that he hopes will destroy your objectivity and impartiality.
Yeah. Hey, that fat unshod retard that everyone makes fun of on South Park? Yeah, it's my dad.
And bring you into his way of thinking. After I began to question this, my manager privileges were revoked, allegedly because I was never in Second Life. He banded together with a bunch of his residents and decided that I had helped people attack the sim based on who knows what information. Then he delivered the sledgehammer blow. No one likes you.
The girl don't like you.
I had seen this before. Maldavius used these same sort of groupthink tactics to sway the weak minds of his furry friends. For some reason, his words carry an air of authority, and people tend to believe him. In this same section, other alarming patterns begin to appear, with Jason being described as a vengeful furry who always paints himself as a victim, and a script kiddie who likes to think he's God and has stated it multiple times, due to coming up with a couple of low-level in-game scams. But most scathing of all of this is that many of his in-game scandals, which unfortunately we have almost no info on.
Yeah, I didn't know people were so serious about Second Life. I didn't.
Happened to revolve around him doing not safe for work things. As it turns out, Maldi, short for Maldavius, was into being the receiving end of some yiffing and enjoyed knots.
You like kissing boys.
No! Ow!
The world is a mess.
While there are a good few posts mocking this on its own, only one poster went into detail about how this related to Jason's online infamy. On Maldavius himself and his contributions to the company, he doesn't do much. I'll admit he's an accomplished scripter, or he fakes it rather well. It's believed by many that, as with many other things he's taken credit or payment for, he copies others' work and puts it in his own name. He knows how to script, he understands programming. I know for a fact he's inefficient as hell with it though, and I sometimes doubt he could pull off many of the things he does on his own. However he comes about his scripting, whether through copying and pasting and fixing things here and there, or writing the occasional thing on his own, they aren't very marketable and are rarely innovative. Last I saw, he had maybe 5 products for sale in his own shop, all variants on particle effects. I've never seen one bought or used. It seems the only thing Maldavius contributes to his own company is drama. Whether in the form of slave driving, manipulation, or sex scandals, his every action seems to hurt his precious company. His employees are constantly being shuffled in and out the door as he fires anyone who disagrees with him for a second on anything, then rehires them when he realizes he can't do anything on his own. He has a craving for power that may exceed his ridiculous greed for money. Every chance he gets, he manipulates anyone he can, and he has plenty. He tries to surround himself with weak-minded, submissive, insecure individuals. Easy to find in the furry community he immersed.
Yeah, this is literally like every male VTuber Google Doc. Whenever like a fucking Google Doc comes out canceling some like male VTuber, this is like literally word for word, like to the T, what it is.
Himself in.
Furries
Much
in
of the
general,
drama in his little world centers around his naughty.
Yeah, like the freaking MSM guy that was in like $1 million of debt.
Female employees in his company, as well as any female landowner on his Sims unlucky enough to attract his attention, which isn't hard, he spends a lot of time spying on people, are invariably subjected to constant sexual harassment. If they refuse his advances, he threatens them. Sometimes he holds their employment over their heads. Sometimes he threatens to reclaim their land. Sometimes he just bans them from the Sim. If he has any personal information on them at all, he uses that. However, because he seeks out the weak-willed, submissive, and desperate, many fall to his advances and do the textual nasty with him. He then holds this over their heads as more personal ammunition against them. We've all got screenshots.
He would seek out girls to ERP with them and then blackmail them, being like, well, I'm gonna tell everybody you ERP'd with me. What the fuck?
I could go on and on, but
Yeah, actually, you know what? Maybe, chat, you know what? Controversial take here, but maybe Pirate Software wasn't really a Nepo hire for Blizzard because he seems to fit the fucking bar perfectly. Sexually harassing women, lying, fucking furry, gay furry, blackmail, sex pest. Yeah. Just like the sex pest hire. That's exactly what Blizzard's been looking for, right? They've got, you know, that's just what they look for in their employees. It's like something that you... Like, when they go to the interviews, they have to, like, make sure that, yeah, I think this guy's gonna be a huge sex pest. We need to hire him.
I'll just throw in one more thing. He has a fetish for creamsicle-colored huskies.
What?
He loves that curly tail.
What the fuck?
With this context established, it's important to remark...
Fun fact, for those who don't know, this guy's a pedophile. This is Cody Co. He is a pedophile. Noel Miller's over here. He's okay. He's chill. I like him.
Dude! What the?
I saw these guys live because they used to do like comedy tours. I saw these guys live when I was in high school because they used to do comedy tours together.
With this context established, it's important to remark that Jason eventually addressed this when it resurfaced, specifying that nothing ever happened between him and Emoto, so much so that they made up a few years after the situation.
And I've told this story. I've told this story on stream before. It was actually, so I was in high school. It was, I think like, I don't know. I was in like some class, not like a really like not like an important class or whatever. Like some kind of like a study hall maybe. And the teacher saw me like watching, like, cause they do like it, like the videos with them together. It's usually just like, you know, it's like average YouTube video. It's just like the two of them like sitting in front of the camera like talking, you know. So it's usually like that, and then maybe they should like show a video. She saw me watching them. And it was like, so we talked like a little bit, and she's like, yeah, I have a couple tickets. I have tickets for that, like, that I'm looking to sell because I can't go there. I was gonna go see them, but I can't go there. And she's like, I'll sell them to you. And I was like, really? Yeah. Yeah, she was awesome. She was like a math teacher. She's like a 40-year-old math teacher. Yeah, so I got to see Cody Ko and Noah Miller live because a teacher at my high school sold me tickets.
Between them went down. To further support this, Emoto also made a tweet reinforcing that nothing inappropriate had happened between them. So it's safe to say that any claims revolving around him being a creep in this circumstance are not true. As for the many people who claim—
Guys, one in chat if you think Vulcan Knuckles' cat is the new owner of my plushie. Two in chat if you think he should go get it back. Dude, I think your cat is... That's your cat's plushie now. I'm sorry, dude. That's your cat's plushie.
claimed he was doing sexual stuff with Second Life, there's no sign that any of them were minors, so even if what he was supposedly doing was
yeah, I mean, it's weird, but not criminal. It's weird, and like, there's a lot of stuff where I just feel like, oh, well, they did something weird, like, whatever, they're weird. But they're not immoral, necessarily.
weird, it definitely wasn't illegal.
Yeah,
Eventually,
a new Mioi just dropped. My best friend almost went to a Blood on the Dance Floor concert. Well, they would have been raped. Yeah. Yeah! I didn't even finish reading your messages as soon as I didn't even finish reading the message. If they wanted, they yeah. Her mom said no and her friend came back after getting roofied by the band members. Exactly. Exactly.
Reddit thread was made on r/YouTube drama, compiling not just the comments I just went over, but a few new additions as well. Not just bolstering the claims that Jason would attack anyone who denied him some Second Life nodding action, but adding some new ones that honestly are much more concerning. Specifically, there was a comment in another article which read, Moldavia's fig tree has violated a female priest in real life, then engineered a mass nationwide 911 calling spam campaign to try to get her committed to an insane asylum so this woman wouldn't tell his real-life girlfriend about their affair, whose recording of Jason cranking his hog is now available on the intertubes. This claim was echoed by user Velasca Reddit M, who said, the nun thing. This is something he spoke to me in great detail over a few times. The story would change a bit each time he'd tell it, but basically, he was so good, so manly, so amazing, and rocked a nun's world so hard that it broke her brain, and she would denounce her faith.
Excuse me. Hi. You're a friend of Anthony's. I was just about to visit him. How's he doing?
He's in a lot better shape than those nuns you got up there.
That was the main story. Sometimes there would be alterations of her stalking him, her breaking the law for him, her becoming a goth coven nun.
Dude, what the fuck?
Remember, he was early on in his career of being a habitual liar and isn't particularly intelligent or gifted at it, so there were constant holes. While the suggestion that he violated someone is completely baseless, what could be the case here is that during his Second Life days, Jason told people a tall tale about banging a nun. But even then, this claim is pretty
I'm sure he fucking lied about it. Do not
isolated,
come.
and only a couple of people even mentioned it, unlike the dozens of testimonies of Jason getting freaky on Second Life. Whatever the case, it appears that at some point, Jason began trying to leave behind his furry past. For example, his wiki fur and his fur affinity, which were originally decked out in furry art and epic tea sippage. Top of the morning to you laddies, I'm a furry, but I drink tea. His wiki fur and fur affinity have been completely blanked and removed at his own request, which is publicly documented. Little fun fact here, his deletion request is in the same page as a discussion of Cord Kitty, who I've already made a video about. Birds of a feather, or furs of a...
It's all fucking connected, bro. It's all connected. Aw, dude. We should have known. We had the signs. Dude, we had the signs so early on. They're right there.
Or something. But ultimately, his days of being a merchant on Second Life were numbered, as Jason was ready to make it into the big leagues. By September of 2009, he got himself a job at Blizzard. Yes, the same Blizzard his dad worked at. At face value, there's nothing terribly wrong with his dad.
Whoa! Hamana. Wait, you guys can't see it. Awooga! And she's Chinese. Isn't that awesome?
At getting him a job. But despite Jason describing his role as pivotal to the company, he actually worked QA, quality assurance, which is basically a more technical play testing. It's kind of an entry-level job, and there's nothing really wrong with that. But it was more than enough to further inflate Jason's ego to unforeseen proportions. Former co-workers of his have since shared their testimonies of their experiences with him at the company. Specifically, Kiwi Farms user Boing Boing got herself verified by the site staff to prove that she was, indeed, a former Blizzard employee who had personal contact with Jason. Over several posts, she wrote about him in a less than positive manner. Thor was my coworker for about a year at Blizzard. He was the only QA who demanded a 3-display setup because he needed it for coding, but it was actually a dedicated display for Reddit and YouTube. He would sit idle in test clients in another display while screwing around and posting on various forums with the third. During a charity event on campus, he took part in a League of Legends tournament. He was profanely screaming at his teammates across the office about how bad they were for not being able to buy to counter the other team. This was a casual charity event, not some actual ranked thing. And these were people he worked with on his team. I'm actually shocked he wasn't written up for this, but only one manager was present and locked in his office at the time. I have respect for his dad because he really is one of the oldest employees at Blizzard. The bar in StarCraft is named after him, and he was never problematic. Pathetically, this was Thor's shield against getting written up. I wasn't the only one who noticed that he not only didn't do any work, but he knew basically nothing.
Oh my god. I like, just like the freaking concept of like Nepo hires. Just like, well, my dad,
about testing as a general practice and the game itself. Management remarks that they simply couldn't do anything about it but move him from team to team. Thor became my roommate because his dad kicked him out of the house, and I happened to be in need of someone to take over a room that another person fell through on. I really should have known that if Joey Ray didn't want him around, it was best to keep max distance. From the first days after moving in, the kitchen was a literal pigsty. All pans would be constantly used and left dirty, usually with food remnants intact, dishes and utensils everywhere, sink full, filth all over the stove and counters. I also had a new patent leather chair that his totally non-destructive cat started scratching to hell the same day he moved in, and he only ever offered to tape up the chair.
Dude. I mean, I kind of get it because, like, it's not the cat's fault. My kitty scratches up my chair. She's nasty. Guys, this morning, actually, hold on, freaking pause. This morning, I got so mad. I was laying in bed at, like, 6 in the morning. I heard, like, rustling. I heard, like, rustling by my desk. And I was worried because I thought my cat was, like, sticking her head in my trash can. So I sat up in bed. This motherfucker was like, okay, wait, let me see if I can draw it out. My little pirate software diagram. It's like, this is, like, the ledge of my desk, whatever. Here's, like, my keyboard. There's, like, my keyboard. And then I had, like, my headphones, like, sitting there on the desk. And then the cords from the headphones go like this, and, you know, eventually further back, they plug into my computer. My stupid fucking cat was, like, sitting here literally with her head sideways, so, like, her ears were like this. There's, like, her mouth. She's, like, sitting there like that, chewing on the headphones cord, like, trying to chew through the headphones cord. My stupid chud cat, I caught her. Maybe that's why my headphones are so, you know, like, I've been bitching about these headphones, like, Corsair sent them to me for free, and I've been bitching, like, yeah, dude, they keep, like, fucking breaking. Sometimes I don't even get audio through them. Like, dude, I think they just sent me, like, fucking faulty merch. But, actually, guys, I think it may be at least partially attributed to my freaking cat chewing through the cord while I'm asleep. She thought I was asleep, but I wasn't. My stupid chud cat, yeah, is eating my headphone cord. She's bad, man. I had a piece of bread for breakfast today. I gave her a little piece of bread, and she was so happy. She loves bread. Oh my god, wait, speaking of my cat, so I have this, like, it's like, it's sparkling water, like, you know, 0 sugar sparkling water. And I was like, I have the bottle right here. And I was drinking it this morning, and my cat, she was, like, mewing at me, you know, like, making, like, little sad eyes, like, hold on. How do I do the eyes? I go into paint so I can do the eyes. She's making eyes like that, bro. She's making, like, sad eyes. And so I'm like, you're not gonna like this. It's spicy. It's fizzy. I literally, that's what I said. I was like, baby, you're not gonna like this. It's spicy. And she kept mewing, so I opened the bottle, and I tilted it towards her, and she literally, like, jumped backwards in the air. She didn't even sniff it. Like, she just got, like, the tiniest whiff, and she, like, jumped backwards literally in the air. Like that! Like eek! Literally like eek! She jumped like eek! Yes! No, it didn't even hiss at her. It wasn't even that fizzy. But I don't know. She just really didn't like it. It's cherry limeade sparkling water. But she literally jumped in the air like eek.
There was
She's bad today. My kitty was bad today, you guys.
no correction to make the cat scratch anything but the chair. No scratcher was provided, no supervision in the common area, nothing. He even tried to gaslight.
Okay, that, I think this too does irk me, because this is, like, not necessarily neglectful, but, like, if you're owning the pet, you should, at the very least, be supervising it, you know?
Me by insisting.
Wait, cats hate citrus? Is that really true? Hold on. It's the acidic odor. What? It's their sensitive noses can find the smell overpowering. Yeah, okay, cats hate the smell of citrus. That's why she jumped, because it was, yeah, it was like freaking citrus sparkling water. My stupid cat. My stupid chud cat, you guys. My stupid dumb chud cat. Is this character in Blue Archive? This looks like one of the, oh wait. Oh, guys, wait! Hey, guys, wait, it must be! I have a Blue Archive banner! I think, isn't this, no, I swear to God, this is a collab character that's in Blue Archive. She's not from Blue Archive, but I swear there's a collab character that looks just like this in Blue Archive. This girl, she looks kind of like that girl. Yeah, she's in the Railgun collab, that's what I'm saying. This girl. Guy who, no! She's literally in the game! I used to see clips of this a lot. Like this anime, like a lot, but I never watched it. No, I've never seen it, yeah. Because it's got like the dude with the white hair, right? Doesn't this anime have a dude with white hair in it? Somewhere? I guess we're only gonna see Blue Archive stuff because I looked up Blue Archive. Yeah. His name is Accelerator. Is that legit? His name is Accelerator? That's... yeah. Damn, what the fuck? Oh! Guys, look! I hit funny number! Guys, funny number! Guys! Look! Guys, look! Funny number. Make a wish. I made my wish. I hope it comes true. The white-haired dude is Accelerator, yeah. But he seemed like crazy. Isn't he, like, crazy? Isn't that, like, Accelerator's thing? He's, like, crazy? Nuh-uh. Well, I can't tell you what I wished for, because then the wish will never come true. Hey, guys, is it okay for me to tell you the wish, or will it never come true? Is it okay to tell you guys the wish? No? Okay. Okay. No tell. No tell. I'll die! I'll die if I tell you my wish? Okay, I won't tell you my wish.
The chair was already scratched up. 0 pets touched that apartment before he moved in. I asked that he replace the $100 chair since all surfaces were destroyed, and he insisted taping it up was fine. He didn't do either. He was extremely into EVE Online and would regularly...
Oh, this is the EVE Online griefing stuff. I love a million hours long video essays. I love video essays. I love video essays. I actually almost got freaking sidetracked because what was it? Wait, was it Century that was in chat earlier that said something about watching a freaking Chris Chan documentary? And I was like, I should watch the 70+ episode Chris Chan Christory documentaries again.
Regularly stay up half the night being loud on voice chat with his friends while playing. This apartment didn't have thin walls, and there were full closets separating the rooms, but I could hear every single word said until he shut down to get a few hours of sleep before work the next day. He never put a shower curtain up in his bathroom, so the floor was dirty and spotty from pooling water.
Wait, what? He didn't have what? He didn't have a shower curtain? That's... what? How is that even
The bathroom countertop that took up a whole wall was covered in what I can only assume is ash, bong residue, and other detritus. Random stuff was all over the place. His bedroom door was left cracked open, so I looked inside. Again, stuff everywhere. Trash, clothes, bags, and dishes everywhere. The walls were smeared with, I don't know, coom or snot or both. If this was only about a month of damage, I couldn't afford to keep this guy around. I used the cat situation as a gentle way to ask him to remove himself as soon as possible, since we were still working together, claiming that he wasn't honest about the damage his cat would do, and that clearly pissed him off. Other random things I haven't seen mentioned is that his bad food habits and lack of cleanliness led to some sort of bowel disorder, which he was claiming to be possible cancer. To my knowledge,
Dude, this guy is literally Boogie. I thought it was like a weird coincidence that he kind of had a similar internet presence arc to Boogie, but this guy is literally Boogie.
it was never actually cancer, and he used it as a shocking...
Imagine being like, no guys, I think I have ass cancer, but it's actually because you're only eating like pizza and candy bars. He has to have really weak bowels because I've had some nasty diets and I've never thought I had cancer because of it. I've had some nasty diets. And maybe, yeah, maybe his tipples got twitted.
...event for sympathy to warn others about how their habits can catch up to them, all for pats on Facebook during his health journey. To further bolster her claims, she eventually showed pictures of the damage and filth left in her apartment by Jason.
What is that? What was that? What was that? In the background, chat. What was that? Chat, what was that in the background of that? Going fucking frame by frame right now. Yeah, what the fuck was that? What is that, chat? I don't know either! What kind of awesome is this? I don't know either! Is that really a dildo? I've never seen one in real life. Never seen one in real life.
...damage and filth left in her apartment by Jason, and shared screenshots
it's a butt plug?
of her...
That's a bad dragon? Ew!
her Facebook chat with him, which he initiated by hitting her up with reaction images in possibly the most autistic way possible. So when I first met you, I was all linked to myfacewhen.com/7.
Here comes that bull. Oh, this is 2011. This is 2011. Whatever.
And now getting to know you better, I'm all linked to myfacewhen/115. Other screenshots also have Jason himself attesting to his constant playing of World of Warcraft and League of Legends. But outside of their time sharing a living space, Boing also gives some information on Jason's claims about his work. On his LinkedIn, he describes being quickly promoted to an assistant lead and engineer relating to QA hacks, where he performed forensic analysis and led a team of security professionals to...
Like, wait, so he's just like, this is LinkedIn, right? He's just like making shit up?
Victory. Pay attention to how much he likes using vague language to sound impressive without providing any specific details.
Well, okay, well, that was a terracotta gnome. The hat has a slightly browner tip.
Gonna come in handy later.
Yeah, but it's not on a resume. This is like him just
According to Boing's
saying
post,
it.
during their time working together, an exploit was discovered that caused millions of dollars and duped gold and items. Jason had nothing to do with discovering the exploit or patching it, but he was quick to take credit for it to secure himself a position in security engineering, something he had no skills in. She went on to add, QA engineers by title were not actual engineers. Rather, they were analysts capable of automation tasks and assorted scripting. Whatever he says about training security staff and half the other stuff on his LinkedIn page is being wildly misrepresented.
Okay.
His resume is fan fiction, and everyone in tech and gaming who knows better thinks he's a joke.
Oh, I like one of my favorite accounts. Oh my god, is the LinkedIn schizos. It's like a Twitter account that posts like deranged LinkedIn screenshots. Like I like to believe that the people that use LinkedIn like really seriously are like some kind of like animals that are kept in zoos, never to interact with me or other human beings, but just to like kind of be displayed. So it's a scary thought when I'm like, yeah, these people are real and they're out there. They're out there somewhere.
Glorified script kiddie. While he was completely unmemorable for his subpar work, he was remembered for one thing: raging on League of Legends, to the point where other employees began pranking him by taping a picture of Edward Cullen's face to the bottom of his mouse to trigger another fit of rage. But after 2011, Boing Boing no longer worked on the same team as Jason, so she couldn't provide any information about his work as a security engineer. However, another user by the name of Lifeguard Hermit came forward with a little anecdote about Jason's stellar work. While he was working as a code janitor at Blizzard in security, he came up with a brilliant idea to catch bots. His brilliant idea was to place a rock in a known pathing point bots used. He then sells the story that the mods caught so many bots this way, while implying that appealing this ban was impossible. The thing is, WoW has auto run. People use it. Using auto.
Wait, what? He blocked a spot on a road so that you couldn't auto run?
Running isn't botting. The path he blocked is a spot between towns on a road literally anyone would normally hit auto run on and then run in real life to take a piss. If a mod saw you—
I also did this when I played hardcore. Because classic WoW is like a walking sim. It's a lot of walking.
Stuck on the rock, permaban for botting. It was a resounding success. Except it wasn't. It got a lot of noobs and whatnot banned for using the auto run when a bored mod happened to be idling near said rock or path. Going further up his listed experiences with Blizzard, you end up seeing a lot of leadership positions, which is to say he was being rewarded for taking credit for other people's work. His last position in the company was Senior Red Team Specialist.
But we're the Red Team!
Again, suggesting he was doing some advanced security work, but if you look underneath it, you can see that he was doing social engineering. Keep this in mind, it'll become relevant very soon. While I'm presenting you all of this information in chronological order and with context, it's important to say that up until last year, everyone only ever heard Jason's side of the story when it came to his work for Blizzard, and it was a very different one than we got from his former coworkers.
So I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. I worked on everything from World of Warcraft Vanilla all the way to Overwatch. I didn't work on Burning Crusade. That was the only thing I didn't work on. I quit Blizzard because it sucked, dude. I quit Blizzard because it sucked. They paid me 36% of industry standard for my job. The working conditions were terrible.
Wasn't he like doing entry-level stuff? Well, like saying that he was doing like the highest level stuff, but wasn't his job like entry-level?
Working hours were terrible. It's a legendary company because people put legendary amounts of effort into it, even though they're under legendarily terrible working conditions. So I left, and I went to Amazon Game Studios, which is literally right up the street. It's 4 minutes away.
On Reddit all day.
I got paid like a real human being.
This is a classic.
Your freaky poster all over my feed. I don't know what you're talking about. Ludicrous, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything freaky. 7 years at Blizzard? Dude, there's literally a fucking... Is that the Fell For It Again award? We have a Pirate Software Soy Jack emote.
Case of Jason lying by omission, because ever since he left Blizzard, he's tried to paint himself more as a dev. But in reality, he never, not once, worked as a dev for Blizzard. If him vaguely bringing up his work at Blizzard to mislead people into thinking he was a dev was a one-time thing, I honestly think it would be forgivable. But as this video posted on Livestream Fails shows, he did this all the time.
I was watching a video that was critiquing you for mentioning you work at Blizzard so much. I literally never talk about it. When I worked at Blizzard, I did that.
Oh my god, wait, this was the bit in the fucking Meat Canyon video. Wait, why did he lie and say that he doesn't talk about it? Because that's literally... Wait, why would he even lie? Why would he even say I never talk about it when literally what he's known for? Like, me as someone who never watched Pirate Software, I'm like, oh, he's the guy that used to work at Blizzard that talks about, like, game stuff. They used to work at Blizzard. Like, that's all he's known for!
For Blizzard, 7 years, yeah. Blizzard. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. You're Red Team Specialist for Blizzard Entertainment. And Blizzard. Having worked at Blizzard, I grew up at Blizzard.
Not only was he not a dev, but his failure at being a QA...
I never... what are you talking about? I never mention it. What? Never!
Engineer is attested to by the fact that he held that position during the release of Blizzard's Diablo 3, which was so infamous for being full of bugs that it led to one of Boogie2988's biggest videos where he complained about it as his Francis character.
I spent all
I ain't trying to get this goddamn collector's edition.
I'm saying it's connected, chat. I'm saying it's all fucking connected. Be wary if someone you know interacts or is a little too closely intertwined with the lolcows. They're next. Their time's a coming.
I should have
the lolcow cinematic
I can barely
universe.
stand up. I fucking line. I can't even play my.
Can you imagine?
But I will say the Francis bit, like that early Boogie Francis bit is fucking Kino. Back when it really was like just a bit. Back when Francis really was just a bit and not exactly how he like act normally. It was pretty Kino. OG Francis was Peem. I've never played Diablo 3, and I don't think I've ever interacted directly with a lolcow. I had to think. Did I? I don't think I have.
Being such a prolific lolcow that you give an area buff to other lolcows, him cockroaching his way through Blizzard for years, despite being viewed poorly by his coworkers and not really achieving anything of note, eventually.
Listen, as long as I stay far away from those fucking medallions, I should be okay, guys. As long as I stay far, far away from the medallions. Oh yeah, in that W placed website, which I cannot pull up because it literally like, crashes my computer. It's something with my CPU. Like maybe it's like my hardware acceleration settings in my browser, but my computer hates that website. But if I went to Quickville, I went to Charlottesville, Virginia to look at it, and literally right by Chris Chan's house, there's like a bunch of Sonichu. There's a bunch of Sonichu drawings. It was really funny.
Got people's attention, which prompted people to accuse him of being a Nepo baby, someone who only got their job or position or whatever because they're a family member of someone higher up in the company. His defense against these claims has been somewhat inconsistent.
Those who don't understand the term, a Nepo baby is somebody who got their job only through nepotism, never accomplished anything in their career, and never did anything to deserve the position that they have. My father was the cinematic director for Blizzard for 23 years. He worked on basically everything going all the way back to the death and return of Superman and many other games all the way up until now. And then he quit. He went off to Jagex and he worked on old school RuneScape, I believe as a creative director of some kind. With that in mind, he now streams on Twitch under the name of Yearjoy. People think that I got my job at Blizzard specifically because of him. In reality, I only had help from him in order to do my resume. Aside from that, for the people who have this narrative, both myself and my brother applied at the same time. I got the job and my brother didn't. I went to Blizzard in 2004, and like this is kind of my whole career, right? My first job I got through nepotism, 100%.
Why did you just what?
My dad worked at Blizzard for 23 years. He worked at Blizzard for 23 years, so I got a job there in 2004.
While it's true he immediately got a job working for Amazon Games once he left Blizzard, he was still not a dev, but instead an automation engineer. And even this only lasted for a few months. Shortly after, he got a job as a full-on cybersecurity specialist at Eagle Research Group. This job
He was doing Chat, this is what I do every fucking night, baby. Call me a cybersecurity specialist.
After, he got a job as a full-on cybersecurity specialist at Eagle Research Group. This job in particular has become a cornerstone for his claims that he's a bona fide hacker with mad skills. But is he really? Well, he was eventually so confident about his work there that he gave an interview about it, where he was asked what he actually did.
You're a hacker. Like, that's where you, like...
And, right, wasn't his job with the government, like, sending phishing emails?
Kind of started.
An actual hacker.
An actual hacker. Like, not like I'm a hacker type. No, you're an actual hacker. You won.
Like an actual hacker.
Yeah.
My last job was hacking power plants for the federal government. I worked for the United States Department of Energy. Drop of a hat, you were leaving on a plane tomorrow to fly to some state to test a thing, right? And my general wheelhouse control is physical access control systems, so breaking and entering, Wi-Fi related vulnerabilities, web related vulnerabilities, and social engineering. So those were my primaries when we were on those tasks. And they just fly us to a site, hack the site, write a report, go home, right? And I had to wear a suit the whole time, and they made me cut my hair.
However questionable it is for Jason to have worked on preventing breaking and
Check your art
entering in federal nuclear facilities, what really stands out to me here is that pesky little phrase, social engineering. While social engineering is very much...
That's what social engineering is a shit like at my last job, where they would like, they'd print out a sheet of paper and be like, hey, this guy is trying to pretend that, you know, pretend he's the trash guy. Social engineering is like, this guy's gonna come into the pharmacy and say he's the trash guy to take out our confidential waste. Don't let him in because he's actually gonna take a bottle of pills off the shelf. That's freaking...
Such an approach to gaining access to systems, social engineering basically means tricking people into giving you their access, and it can be done completely unrelated to any hardcore actual hacking. Regardless, he continually leads people on to think he's some kind of code wizard, usually bringing up the 3 badges he got from DEF CON.
So DEF CON 24, I had just won DEF CON 23, so I was on my team at the time, which was Council of 9.
For those who are unfamiliar with it, DEF CON is one of the most established conventions of the hacker community. But despite how much weight he puts on these badges, some of DEF CON's games fall in the same realm as any other puzzle, alternate reality game, or escape room event. What Jason is doing is tantamount to calling yourself a hacker because you looked at the source code of the Five Nights at Freddy's website to solve a puzzle. In this same
Don't let this white-haired, pale-yellowed woman into your store. She'll just stand at your lottery machine for hours. That is true!
interview, he explains that his social engineering at one of these DEF CON events was to lie and pretend like he was a volunteer at the event, all while collecting info on other teams' progress to give to his own team. Whether you think this is a fair strategy to win, or you think this is meta gaming, what's clear is that Jason wasn't breaking into any mainframes. He wasn't hacking the Matrix. Another lie of his during this interview is that he claims he was a federal contractor for the Department of Energy, which is false on multiple levels. He worked for a company which had a contract with the government, but as receipts procured by KF user Vic Macedonia show, this contract had to do with management consulting, which wasn't at all related to the kind of thing that Jason did.
It was just emailing.
Even if you assume he just misspoke or abridged all of this context while speaking about it, he eventually made his lie a bit more.
I'm gonna socially engineer a family with Hosho Marine. How you feel about that, white boy? Please don't! I love her! I love her! I love her more than you do! Don't social engineer a family with my Kamiyoshi. I'll get sad. I'll get sad.
More explicit by claiming that
Mia, I'm Totes your mom, and I forgot my username, password, and credit card information. You should give it to me. I'm not a epic hacker social engineering you right now or anything. Yeah.
his DEF CON badges got him a job offer directly from the government.
Went back home, hammered it for a whole year, and then went back to DEF.
Me when the government sees that I went to a convention and did an escape room, so they need to hire me immediately to send phishing emails. That actually, you know what? I laugh about that, but that sounds like something the government would do. That actually sounds like something... I wouldn't fucking put it past the government in, like, what? Like, 2011 or some shit? Or, like, some bullshit like that. Or I guess it was later. Like, yeah, you did good at the escape room? Sure, go send emails for us. I don't fucking care.
DEF CON the next year and won. And when I got my first black badge, it was like, hey, that's kind of cool, man. Like, because it's like the Golden Hacker Olympics, right? They're like, hey, that's pretty neat. And then I went and did it again the next year. And then people were like, wait a minute. And then the next year, the crypto challenge wasn't on. It was telefreaking, which is phone hacking. And then I won that. And then the government was like, do you want a job? And I was like, yeah.
The thing about that is, he's speaking about his third badge here, which he won in August 2019. But he worked for Eagle Research a whole 2 years before this. On top of all of that, as tenuous as his claim to these badges already is, it gets even worse when you realize that he was just one of many people on a team. And the roles he consistently played never required him to do anything related to, you know, actually hacking any...
Oh my gosh, Mia, there's this funny thing that Twitch added where if you type in your password in chat, they censor it. Wait, guys, what the fuck? If you literally type in your social security number in chat, it turns into asterisks, so you don't dox yourself.
Systems. In an article about DEF CON 25, the game is described as basically a scavenger hunt for fake employee badges.
Me when I win a scavenger hunt so the government fires me? Oh my god, wow, so true. What the frick, you guys? Lolly Boners 98 is your social security number? What? Wow, it works. Thanks, Dan. Dan Clancy added that specifically for you guys. Why is she laughing? Well, how do you know?
That had numbers on them, and then people would just use those numbers as the password for the system they were trying to access. In this article, Jason not only directly calls himself the leader of his team, but adds that he had no idea it was even a challenge.
What? Dude, oh my god. This guy, is he like a diagnosed narcissist, or is he just... I don't know. He's got to be like diagnosed, right? This guy's crazy.
Basically impossible. Throughout all of his time taking part in DEF CON, it doesn't seem he ever actually hacked into anything. Despite this, he saw fit to not only call himself a hacker, but to go out of his way to speak for that community, to be the Lorax for hackers, which culminated in him confronting the creators of the show Mr. Robot about their undue use of a puzzle from DEF CON.
All right, so the reason I don't like Mr. Robot, this right here is my write-up for the DEF CON 22 badge challenge. Went viral as hell inside of the hacking community. And it was
I went viral in the hacking community. Yeah, well, what can I say? I went quite viral within the hacking community.
because I listed out everything that we did as a team and showed the world the brilliance of Lost, who is the creator of these challenges. And the first thing you can see here is a number letter cipher. So 1 would be A, 2 would be B, so on and so forth. And you can see at the end of this, these last pieces of 1057, Lost's name is 1057. He goes by Lost, and 1057 is his handle. That is his signature at the end of this. And now let's go to Mr. Robot's Twitter. Understand that this was the only place in the world that this was listed. Mr. Robot reposted.
Saying you gave your CS roommate an STD is basically going viral in the hacking community +2.
This right here. That's that same string. But what did they leave off the end? His signature. This is the same as taking an artist and removing their signature from their piece of art. They made it public to millions of Mr. Robot fans. And those people went and found all of the breadcrumbs that led after this, which led to Lost's personal phone number. He got tens of thousands of calls from fans of Mr. Robot thinking Mr. Robot was running an ARG. And I stopped watching the show as a result. And they never took it down.
This would be bad if it were true. Once again, this is a case of Jason taking...
It's not even true! I was gonna say, yeah, like, you know, like, he seems a little arrogant, but, like, I'd say justified if, like, some random dude is getting, like, thousands of phone calls. By the way, it's me when I purposely spread misinformation on the internet.
liberties with his storytelling. As it turns out, this lost person he's trying to white knight for here actually worked with the show as a consultant. A fact which was documented by DEF CON itself. And it wasn't even a secret. Additionally, the tweet from the Mr. Robot page is just a Caesar cipher, which is about as simple as you can possibly get with ciphers. And the subsequent ARG it leads to does not contain Lost's number, like he falsely claimed. You know what does lead to Lost's supposed number, though? Jason's Tumblr post, in which he publicly documented and shared the puzzle, which contained Lost's number. Then, after sharing it on Tumblr...
What? Wait, is he actually retarded? What the fuck? Wait, literally this doesn't even make any sense. Is he like
Jason went ahead and linked that post in his tweet, and then made a video about it, further signal boosting the Tumblr post, which contains the uncensored phone number. And he did all of this for no other reason than his own need to attach himself and his name to anything that may attract attention. He even used the walkthrough of Lost's puzzle as an opportunity to make a puzzle of his own to tack on at the end. Also, in this clip, he says this post went massively viral, when this thing has just a little over 200 notes on Tumblr.
Dude, he sounds so freaking insufferable. It's making me
viral as hell.
I don't even know why he would lie like that about something that's publicly verifiable. This would
See,
be
like, that freaking pattern with him is what, like, irks me so bad. He lies about stuff that, like, it's so easy to just, like, check behind him and be like, hey, that's not true at all. You just, like, lied. And then it'll be like, no, I didn't, actually. And you're the one that's wrong. Just like crazy thing.
Among the hundreds of little random lies he's told over the years, were it not for a couple of KF sleuths moved purely by their hatred of this man. To summarize all of his hacker background, pretty much everything he speaks about when he talks about his experience is a Frankenstein monster of other people's stories, whether it be the aforementioned Lost or random co-workers of Jason.
What the fuck? Can, they were the gifts of the Maldavius Fig Tree software. Oh, dude, and the account was made in 2025. You know that's like a fucking, like, violent troll, dude. That's somebody that hates this dude's guts so much. Like, there's, like, primal hatred, like a freaking caveman would feel.
Whose positions were more interesting than his. But besides his odd jobs at Amazon and Eagle Research, once his Nepo baby...
This sort of behavior is what a social engineering hacker does for a living. So, I mean, I guess he's got the mindset down then.
Baby plot armor wore off, Jason decided it was time to double down on LARPing as a game developer. So he started the company and I use that word loosely, known as pirate software, which was supposed to produce games. He had a hard time keeping up the LARP when he gave interviews, as he had to admit that he had to learn how to use even the most basic softwares like GameMaker from scratch. Because, of course, despite his work at Blizzard, he never developed anything, nor did he know how to program to any significant extent.
I can't tell if... Wait, I can't tell if Pyro's an industry plant or he's just retarded. Well, he's an industry plant. He is an industry plant. But also, both may be true at the same time. He's an industry plant and he's retarded.
Funnily enough, in this same interview, he comments on how other indie devs fail due to getting straight into making their dream game and then taking forever to finish it, only for it to flop, when they could make a
Didn't this happen with his game, Clueless?
smaller game first to get the hang of it. In keeping with this theme, he made a game called Champions of Breakfast, supposedly in less than a month. A process he began with a Discord server. Apparently, the reason he did this was in order to build a community so that he could engage with and solve criticisms of the game. Because, as he puts it, every single person you take the time to work with counts, because that person is going to exponentially increase the size of your community over time. If only he had actually applied this mindset at any point during his life and concerned himself a little bit with how he was perceived by others. Although Champions of Breakfast went out without a hitch to mostly positive reviews, even it is tainted with Jason's narcissistic delusions about his tech savviness. In this video, he actually thinks that he's solved all of piracy.
And if you look at this, we have 160 achievements for it, and all of them are very simple. The way that I did this is quite funny. I tried to find a way so that our game wouldn't get pirated, because it'd be easy to pirate it.
Your name is Pirate Software!
We knew that you could break Steam DRM very quickly. This is your save file. When you first start the game up, it actually checks what achievements you have, and it unlocks.
He doesn't even, he's not an established game dev. He's not an established game dev, and his like very first like dog shit game that he said he made allegedly in 1 month. The key feature of it is like, well, you can't pirate it. Is he stupid?
Unlocks powers based on your achievements. This is actually the save file for the character, so you can't pirate it because you can never use the achievements. It made it unpiratable.
Now, some people have since taken up the belief that this was Jason purposely rage baiting people to comment on how wrong.
That has to be rage baiting, right? It has to be rage baiting. They cracked it in less than a day. He used the King Von anti-piracy screen. Right? This is rage bait for sure.
He is about the game being unpiratable. However, I wholeheartedly believe he's exactly the kind of guy who's enough of a goofball, huffing his own farts, that he actually thought this would work. Of course, this little trick is extremely easy to bypass, but ultimately, Champions of Breakfast is just a stepping stone to the real story of Jason's work as a game developer. A game called Heartbound.
This isn't the work of a professional. This isn't even the work of an amateur. It's pathetic.
Wait, what? What?
It's likely that you've never heard of this game, and if you have, it's likely you only
This is like mobile game slot.
remember it for being one of the very few controversies that MatPat ever got involved in. Basically, he played the game on GT Live and packaged the video as the next Undertale, although the name of the game is clearly stated in the title, thumbnail, description, and throughout the entire video, making it clear that the video isn't him playing a game that's a sequel to Undertale.
I don't know if January is like the drama month, but I feel like there's already like drama and stuff that's already like coming out on YouTube and Twitter today. None of it revolves around us or has anything to do with us.
But I'm like, man, 2019, you started.
Jason took to Twitter to voice his displeasure with MatPat's treatment of the game, specifically complaining that MatPat didn't link the game in the description, used Undertale in the tags, and got the studio.
Dude, what a fucking ego. This guy makes me so mad. I can't say anything, but like, I can't say how I really feel. But this is literally making my blood boil.
Name wrong. As this was going down, fellow YouTuber Gamer from Mars made pretty much the definitive video on the controversy, which ballooned to nearly 2 million views. In it, he points out that including the link of a game in the description is not at all standard practice, nor should anyone be expected to do it even for an indie game. And additionally, no one actually sees the tags on a YouTube video.
Yeah, right? And first of all, he's not even... Yeah, it's right. The only way to see the tags on a YouTube video is to like go into like the freaking, what is it? I think it's like in here. It's like in like the freaking whatever thing. It's like in the F12 menu or some shit. If you didn't post the video, no, like you can pull the tags. You can pull the tags from like other people's whatchamacallit. You can like yeah, it's like with the F12 thing. So like I don't know how to do it, but
For those of you who don't know what a tag on a
my
YouTube
God,
video
she's a hacker. She's a hacker. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, well, I'm actually a social engineer, Team Red hacker. I'm currently employed by the U.S. Department of Energy. You know, they fly me out to hack these power plants, you know, Wi-Fi vulnerabilities, you know, mechanical vulnerabilities, you know, and fly me right back home. Dude, that sounds like AIDS! I'm a phone freaker.
Because it's basically just a thing that YouTubers do on the back end to try and get their video seen in search results. All that MatPat did was add Undertale as a tag on the video because people who look up Undertale might have wanted to see MatPat play that game.
My name is Jacksepticeye, and welcome to Undertale!
But
Undertale!
Hey, that's just a theory. A game theory.
The conclusion that Gamer from Mars reached was that this didn't at all constitute some kind of malicious clickbait, and the worst thing Matt did was
a game theory.
getting the studio's name wrong. And even that...
Wait, Kamala Harris? No, what was it called? It was called Kamala Tale. It's called Kamala Tale. I know what you're fucking talking about. Kamala Tale Trump fight. Look at this shit, chat. Oh, start the fight. They actually put good music in this too, which is crazy. It's like freaking cinema. Yeah, there's actually like good music. Where's the end of the fight? Oh. Wait, this freaking dialogue tidbit. This is actually Kino, guys. This is Kamala Tale. Let me know if you want me to play it at some point. This is Kamala Tale. It's an Undertale fan game. It's called Kamala Tale. Wait, what is this? What is this?
Listen. It said Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg. You know who Mark Zuckerberg is?
It said Mark Zuck.
Do research. But look. No, you're not. Mark Zuckerberg. See?
Based schizo? Based schizo? What is this?
That has the caveat that this wasn't in the video's metadata, but instead happened in the video itself. While talking about it off the cuff, Matt simply didn't say the second word in the name of the studio and instead referred to it as pirate. Not only is this a complete nothing burger, words like software or studios are commonly left out when people are speaking about game dev companies. The developer of Borderlands...
I'm not gonna show Zorn on stream. I'm not jerking to Zorn, guys.
is Gearbox, the developer of Doom and Quake is id, the developer of Payday is Overkill, and all of these developers have software in the name, but they're often referred to without...
Wait, this guy is just a huge fucking bitch. What?
Even companies with less common second words in their names like Square Enix are usually referred to by just their first name. There is seriously nothing to be mad about here, and the real reason this even got off the ground is because Toby Fox, the creator of Undertale, a game whose community already hated MatPat for his previous interactions with the game, chimed in and sided with Jason. When somebody as legit as a dev as Toby Fox criticizes you, it's only natural for people to side with them.
Okay, I get why he backed down then. If
And
Toby
so,
Fox was,
regardless of how small and petty this issue was, MatPat got dogpiled for relegating Heartbound to being an Undertale clone.
The thing about this is...
The person who's really responsible for making an Undertale clone out of Heartbound was Jason himself. The cover art with a kid character with a heart sprite sticking out.
You're gonna tell me this is not a fucking Undertale clone? Like, I don't like, yeah, it's fucking obviously it's an Undertale clone. Obviously it is. But
the reminiscent in-game art style.
like, you can say, like, whatever. You can be like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Like, it is. But you can say it's not all you want.
The boss who looks like a heavily mutated flower monster who then grows a bunch of eyes, the anthropomorphic animal characters, the morally gray protagonist, the engine being the same, even the title, Heartbound, is an anagram for Earthbound, a game which heavily inspired Toby Fox in the creation of Undertale, whose sequel, Deltarune, is also an anagram. Now keep in mind, I'm not saying that this is plagiarism. It's not like Jason just made an RPG Maker game. He absolutely made an Undertale-like game, but he takes issue with people pointing out how derivative his game is. Additionally, both Undertale and Heartbound were crowdfunded through Kickstarter with the same exact goal of $5,000. And it's here we see a few more signs that there was something very rotten at the very core of Heartbound. For example, as soon as you get to the About section of Undertale's page, Toby lists out all of the games Undertale is similar to, despite being ultimately original.
That's true, and he's been very open about it too.
The glaring similarities between it and Undertale are never mentioned, despite Heartbound being announced within 1 year of Undertale's release. In fact, Jason does the opposite on Heartbound's website, where he remarks on how innovative and unlike other RPG games, Heartbound truly
is. It's an RPG Maker game. It's inherently gonna be just like a bunch of other RPG games.
Because of its use of unconventional mini-games during combat that allow for the fights to be settled in multiple different ways. That is
like
literally
Undertale.
the main mechanic of Undertale.
Like
the
Undertale.
attack,
Like
act,
Undertale.
and
Like Undertale. Oh my god.
mercy systems,
Oh, it's
which
Game Maker, not RPG Maker. Okay, my bad.
work off of the bullet hell mini-games that are unique for each opponent you're facing. Another interesting element of Jason's Kickstarter page is he explained how he purposely set the asking price of the Kickstarter to an amount that he thought would trick game journalists to report on it as if it
Oh my god, see, and it's like all of this is like calculated as like to be like the most fucking like the most slimy industry plant shit ever. Like, it's not like Toby Fox like just trying to like, you know, pursue his passions and like setting like a small goal. No, this guy's like literally trying to he's like, how can I misrepresent my game and capitalize off of it in any way possible?
were a rising star phenomenon. This raises a few questions.
Yeah, I will say, I guess I do believe that he was a social engineer for something at some point. Sure. Well, he was actually a social engineer for the government, but he just sent like scam emails, like phishing emails. Like, I'm sure he was good at that. I'm sure he was really good at that because he's really good at it
As to how organic this project
But when you're not working at it, when you're not supposed to be a social engineer, when you're not working as a social engineer and you're doing social engineering things, people are just gonna call you an asshole. Also, hello, FKN Sunks. My 1-inch wonder and Randy. I was gonna play Rimworld today, but I ended up watching YouTube.
but nevertheless, this is what he had to say once the goal was met. The next step was proving to everyone who invested in our game that we're not going to run away with their money, because that's a big problem for Kickstarter games. People go and throw their money at a Kickstarter, then the
Didn't the Friday Night Funkin' Kickstarter get like $1 million and they spent it on like cocaine? Wasn't that like a problem that Friday Night Funkin' had? Like they were spending it on like drugs?
devs will disappear for 2 years, then come back and make something that wasn't up to par compared to what they promised on the Kickstarter. So
I
we
don't know
thought
if it was Friday Night Funkin' or a different game. I don't know which game it was. It might not have been Friday Night Funkin'.
what if we streamed it all? Everyone could watch us build our entire video game. Full open development. They could see every single thing that we ever do, and no one ever can say the devs ran away with the money. At the same time, the stream helps fund additional development on the game, so even though we put the Kickstarter to such a low amount, we're still getting funding to continue the process of building Heartbound. It also gives an extra added effect to where, if in the future anyone tries to come around and say we stole their idea, we have 300 episodes of video evidence showing how we made the game ourselves that no one can contest. Usually on the stream, a lot of the questions we get are usually the same. When is the game coming out? How much is it going to cost?
Yeah.
What is the game about? I have commands I can use on stream that let everyone know the release date and all the information they need. I can drop exclamation point demo in chat and it shows them. It mitigates a ton of my time every day because we stream 10 hours a day, and during that 10-hour period, it's literally just question and answer while everything else is going on. Now, there's a lot to pick apart from this post, but the gist of it is that Heartbound is an elaborate excuse for Jason to stream, for literally dozens of hours with no end in sight. Him mentioning streaming as being something to justify the low amount asked on the project is really dishonest, because even if we just use Undertale as an example, Toby never acts like $5,000 is a low amount. It's a reasonable amount for this kind of game, even if he ultimately got way more than what he asked for on his project. But we don't need to only compare it with Undertale, as there are plenty of other predecessors in this general genre that Heartbound can be measured against. Ebe, Mad Father, Yume Nikki, Aoni, all of these were not crowdfunded, and at least initially were released for free. And not to mention, these games were actually finished and released to wide acclaim, whereas the same cannot be said about Heartbound.
Holy fucking shit! I knew it was bad. I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was that bad. Jesus Christ.
Lastly, I really like that Jason feels the need to express his concern about the game being accused of plagiarism, but once again, doesn't mention Undertale. When he does mention Undertale, however, while he does express his admiration for it, he pairs it with a little bit of criticism of the game's code.
Undertale is made by Toby Fox. Undertale is a brilliant goddamn game. It's very good. It's also coded like shit, and that's fine. If you look at the
hasn't he recently been like exposed for coding like shit, like legitimately coding like shit in his like developer stuff? Dude, this guy makes me so angry!
compiles that people have done of Undertale, you'll find that there are rooms that have hundreds of if statements checking the same value, then it sets it to 0, then it checks it again before doing anything. Meaning all of those if statements did nothing except for take processing power. There are sections of the game that show like,
first of all, I'm gonna be like, if he's really gonna bitch about like the efficiency of Undertale's code, be like, well, it takes up processing power. Undertale can run on like a fucking smart fridge. Undertale does not use a lot of like Undertale uses like a negligible amount of processing power, dude.
Like, oh, here's an example. All the dialogue in all of Undertale is in a single switch case statement in one object. It's thousands and thousands of cases long. Single object, all of the dialogue in the game. Hard-coded into that object. Insane. Insane behavior. But it doesn't matter.
He says in this clip that it doesn't matter, that the game is coded this way because it's good anyway, but what he doesn't mention is that the real reason it doesn't matter is because Undertale is a teeny tiny 2D pixel art game. Optimization is for the birds at that point.
Turkey Tom! That's what I just fucking said, Turkey Tom. Man, it's like you're in my house listening to me. That's exactly what I just said, Turkey Tom.
Unless you're trying to run the game on a calculator, it's not going to be lagging and frame dropping. But honestly, I don't even think he's actually trying to critique the game's code here, as much as he's trying to use this little factoid in order to present himself as someone who's really code savvy.
I'm Sean Parker. Oh, he's wired in. That's what I'm talking about.
But is he very code savvy? Due to the majority of his audience being people who generally aren't too familiar with programming, no one ever had much of a reason to doubt him whenever he spoke about code. But eventually, the code for Heartbound was actually extracted from the game, and some people who aren't restarted, like me, started going through it, only to find out that it was as sloppy as it gets. First, they pointed out that Jason made constant use of something called magic numbers, meaning that things in his code aren't referred to by shorthand names like coffee_obtained, but instead just numbers like 201. The obvious bad side effect of this is that this means whoever is working on the code, in this case Jason himself, has to know and remember what each of these numbers mean. Otherwise, he'll have to click through and find out every single time he forgets one of them.
The numbers! What are they saying?
The other side effect of this, although it's possible this was Jason's original intention, is that it makes working with other people on the code nearly impossible, since only Jason will be able to read and navigate his code. I noted that this may be his intention because not only does it make for a good explanation as to why he's the only person who actually works on the game's programming, but his code being completely unreadable makes it more impressive for the beginner programmers he tailors his online content towards.
An idiot admires complexity. A genius admires simplicity.
That's
right. An idiot, anything the more complicated it is, the more he will admire it.
That's
right. If you make something so cluster he can't understand it, he's going to think you're a god because you made it so complicated nobody can understand it.
There are other bizarre code lies, like Heartbound being supposedly ray traced in a highly efficient manner, but once again, more code savvy people took notice that in some of the
Why
games.
the fuck would you even put ray tracing in your Pixel game.
Updates, Jason makes notes for having to manually fix in-game characters still casting shadows when a light source has been shut off, which in the case of an actually ray-traced game would be impossible to happen even as a bug. An example of a 2D game that actually has advanced lighting mechanics is Intravenous, and it should be immediately obvious by just looking at his gameplay and then looking at Heartbound gameplay that they are definitely not the same.
Yeah,
Captain
seems
Garbage, the
pretty
same
different.
KF user who questioned the ray tracing claims, went through more of Jason's code only to find that the entire game relied on extremely long arrays and switch cases, which was actually quite similar to the code of Undertale, which Jason criticized. I'll probably butcher this explanation, but this basically
Wait, yeah,
means
okay, that's what I thought. There was a Seth video on that game, wasn't there? On that game that they just showed a snippet of.
that Heartbound, a game heavy on branching dialogue and minor decisions altering the course of the story, has each in-game event tied to an unbelievably long string of every in-game event that leads up to it and comes as a consequence of it. In turn, the longer the game goes on, every time your past decisions will affect what'll happen next, all of those cases have to be checked, as they haven't been collapsed into something easily readable. Worse yet is that were Jason to ever go back and alter something he's written, he'd then have to go look for each instance where his code is duplicated, which may be happening dozens of times throughout the entire game. Now, the alternative presented by Captain Garbage is ironically called JSON, or JSON, which is exactly fitting for the kind of game Jason is making, and would allow for other programmers to have an easy time working on Heartbound, if that was ever his intention. Now again, I'm making my way through this explanation by the skin of my nuts here, and if you want better breakdowns of how bad his code is, other much more skilled people have already gone over that. But the key takeaways here are, firstly, it looks like Jason tried to make his code inefficiency similar to Undertale's, although he manages to outdo it. And secondly, this degree of amateur work is a sledgehammer to the reputation he built as some kind of programmer savant who hacked nuclear facilities.
It just fucking pisses me off that he lies about stuff. I mean, like, because really, at that point, if he's lying about something so specific, who's really gonna be an authority on the subject to say, no, you're lying, that's not true? There's really nobody that can realistically counter half of the shit that he says. And then he'll never admit either. He'll always just keep doubling down, so I feel like it's pretty hard to, unless he fucks up and actually does, like, say something that can be easily disproven, it's, like, really hard to, like, 100% without a doubt prove he's lying. Which he is lying, but, you know, he's the kind of person that is gonna be like, well, you didn't prove it, so I'm not really lying because you couldn't prove it.
Or whatever. This isn't just inefficiency. This is slop of such nightmarish proportions that multiple people have pitched in to point out just how bad it is.
Dude, I really hope that Pirate Software code stream screenshots are like just very early rough drafts of what he's trying to do. I usually do something like that to get the idea out and then I refine it, so I hope that's what I'm seeing. Otherwise, I'm better.
Those that can counter would be under NDA for the government and would get into massive trouble. Exactly. I feel like it's the sort of thing where he's aware that nobody can reasonably counter what he's saying, so he knows he can get away with it. Or at least he did at the time before people started fucking dogpiling him.
Than him.
Literally anything would be an upgrade over what is written here.
Seeing Pirate Software code is like those images of streamers
I
trying
love
to
this
craft
picture!
nonsense in Minecraft.
Either a web of lies
That's
or
like
a
my
web
favorite
of his shit
XQC
code.
picture
Despite
ever.
a lot of the criticism he's gotten, Jason has gone on to continuously claim that his code is efficient and easy to work on, and the only thing that really took time was writing the game story-wise. Funnily enough, he mentions here that part of why it takes him so long to write is that he does it in 6 languages, and he reworks every single puzzle and joke in the game.
I feel like, you see, I feel like this is some shit where he's like, hey, I'm so smart. I'm so smart. I work in six different languages. But I'm sure he says this, I'm sure all he's doing is throwing shit in. I am very smart. I work in 6 languages, but I guarantee all he's doing is, like, throwing the shit through Google Translate and saying he did it.
In all of these languages. And him saying this is a one-of-a-kind combination of an insane lie and an implicit confession.
Exactly.
The insane lie is obvious. He doesn't simultaneously write the game in 6 languages. He writes the game in English, and then if someone who speaks a different language wants to translate it, he's cooperative with it. The implicit confession part is that the reason why it's so difficult to translate his game is the previously mentioned switch case issue. Because all of the branching paths are interconnected, and dialogue options don't get collapsed into values that can be easily checked. Whenever you edit what's written in a dialogue option, you have to go through the entire game's code to alter every other instance affected by that dialogue option, otherwise the game completely breaks. I know I've spoiled it a bit, but it shouldn't be surprising for you to find out that the game has remained an unfinished mess to this day.
Wait, it's still not finished? His Kickstarter was like... Wait, so it got accused of being an Undertale clone because it was announced right after Undertale? Undertale came out when I was in, like, freaking middle school, dude. Undertale was from when I was in freaking middle school. I'm a grown-ass adult.
Original estimated delivery of the finished product on the Kickstarter was November 2017, but as that deadline approached, the game's website updated to state that the new date was in early to mid 2018. Then it was just 2018, no early to mid. And right beneath this question, he has some other entries stating that there will never be any DLC or sequels because he wants people to just get the entire story, saying that to even discuss a sequel would diminish what Heartbound could be at release. Then, in December 2018, the game comes out and there's only 2 chapters out of 5. The 3rd chapter remains incomplete to this day, and monthly updates consist of minor bug fixes and irrelevant additions that don't get the game.
Wait, he even, like, allegedly makes these updates? What the heck? It's like, how can you shamelessly do that? I don't know, like, I don't know. I assume if he keeps making these updates, there's at least one person that's actively waiting on this game and following the development, but it's like, he's just like twiddling his thumbs.
Anywhere near completion. It took years for the game
Patreon money, I guess,
to even get a quit button so that you can close it without having to press Alt and F4. And it's still without volume sliders. The degree of abandon here is yandere dev tier, the Ozymandias of Undertale clones. Now, there can be arguments made that he's taking so long to finish it because he's the only one really working on the game, as the other people who are credited are an artist and a composer, and neither of them are programming it. But one counterpoint to that is exactly what we've been talking about up until this point. The reason no one else works on it may be that no one else can work on it due to how convoluted and horrific working on this thing can be. The other counterpoint is that Undertale, which was also made by one guy, with only the occasional help of an artist for visuals and such, and was also crowdfunded, was fully finished and released just 2 years after its Kickstarter campaign.
Curious.
You can also bring up Toby's
Curious. And there's freaking Deltarune.
his other game, Deltarune, since it also released in chapters, but even then, the first 2 chapters released in late 2018, and now there's already chapters 3 and 4 out of a total of 7. That's 4 chapters in 7 years. And I should note that the first 2 chapters of Deltarune are completely free. We don't need to keep it confined to Toby's games either. Stardew Valley was made in under 5 years by a single dev.
Wait, really? What the fuck? Stardew Valley was made by one guy?
Was made in 3 years by a single dev with only the help of a paid freelance artist. The first 7 Five Nights at Freddy's games, or 8 if you count FNAF World, were all made by a single guy. The answer as to why Jason's game is going
What is this? What is this?
FNAF World were all made by a single guy. The answer as to why Jason's game is going on 10 years strong as an unfinished mess is simple. He's streaming instead of working on the game. Now, Jason really had no excuse for his lack of work on the game in 2019. However, ever since 2021, he started repeating a mantra that he had lost a whopping 9 months of development during the year of 2020 due to coming down with the big virus. Apparently, his illness was so awful that he suffered permanent lung damage.
I have permanent brain damage? Oh, lung damage. Me when I'm sick for 9 months and it makes me lose 10 years of potential development time. Me when I have COVID for 9 months and it robs me of 10 years of development time.
And has to use an inhaler for the rest of his life. But once again, we come to the same question. Is this really true? Although Jason maintains this reasoning to this day, one user, named Musashi's son, begged to differ. By diligently going through his entire tweet history from 2020, we can see that in early 2020, Jason got sick twice.
Dude, like, I'm so grateful for these, like, schizo, like, I wouldn't necessarily call these people A-logs because they're not really, like, targeting this guy, but, like, they're just so dedicated to, like, cataloging like, sleuths. Yeah, it's Kiwi Farms, they are A-logs. Well, yeah. But they're not, But they're not like really doing anything that would really make them be worse than him. But I don't know, they're so good at like cataloging all this information. Like a normal person would never be able to do it.
Once in January and once in March, and both times he saw an immediate improvement within a few days. In the March case, he went to the hospital and got diagnosed with pneumonia, which was later confirmed to actually be bronchitis. But regardless, he made it clear on Twitter that he was tested for COVID and that it came back negative. He does indeed mention that he'd been using an inhaler for his bronchitis, and although beating it was tough, he was back to his normal self.
I also had to use, I will say, corroborating this claim, I got bronchitis when I was younger, and I had an inhaler for that.
Streaming by mid-April, releasing another minor update to Heartbound in May. In both instances of Jason being sick during the year of 2020, it actually affected his ability to stream, which makes sense. What doesn't make sense is that although he beat his bronchitis in early April and made an update to the game in May, explaining that he lost about 2.5 months of work up until that point, there's no update for June, despite him streaming 13 days in June of 2020. If anything, while you recover from a respiratory issue, it should be easier to program than to stream. Yet he seems to only be capable of the latter. Then, all of a sudden, in July, he changes his story and claims it was COVID all along, with no mention of a new diagnosis or having gotten sick again. So it's clear he's talking about the illness he suffered from March to April.
I guess it's like he's relying on the idea that nobody's gonna be schizophrenic enough to actually go through all of the shit that he said to try to fact check him. Which I feel like is reasonable because a normal person wouldn't do that. But I mean, we're getting all this stuff from Kiwi Farms, so.
That year. Fast forward to November.
My dog ate my homework every day. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, you print out your homework. You took your homework home. Your dog ate it, and then every single day for the next year, you printed out the homework at home, and then as soon as it came off the printer, your dog just ate it again. That's like essentially what he's saying.
And he completely retcons his original story, bringing us to a new timeline.
I will say, dog at the homework thing is funny, but one time my mom did have like a work document. This is like a long time ago when I was like, I don't know, I was like a middle school or maybe like freshman in high school. Because it was when our dogs were still really young. But one of our dogs actually did like eat a work file, like a work paper that my mom had. They do that.
Has been recovering for 8 months. Fast forward to 2021, and we get to the previously mentioned claims of having lost not 8, but 9 months of production to COVID. Keep in mind, he was streaming for 10 hours a day through the crushing majority of 2020, with no problem. Yet he couldn't work on the game. In a clever little boundary push, 9 months eventually turn into nearly a year. But after this latest development, Jason backs away from the COVID claims for the majority.
Yeah, that guy, they're retconning the pirate software lore.
Of 2022. Okay. Then, in June 2023, he goes on Twitter to announce that he has COVID, but this time, it only takes him 20 days to recover from it fully.
That was a hell of a thing. That's the second time I've gotten COVID. The first time took 9 months to recover. This one took probably about...
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what's up with this guy. I feel like he's at the very least embellishing his story. I know like people are like all crazy about the long COVID and stuff. Like, oh, like, no, I had long COVID. I was out for like, to me personally, it feels kind of like an excuse just to, like, get out of work and shit, you know? I had COVID once, or maybe twice. Maybe I got it twice, maybe I got it once. But when I had COVID, I know at least the first time, I think I might have had it twice, but I was sick for, like, maybe 5 days. And I told my boss that I was sick for, like, a week and a half to get extra time off of work. But, honestly, I was only sick for, like, 5 days.
I think it was a total about 20 days.
Hey, so. This is like peak 2021 strategy, guys. Peak 2021 strategy. I'm gonna report you. I don't work there anymore, so it's fine. Also, Songs, thank you for following. I really appreciate it, dude. You know, like a liar.
Thankfully, I'm back on it, and I'm back to working on stuff, so I'm sorry that there's no update, but I will see you guys all later.
While the first supposed COVID case is mired in lies, the second time is a lot more believable and has remained pretty consistent. Well, up until Jason decided to retcon it once again.
See, that's the thing about my immune system, okay? I get sick very easily. This is actually the first day. What's today? Friday? I think this is the last day I have to put that antibiotic in my eye. I get sick really easily, but I fight it off pretty fast. I get sick a lot. I'm not sick, I just get like I don't get sick. I just get... I don't even know. Getting an infection, I feel like, isn't, like, really sick. But, no, I get sick. But I get better pretty quickly. I get sick a lot, but I get... Yeah, I get, like, status effects. Yeah, I get status effects a lot. But I get better pretty fast.
It was about 2.5 years, so I got long COVID. My lungs shut down at one point. I almost died. They had me in and out of the ER for a long time. I can actually show you this in data. Kind of wild. We'll go to streams. I used to stream 7 days a week back in the day. And right here is where I went to DreamHack in January 2020, and I got COVID. And you can see what happened to my stream schedule. There were like months where I just streamed like 3 days.
This is from 2024, so over the course of 4 years, a bad case of bronchitis in March 2020, which took about 2 months to recover from, and a not-so-bad case of COVID in June 2023 that took 20 days to recover from, became one huge case of long COVID that started in January 2020. Here is the proof that Jason offers for this. He shows that his streaming schedule was pretty spotty during 2020, which could also be explained by him being lazy. But besides Musashi's in-depth analysis of Jason's history of lies, another sleuth took the time to go over literally dozens upon dozens of hours of Jason's streaming during 2024 to see how much he actually works on Heartbound. I mean, he calls them dev streams, so he must get a lot done, right? Well, over 100...
Right? That's like... No, I can't even, guys, I'm not even gonna flame Pirate Software for this because, like, I feel like a Pirate Software dev stream is probably about the equivalent of a Miia on YouTube art stream. Like, let's see, Miia on YouTube art stream. Pause. That's pretty solid. Alright. Yeah, Miia on YouTube art stream.
Who the fuck is... It's the same way with the ice cream.
Most productive Miia stream, by the way. Most productive Miia stream, and it's just Corey raging. Yeah. Actually, no, because you can actually do the thing you do, Pirate Can Code. LOL! Fair enough. Freaking fair enough, dude.
164 hours of streaming, he attempted to work on Heartbound for 15 minutes.
Oh! Oh, I didn't know it was like that. Holy fuck. What's the math on, like, the percentage of time on stream working on his game?
15. And I say attempted because all of those 15 minutes consist of him trying to open Game Maker and then something going wrong until he gives up and goes to do something else. Instead, he works on other random passion projects that he will never finish, or he plays Path of Exile, or he plays World of Warcraft for literally dozens of hours.
Hey,
at one point, he streams WoW for 24 hours straight. When
Hold on, Turkey Tom. I don't like the tone you're using. I don't like the tone you're using to discuss World of Warcraft gamers.
people who are familiar with him and his streams point out how little he works on his game, he always responds listing all of the things he's extremely busy with, adding that he works on Heartbound every day, when this is probably not true. But despite their similarities, Jason is no Yandere dev. And
He looks scary. Yandere Dev looks fucking terrifying. I went to Costco while you did the art stream, and when I saw how much progress you made, I was fairly impressed. Okay, so I did do a little bit of work.
The reason I say that is because he is much worse. Not finishing his game is actually one of his lesser offenses. After years of toiling away at his streams, in 2023, he began going viral on YouTube as clips of him started being uploaded. This is how the majority of people came to know him. And during this time, the consensus opinion-
and all the clips are about Blizzard. Blizzard. 7 years at Blizzard. I got hired by Blizzard. It was a nepotism hire. 7 years. Worked at Blizzard for 7 years. Blizzard.
on him was that he was a pretty good guy. People had no reason to doubt his credentials as a game dev and a savvy hacker. At least they didn't have a reason yet. By March of 2024,
Pirate Software, when someone asked him about his game.
I'm working on it.
How did you find such an expertly snipped up clip? And how did you have that shit on hand, dude? I'm working on it. I'm jerking on it. Like in the W place, right, in that thing where you can place the pixels anywhere on like the world map. On Chris Chan's house, somebody did a pixel art of a can of Fanta, which knowers know. Knowers know, but ugh. Ugh. The Navy incident.
An interesting community decided to take notice of Jason. They were users of a subreddit that was focused on the MMORPG EVE Online, and they were accusing him of being an arrogant, pathological liar due to their experiences with him in-game. However, due to the fact that these people were concentrated in this specific games community, it failed to get any real traction. What people did start picking up on en masse is his voice, which sounded oddly deep in a very unnatural way. This was his explanation for it.
Went back to the doctor. Doctor's like, hey, sometimes in your early 30s, your voice can change as a man, and it's effectively second puberty. This.
Wait, I thought you guys were joking about the second puberty bit. I thought that was a joke. I thought second puberty was a joke, you guys. Guys, when am I gonna have my second puberty?
This is what I used to sound like. That's what I used to look like to this 5 years ago. Wait for this. This is awful.
My hot dogs are freshly picked. I'm gonna have to peel it. I'm gonna have to peel my hot dog.
Yeah, that was it, dude.
Every good hot dog needs to be peeled.
Even if you buy into this second puberty thing, is it believable that it
It's like my thing with him is like people will flame him for something, or they'll be like, you're a bad dev. Or like, I don't know. You fake your voice. Even he'll acknowledge it. He's like he always feeds the trolls. Like, I don't know if it's like he thinks that he can one-up them or something and prove them wrong or whatever, but like he just keeps feeding the trolls.
Happens over the course of just 5 days, because this is a clip of him speaking from May 11th of 2019.
Is this live stream of Chair Jam? It is. I just finished my chair. I'm ready to submit to the judges. I want to thank all of you guys for being here for, my chair building experience.
And this is a clip of him speaking from May 16th of 2019.
Donut? Oh my God, look at the donut. Oh, that is a powerful donut. Look how strong these donuts are.
But in fairness, in the first clip, he clearly is in an unconventional streaming setup, so you could excuse it on that basis. The thing is, there are plenty of other clips where he's in his regular streaming.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not great at picking up on like the subtle differences in like the voice shit. So I think he's smarter than everyone. He's always right to the point of being a pathological liar to always be right.
Setup, and it still sounds noticeably less deep and bassy.
The egg exploded. It blew up like a grenade.
Oh!
And the door.
You know what? His voice is in those clips where it sounds really low pitched. It sounds muffled. That's what I can pick up. It sounds muffled in those.
The door of the microwave blew open. The door of the microwave blew open from the
Bass
force of the egg
boosted?
exploding. And
the way that it sounds like it's peaking whenever his voice gets particularly bassy
He's
suggests that
underwater?
he at least has some kind of EQ that's really boosting the low end of his voice. Well, this has always been a topic of discussion, not just for Jason's detractors.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Wait, then how come when I did the EQ, it made me sound like I was underwater? It didn't make my voice sound lower at all. I just sounded like I was drowning in a can of Pringles. Skill issue?
But also his fans. Eventually, KF user Yats actually looked at the spectrogram of an interview Jason gave, and he noticed that whenever the audio consists exclusively of Jason talking, there is a very noticeable hole in the mid-range, almost as if he's lowering them out of existence. This can't just be a noise filter, because he still has high end on his voice, so his S's don't sound weird. This absent mid-range is not there whenever anyone else on the panel speaks. Additionally, there's a few clips of him where it sounds like whatever he has on his audio.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna try it again. Okay, so if I get rid of the mid-range, it's gonna make my voice sound lower. I'm not hacking hard enough. Try social engineering. Equalizer. Okay, so how do I sound now? Do I sound like... He shifts it down? Oh, well, I can't do that. What does it sound like? Muffled? I'm quiet. I am under the water. Please help me. There's just not enough bass in my voice to boost like that. Maybe.
Is struggling to function.
I'm not far away. Software EQ isn't gonna be good enough to have an effect like that. He runs his audio through an analog audio interface. Well, I do that too. I do that too. I just don't like the mixing software because I think it's way too much work. I have an XLR microphone.
I don't know what that gives me.
I actually, hold on. It's like in my Rode Connect. Actually, guys, sometimes opening Rode Connect like fucks up my audio, but I'm pretty sure there is some way for me to do that with my thingy, with this. I want an XLR mic, but it's expensive. Check, Pat, I would say don't buy an XLR mic because they're really expensive. Like, I got my microphone for free, but I still had to pay, like, the microphone was free, but then I had to pay, like, $150 to get a stand for it, like an arm, and, like, a mixer. Yeah, I worked for Blizzard for 7 years, and be a government hacker.
What is that supposed to do? How am I gonna fit that shit in there?
Oh, wait, yeah, it did, like, crackle when he was doing that.
Now keep in mind, his audio going out may just be compression to prevent his audio from being too loud. But the way his voice is crackling sounds a bit like how Formant sounds when you use auto-tune.
What is that supposed to do? How am I gonna fit that shit?
Obviously, he's not auto-tuning his voice to any particular note, but what he could be doing is using an auto-tune-based software like Throat, which can make your voice deeper without necessarily...
To use Throat? I'm not putting that shit on my computer, you guys. I'm not putting Throat on my damn
necessarily
computer.
changing its notes. Outside of digital alteration, I haven't seen many people point this out, but it just sounds like he's trained his voice to sound more like that. One of the few times I did see someone remark about this was on Reddit, where someone said that he went from Peter Griffin to Brian Griffin.
I kinda get it!
Indeed, he did.
My name is Jason Thor Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon
7 years, by the way!
and now I own my own
Blizzard, I was at Blizzard for 7 years, by the way. My dad worked there.
studio, Pirate Software.
The way he over-enunciates and projects his voice sounds like how a conventional voice actor can sound, and Seth MacFarlane, the guy who voices those characters, can sound like that, although he doesn't
Yeah, I don't think I don't know. It doesn't really seem to me like he's really using a voice changer. I think he just, like, consciously, you know, tries to make his voice sound lower.
force his voice to be deep all the time.
It has nothing to do with the fact that it's a black show. Well, I can't be tired at 1 in the morning?
Further solidifying this possibility is that basic self-training in voice acting is incredibly common in communities such as the furry community, which Jason was a part of. You may be aware of the fact that there are a few furry VTubers and such who do these kind of cartoonish voices, which are often also digitally altered, all of which is fitting to
Wait, really? Wait, VTuber? I know we were literally just talking like 30 minutes ago about how a VTuber did like get exposed for literally being a man with a voice changer. But wait, guys, are we serious that VTubers actually deadass are using voice changers? Hey Lois, remember that time I worked at Blizzard for 7 years?
Jason's case. The thing is, it's not standard for this kind of VTuber to lie about their vocal training and using voice changes.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, plenty of them teach others how to do it.
Hi, my name's Reniko.
I don't want to sound like that.
I may not.
None of this would even be a problem.
I'm sorry. That literally gave me so much second-hand embarrassment. He's doing like the freaking groomer Deku voice. He's like, we're not done.
If Jason didn't lie about it. But then again, the crushing majority of Jason's problems wouldn't exist if he didn't lie. So I guess that's really pointless for me to say. Alternatively, there is another explanation, which is that Jason just recently hopped on testosterone, and he's going to be yoked out of his mind real soon. Now, even with people being skeptical of his voice, it didn't seem it affected his ability to be popular online. But as time went on, he became increasingly vocal when it came to his opinions on video games. Actually, allow me to correct myself. His expert opinion on video games, because as he repeatedly put it wherever he could, he was an actual expert on everything video game related and everything cybersecurity related. Why? Because he used to work at Blizzard Entertainment.
For
but keep in mind, he never really mentions it.
I literally never talk about it. When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard. Blizzard, 7 years, yeah. Blizzard. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Your red team specialist for Blizzard Entertainment. And Blizzard is having worked at Blizzard. I grew up at Blizzard. Blizzard. Game industry for Blizzard Entertainment. Blizzard. Yeah, no, I worked at Blizzard.
Of course, he neglects to mention that he worked QA.
He is insufferable! Holy fuck! Blizzard Blizzard, Blizzard, Blizzard. Can he talk about anything else? What the fuck?
And never developed a single game in his life until he left Blizzard, and he even likes to conflate the time he worked at Blizzard with the time he spent working other jobs, resulting in him frequently saying things like, I've been in the games industry.
Wait, guys, I thought the fucking 20 years of experience was a joke too. Guys, I thought you guys saying the fucking 20 years of game dev experience was a fucking bit. He actually is saying this shit publicly. You're telling me people aren't flaming his ass and calling him out left and right? Because he was just like the wholesome boogie character? You know? Good guy? Kind soul? They are now, yeah, but like back then when he was really popular. Jesus Christ. That's nothing. I have 70 years of games industry experience.
For 20 years.
So I've been a hacker for about 20 years. Started in Blizzard as
I've been a hacker for 20 years.
QA, but I was a hacker then. As a programmer, I've been doing this for about 20 years.
He's actually just lying! This made me so angry. Literally, my blood is boiling. I'm crying blood right now. Ah! Like, oh my god. Nepo baby's gonna Nepo. I hate Nepo babies. Holy moly.
You will be found.
Good guy, kind soul, goes through ego inflation, then the generational crash out that cost him his career. We've seen it happen so many times.
And that's coming from a hacker of 20 years. 20 years. Don't do that shit. Don't.
20 years.
I've been working in programming now for about 20 years.
I've been a hacker for 20 years.
But yeah, I've been doing this for about 20 years. For those of you who are new, my name is Thor. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I've been in the gaming industry for 20 years. My name's Thor. How's it going?
20 years. Huh. Kind of reminds me of another guy who did 20 years. Although you'd never hear a peep from him about it either.
I did 20 fucking years.
Anyway, Jason used his fake reputation as an expert in the games industry to give opinions on matters that he knew nothing about.
I've been a Miia sub for 20 years. Meaty! Hi, Meaty! Thank you so much for the raid. How's your stream, Meaty? What are you guys up to? Meaty, I'm learning about pirate software today. I'm getting angry. I'm getting heated. Have you had a fun stream? Let me shout you out. Oops, that's not my slash. Shout out. Hope you guys had fun. My name is Miia. I'm watching YouTube today. Yay! Hope you guys had a lot of fun. And Can, thank you for the gifted sub to Meaty. I really appreciate it. I've got a 20 years experience watching Twitch streams. Yeah, basically we're just willingly getting rage baited today, but that's okay, because it's fun. The new hairstyles of dwarves. Ah! I like having short hair sometimes. I don't like having short hair. I like having long hair.
What the fuck's all that? Fiber optic cable. High-speed internet access.
Fiber optic cable.
Fiber optic cable.
Lot of money in this shit.
What the fuck is this? Yeah, I've got 20 years ago. What? A lot of money. Flaming Ninja! What the hell? Holy moly, thank you so much for the 50 gifted, dude. You're insane. You're insane. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Wow. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. Holy moly. Thank you so freaking much. What the fuck? Easy, Dodge. A lot of money in these subs. You just wanted to be top of the leaderboard. I get it. Thank you, dude. I really, really appreciate it. Holy cow. I nuked the sound alerts. I'm sorry. No sound alerts right now. No plankton moan. No fun allowed. I'm sorry. Wow. Only rage bait. Only rage bait. We've got like freaking an hour and a half left of rage bait, guys.
For example, he weighed in on the Assassin's Creed Shadows controversy.
Yeah, honestly, I have no respect for identity politics. Trying to cancel a video game or cancel a story.
All right.
If you want to cancel the story over the color of a character's skin, you have no business being here.
All right, so without getting into too many details,
I don't know. I also don't know. I don't know what fucking game he's bitching about. I don't really know. Also, Kathy, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Start digging in your butt, twin.
About it, the Assassin's Creed Shadows controversy goes
Oh.
far beyond just the protagonist,
Oh.
Yasuke, being black. More
Oh right, it's what I saw about the controversy of this game is that there's like white people and Japanese people in the game, but you can only kill the white people or something. Like you can't kill the Japanese people. Like NPCs or whatever in some area of the game. Or like you can't destroy like any of the Japanese stuff.
so it has to do with Ubisoft completely misrepresenting the story of the real Yasuke, as well as doing things like having hip-hop music playing whenever he engages in combat, which people reason
That's gotta be racist. That's gotta be racist. Right? What? It plays hip-hop music? You could destroy the shrines, but they patched it out. They patched out destroying the shrines after people started doing it.
found was kind of an insane decision.
I said kill him.
That's gotta be racist. The black guy has to have rap when you're killing the Japanese people. What the fuck? When I play the Chinese person in GTA, and it has that little motif that's like ding 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 every time you swap to the character. That's kind of fucked.
Of course, getting into the mire of the
Dong, and then the gong.
discussion isn't nearly as attractive to Jason as having a punchy stream clip for YouTube Shorts where he can virtue signal. The most unbelievable part about Jason's clip is how he follows it up.
I don't give a shit about the color of your skin. I don't care about where your spawn point was. I don't care about where you were born.
Referring to people's birthplaces and
That's so
ethnicity
Reddit! Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I think I like got AIDS. Jesus Christ, that's so Reddit. That's like when you call your... What is it? It's like, dude, like freaking millennial shit. No. It's like when they have their mom in their phone contacts as like birth mother, or like, I don't know, birther, or like the spawn point, or like some shit like that, you know, having like your mom in your phone like that. That's Reddit. Well, Asmongold is Reddit too then. I don't give a shit. I don't like Asmongold, not because of any of his lukewarm political takes, but because I think his face looks scary. I'm afraid of him. He looks like the kind of monster you'd see, like... Let's go pirate software mode for a minute. He seems like the kind of monster, like, you're laying in bed. So, like, there's me laying in bed. Okay. I've got my blanket. And, like, Asmongold would be like this, like, crawling on my fucking ceiling. Like that. Like, dripping, like, the blood from his gums or something on my bed. I think he's scary. Kathy, thank you so much for the gift sub. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, like a freaking sleep paralysis demon. That's why I don't like Asmongold, because he scares me like a sleep paralysis demon.
as their spawn point is a kind of peak Reddit gamer cringe. I have
oh my
not
god, that's literally what I just said. Pretty Tom, we think the same way. Also, appearance missing. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Speaking of millennial humor, did you see the new internet historian vid? Unfortunately, I actually watched my friend Smug Alana react to it the other day, so I already watched it. We can't react to it. I already watched it. I'm sorry! I'm sorry!
had the displeasure of witnessing for the past decade. This is up there with the Walmart gamer t-shirts. Actually, those are kind of badass.
Whoa.
I like those.
Yes,
Later on in the same clip, he halfway acknowledges that there's more to the discussion than just Yasuke being black, but then shoots it down, reinforcing that what people are really concerned about is Yasuke being black.
But don't stop others from playing the game because you don't want to see a black guy in the cover. Who gives a shit? And if that's the only thing you're hung up on, and you're trying to make it about Japanese history, despite Japanese history disagreeing with you, you need to look in a mirror instead of posting on Twitter.
It's like
you need to look in a mirror. Here, chat. I don't know how to do a black screen. Oh, wait. Yeah, I do. Guys. Look. Look in the mirror at the most handsome face ever. It's a black screen, so it reflects your face. So you see you? Wowee. Wowee. My screen is backlit. And then I guess you have to go fuck yourself. I'm sorry. Then yeah, yep. I have OLED. If you have an OLED screen, then you have to go fuck yourself. I'm sorry. Some of us have the cheapest monitors known to man, like me. I was just watching this Lattes Forever. I'm a Turkey Tom consumer. I'm a fan of Turkey Tom. I like Turkey Tom videos.
He's physically incapable
I worked at Blizzard. It would be an honor to fuck myself.
of considering there may be something beneath his surface level understanding of an issue. But honestly, that's quite on brand for him. Whether it be game development or hacking, Jason has a chronic allergy to going past surface level knowledge. But this doesn't stop him from commenting on everything. Another case of Jason's extreme tone deafness and inability to read the room was his brief online campaign against something called spy.pet. Again, this drama goes a lot deeper than I care to get into here, but in early 2024, there was a significant online upheaval against boy kisser communities hiding in plain sight on Reddit and Discord. These communities were known to attract and harbor a lot of people who not only publicly fantasized about preteen boys, but also shared illegal material involving kids. One of the tactics deployed against these people was the use of something called spy.pet, which used bots to scrape through over 14,000 Discord servers.
Like, obviously this is bad. Obviously this is bad. Even if it's well-intentioned, obviously it's bad if it's scraping millions of people's data.
Which exposed how vulnerable Discord really was. On April 19th, a journalist named Joseph Cox wrote an article about spy.pet being weaponized by Kiwi Farms, but neglected to mention that this weaponization was specifically targeting the boy kissers. Instead, the article claims KF was targeting a queer community on Discord.
I'm not gonna say anything, chat.
Not specifying which or why. Now, you'd think that this would be the moment for someone like Jason, hackerman
I
aficionado,
can't! I don't want to get banned!
to have a criticism of Discord's management for, you know...
Yeah, nobody speak. You're gonna get banned. Nobody speak. Zayst, don't fucking say anything. I can't have you getting banned on both platforms because I'm not gonna multi-stream like freaking Rumble, okay?
Exposing their users like that. Or at least he'd have the wits about him to simply stay out of it, given the very controversial nature of this incident. But instead, he did what he always does. He went off half-cocked with insufficient information and began openly and unilaterally antagonizing spy.pet as if this was a clear-cut case of malicious hacker activity and not the reality of Discord.
Wait, but Pirate Software, I thought you were a hacker. I thought you were a cool-based hacker too. I thought you were a hacker I thought you have 20 years, by the way. I thought you had 20 years of hacking experience. Like, what happened? Why did you turn on your bros? These are your day ones.
Operating with a massive and exploitable hole. A hole which was in the basic security of their servers. Of course, Jason 2 provided no context as to what exactly spy.pet was being used for. In this case, his stupidity prevailed, and his method of getting rid of all spy.pet bots was quickly adjusted for, as the people behind it simply switched the account IDs to something else and bypassed his brilliant security mechanism. He then had to go over to his Twitter to issue a retraction and announce that this method should be abandoned, as it would result in the banning of innocent people who had nothing to do with the spy.pet bots. Eventually, Discord did something to prevent more spy.pet situations from happening, signifying they could have done something all along and just didn't account for it. Due to the obscurity of this little blunder, he didn't catch very much flack for it, but unfortunately for
I feel like
Jason,
this was still pretty early in him getting shit from people online.
he was about to do the most violent sideshow Bob routine of continuously stepping on rakes that hit him in the face that the world has ever seen. But in order to get to the meat and potatoes of the controversy that led to Jason's ultimate downfall, we have to start with the appetizer. All the way back in 2019, Ross from the YouTube channel Accursed Farms made a video titled Games as a Service is Fraud. If you don't know who Accursed Farms is, you are hereby...
we've seen the Stop Killing Games thing. So we've seen the Rob stuff.
Jason, who, in early August of 2024, voiced his displeasure with the initiative. First, during one
We have to skip you a little bit. I don't want to rewatch stuff
of his 10-hour streams, which got so much backlash that it's since been taken down, and then on Twitter, where he doubled down on it, saying the following: "Stop Killing Games is a vaguely worded attack on live service games as a whole, and
I think it's funny too, because they're like, they're attacking live service games as a whole. I don't care. Lol. I don't like live service games as a whole, honestly. I don't like them, so I don't give a shit. Even if this was the case, I wouldn't give a shit.
Instead of being a focus
What? But my heckin' slapperino! Yeah.
assault on taking down the niche practice of single-player games, including always online functionality.
I know WoW is a live service game. I know WoW is a live service game, but I'm talking like the games that I really play super heavily.
That can cause the game to be shut down at a later date. If you want my support, then write better legislature. I can't help but but bring up this classic.
You can say, I like pancakes, and somebody will say,
So you hate waffles?
No, bitch! That's a whole new
sentence. What are you
fuck
talking
is
about?
talking about?
The obvious problem here from the start is Jason calling the petition legislature. The petition is not legislature. It's a formal request for the drafting of legislature. It clearly does not at any point present itself as a ready-made law. So you gotta wonder why Jason acted this way. Although I'm sure he had talked about it.
Pancakes versus waffles? That's a really hard one. I feel like pancakes are more versatile than waffles. So I'm inclined to go team pancakes, but I feel like waffles are better for like, if you want to incorporate savory stuff into it. I feel like waffles are the way to go. Oh, so you hate waffles? Well, I was getting to that, bitch! Cunt! He made fun of me. And this is all nice. He mean to me.
Previously, this is him talking about it on one of his streams from this time period.
As written,
Yeah,
the
but
language
chicken
is
and
too
waffles.
vague. It doesn't solve the root issue, and it creates a litany of new issues. And that's a problem. That's the major issue for me. So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiative
Well, if you'll consult the Microsoft Paint.
is basically
Shut up,
developers
we've already heard
check.
this.
Get used to it. We're gonna see a lot of that. Unlike what Jason is saying here, the Digital Rights Management, or DRM,
Chicken and waffles is not American slop. It's American coated gems. American gems. It's a gem, not slop.
of single-player games doesn't need to be
It's
removed.
my yum-yums! Chat! Those are my yum-yums. I want yum-yums. Drown that guy. Yeah, it's diabetes on a plate, but it's yum-yums.
Or even radically altered.
So actually, here's why I'm the correct Jack, and you are the stupid Jack.
The companies who own the games just need to provide means for the players to keep playing it. In the case of single-player games, it mostly means still having it easily available for purchase in digital form, which requires no extra effort or cost of maintenance for the devs. As a matter of fact, it will continue to make them money as people keep buying the game. This alone would be a major source of relief for game preservation, since this is the brunt of the controversy revolving ROM sites being taken down, as retro games become increasingly
This actually is so ass. Like, when I get, like, it's so fucking upsetting.
hard to officially acquire, whether digitally or physically. But to Jason's point, there is the odd case that cuts closer to DRM, such as the original GTA trilogy, which got replaced by their retarded definitive edition versions that look and play completely different, which many people reacted extremely negatively to, and for good reason. In this case, the delisting of the original games and their subsequent replacement had to do with, for example, licensing issues with the in-game's radio music. But again, Rockstar could have simply continued to remove songs that they'd lost the rights to, as they were already doing before the definitive edition fiasco, and left the rest of the game intact.
I didn't
so
know
even
it
this
was that
isn't a
bad.
particularly good example. We haven't even gotten to Jason's point of contention with the initiative, and he's already misrepresenting it. This is what he actually thinks is wrong with the initiative.
The way that they're going about it is using very vague language that makes it so that even live service games could be caught in this net, which means every multiplayer game gets caught in the net, and they have to put in caveats such as allowing people to run private servers and so on and so forth after the game dies.
Honestly, at that point, like, whatever like, let them. I don't know what the fucking problem is. Let them. Where's the problem? Yeah, where's the problem? Let them run private servers when the game dies. What's the fucking problem? He's such a bitch.
In order
Yeah, and it's an initiative. There's no law. I did already watch the Meat Canyon video.
for them
That was what piqued my interest. That's what started me watching these pirate software videos, is I watched the Meat Canyon video.
to even make it in the first place. Government run initiative. I can't back this, dude. I can't. It is too goddamn vague.
I really like how he answers his own critique with the private servers thing, but then calls it a caveat, as if it's some kind of far-fetched concept. Allowing users to run private
Yeah, there's tons of private servers for dead MMOs, yeah.
servers has been done since the 90s. It's completely doable for any dev, let alone companies that have the kind of resources to run company-owned servers in the first place. To act as if this is some kind of unbearable logistics overhead, or worse, to suggest that this would cost them anything significant is ridiculous. Also, why does he call it—
How dare the consumer enjoy a product we're not actively marketing anymore? Ugh. Stupid consumer. You're supposed to buy the next wave of slop, not the one that came out years ago. You're supposed to move on from that one. Come on, spend more money. Cough it up, bitch. How dare they enjoy a product for more than we want, for longer than the allotted time. For longer than the acceptable amount of time put forward by the company. Right? Buy the new Battlefield game? I don't play shooters.
government run.
But apparently people were saying the new Battlefield game is, well, it's like the beta, right? Isn't it like the beta, or did it actually come out? But people were saying the new Battlefield game looks good. Because it's not trying to be a Fortnite clone. Like a lot of it's open beta, okay. Yeah, because like a lot of the shooters are pivoting to try to be more like Fortnite because Fortnite's so fucking profitable. But they said the new Battlefield is gonna be like sticking with like the more serious themes, you know? Not like... It's looking hopeful, yeah. I saw a tweet that was like, somebody has to have like there must be some crazy dirt going on in like EA or whatever or some shit like that for them to put out a trailer like that good. Right? There's gotta be like fucking lives on the line. Yeah, and it was inspired by Bad Company too. Yeah, I saw that. Well, I think Cleo's excited for it. Cleo's excited for it because they're paying her a lot of money to play it. She did stream it, but it was a sponsored stream.
Initiative. What is he trying to say? That this initiative is run by the government?
Yes!
I can't think of anything else he could have.
It's European too. It's European. Oh, this is DICE's last chance. Oh shit, so they're like trying to pull out all the stops then. I see,
meant with that, but that is patently insane and coming out of nowhere. The people behind this initiative are publicly audited in the EU's own site. The representative of the initiative is Daniel Ondruska, a European citizen and business consultant who, by the looks of his LinkedIn, has leagues more experience than Nepo Baby Jason could ever try to draw on MS Paint.
But I have 20 years of hacking experience! More companies should make games under threat of closure. Well, here's the thing. Even like, what was that game? It was like a pretty colorful game. It was the like pretty colorful game that was like well received. I think it was under Sony. But like the studio was like under threat of like closure and the game was well received. It was like Hi-Fi Rush. It was like artistically creative and then they still sold it off anyways. They still like closed down the studio and sold it off, so it's like lose-lose, you know?
Immediately after cobbling together this monstrosity of a point, Jason tries to make it out as if he knows what he's talking about by going to the SKG page and reading off of it, which, by the way, is not the exact same thing as the EU initiative. Even if we act like it is, Jason still manages to put his foot in his mouth by misrepresenting what's written on the SKG site as well.
This right here, intentionally
he's a
rendered...
Germanic Slav, so you know he's hard-headed. Yeah. Put them in a fucking cage match. This guy's getting destroyed.
Bring commercial video games inoperable when support ends. Of
They
course,
say there was a game at Sony the CEO couldn't put down, then they shut it down. What the fuck?
we render them inoperable when support ends because we turn the servers off. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them, but they're not. It's vague, and because
Dude, it's the cadence of his voice, like, literally, it's like nails on a chalkboard! The cadence of his voice where he's like very obviously trying to, like, make himself sound, like, far more intellectually superior. It, like, grinds my gears! Yeah, it grinds
It's
my
vague.
gears!
as that last poster put so eloquently, It's a nail bomb to take out a wasp nest.
Did he forget he just mentioned the possibility of end-user run servers? Or is he keeping up with the act like that's some impossible feat? Even in extreme cases like MMORPG games with leaderboards and in-game market features that are maintained by the company's servers, it would still be better to completely reset all players' progress by having them migrate to a player-run private server than to just shut the game down entirely. Not that that would even be necessary, but even in the worst-case scenario, a private server is better than nothing. It seems that Jason's ability to
Yeah, but here's the deal. He can't go back to Second Life because now he's too old for it to be acceptable for him to hire minors to do work for him and then report them after he profits off of their work. So, I don't think he's really in a position to go back to that life.
read exhausts itself after he goes over just 2 lines on the SKG page, and then he starts aimlessly floating through the FAQ section while rambling incoherently.
It doesn't make any damn sense. That's the issue. And we see this all throughout their FAQ. We see it all across this. It is inflammatory
He's not
language.
even reading it! He's like, yeah, well, we see it everywhere. We see it like, this is like literally what pisses me off so fucking bad. He goes, we see it everywhere. Doesn't cite anything. He just says we see it everywhere. He clicks into this, doesn't read it. Like, he's literally just spouting bullshit.
It all across this. It is inflammatory language across the board.
He's rage baiting us, right, chat? He's rage baiting us, right? He has to be rage baiting us. There's no other explanation, no other reasonable explanation for this, right? He's gotta be rage baiting. Take so dog shit, it has to be rage bait.
And it's going to lead to government overreach.
Bait or mental,
because
dude, my little brother would send me this picture. The one where it's like bait or mental retardation, call it.
Government doesn't understand how the hell games work. They don't understand how the internet works. They still can't even get a grasp on loot boxes.
Clicks, but it makes me
This is not
angry.
new.
So I don't
And
like
you're handing
it.
them a weapon to start walking through the games industry indiscriminately attacking things when they don't understand it.
Okay.
This is a bad direction. Can they change it? I hope so. But here's the thing. They're proposing this,
Also,
and I
hi,
hope it doesn't
dog.
go through. Because what they're doing is too vague and dangerous.
Government overreach. Interesting. How about Nintendo abusing DMCA to take down playthroughs of their games that use emulators? Or Nintendo taking down fan games on the basis of IP law? Is that not government overreach, since Nintendo is directly using legal means provided by the government to antagonize gamers? Or is it only government overreach when the consumer complains?
Nintendo wholesome. I love Nintendo.
Because I don't even see Jason making a both sides are bad fence-setting kind of point here. He is fully taking the side of protecting DRM and IP law at all costs. And if you even dare to question it, you are the problem. If not for the government enforcing this top-down system, big-time gaming companies would have to radically shift to the way indie game devs operate. Come to think of it, given that indie games have been beating the ass of AAA gaming for the past few years, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. But, of course, considering any of those things would require Jason's logic to be consistent, Either you are for involvement of regulation in gaming, in which case it makes complete sense to lobby for consumer protection laws, or you're against it, in which case it makes complete sense to lobby for the curtailing of intellectual property laws that give the companies disproportionate power over their games. Taking the middle ground in this debate necessarily means you are wholly and exclusively in support of corporations being able to do what they want to do to the consumer base, with the unwavering support of the government and no legal recourse whatsoever. This is Jason's position. You would think that a guy who chose the name Pirate Software and who talks about how important it is to share information to promote game development wouldn't be so eager.
Actually, pirating is bad, guys. I made my game pirate-proof so nobody can pirate it.
To ride or die for DRM. If all of this wasn't bad enough, his chat begins feeding him false information about how SKG is ran by someone who wants to end all live service games and make them single player, and not only does he jump at the bit for it, he smugly begins taking a victory lap on stream before he even confirms it.
Stop Killing Games comes from the guy, live service is a scam. This is not based on vagueness. It is their intention to have all games to be updated to be single player, even if it was an MMO originally. Do you have a source for that information for me?
He doesn't even care.
Because I'm going to be real with you. If that's the case, all of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely.
He's so intolerable.
I have no qualms about that. If the intention is
He's like, do you have a source on that? And then immediately just keeps going like, yeah, dude, these people are full of shit. They suck. I'm getting rage baited by a freaking Turkey Tom video.
to turn all live service games into single player games, they can eat my entire ass.
I
feel like
dropped the mask. That means I'm smarter than you. Yeah, dude, guys, if you know anybody in real life that acts like this, freaking get the fuck away from them, because they're like textbook narcissist.
you've said this like 5 times. This is going to be the hot news for the day, dude. It's just going to keep coming up. Keep coming up. The reason that I'm talking about it so much is Sunder, our pants editor, our tailor, is sitting there taking all of this video and turning it into a video.
And
so
turning it into YouTube shorts to slap content farm for wholesome moments. Wholesome epic pirate software genius owned moments.
put it up on YouTube,
My older sister acts like this dick.
so I never have to talk about it again.
He's literally clip farming. Yeah, he's literally like, yeah, I'm clip farming. So what?
It'll be great. Yeah. So we basically sacrifice one day of talking about this shit so that anytime anyone ever brings it up again, I go watch that video. Bye.
Of course, he had to whip out the classic.
The problem is this. I work in the games industry. I have for 20 years.
No way. No fucking way he said it. I thought it was an exaggeration. Oh, dude, he really does pull it out every fucking second. 20 years, by the way. Oh, you know, 20 years, by the way. You know, I've been in the games industry since I was like a 10-year-old boy. You know, working. I was actually a QA engineer at the ripe old age of 7. And then I went on to become a government hacker. You know, for 20 years once I hit 12. You know, and that's when my second puberty started.
This looks like a nightmare to me.
I work in the games industry. I have for 20 years.
I don't even talk about it that much. Yeah. Ugh. Dude, what an annoying sack of shit.
I did 20.
Eventually, he stumbles his way to actually watching Ross's video, only to make more grossly incorrect and needlessly cynical points against everything Ross. What makes Jason mauled so much over live service potentially being threatened is his decades of deathly addiction to MMORPGs like WoW and Path of Exile.
But more and more.
Dude, I say like I'm low-key. I low-key maybe not currently deeply have a problem with World of Warcraft, but I've had a problem with World of Warcraft, and I still say like live service games are bad. Dude, I'm literally like a gacha addict, and I like MMOs, and I can at least I'm like clear enough of the mind to recognize like, you know, live service games can be like kind of predatory, man. Like, it's not really a great formula. Like playing Path of Exile right now. Be careful. You're gonna turn into freaking pirate software or Elon Musk.
Are being designed to stop working the
Okay, we've already seen this.
At least in the case that the company is the game source code over to the community and let them figure out the problems. At least in the case that the company is no longer concerned with keeping the game alive and healthy. This is exactly what id Software did with Wolfenstein 3. Concerned with keeping the game alive.
Dude, who the fuck makes these soy jack edits for Turkey Tom?
And healthy. This is exactly what id Software did with Wolfenstein 3D, Doom, and Quake, and what Valve has recently done with Team Fortress 2. It's not that far-fetched or difficult. Now, I'm not going to make you guys suffer and keep listening to Jason reiterate this point over and over again, but to summarize, he creates a false dichotomy. Either things stay as they are and games get completely shut down, delisted, and rendered unplayable, or all companies will have to choose between keeping an unprofitable game alive forever or remake it from scratch as a single-player experience. What Jason fails to comprehend, or more likely, deliberately ignores, is that what Ross is proposing isn't a hypothetical. 10 years ago, there was a private World of Warcraft server, and not only was it running perfectly fine, but it was very popular among the player base who weren't very satisfied with what regular WoW had become. And WoW was run by what company again? Oh yeah, Blizzard Entertainment. Famous for once having employed world-renowned hacker Maldavius Figtree for 20 years.
I know how to do that because I worked at Blizzard.
This WoW server wasn't a project in its formative stages. It was fully functional, and Blizzard went out of its way to shut it down for no reason, which earned them a well-deserved heap of backlash.
This one had, it was Blizz-like in every way, perfectly scripted, no donations. It was just for the love of the game. People just wanted to play that game. But Blizzard is such dicks about it.
They didn't even have to do anything.
Classic,
the player base had already taken care of it, and Blizzard still punished them. Perhaps the worst part is that this absolute buffoon actually brings up WoW in his response to Ross.
This would require publishers to leave games they have sold to customers in a working state at the time of shutdown.
How are you going to do that with World of Warcraft? How you
Dude, this guy, oh my god, he's so fucking insufferable. Alright, what about my game? What about my game. But what does it mean for my game? Hi, Saffron. Chat, say hi to Saffron. She's on YouTube. Hi, Saffron on YouTube. Oh, yeah, what about World of Warcraft? What about World of Warcraft? What about my game? What if I want to play my game? Or I'll have to do the EQ thing to make my voice lower. What about World of Warcraft? What about my game?
You're gonna do that with any live service that has to be in a working to make any.
He is addicted to the point of playing it for literally 24 hours straight. And it's made by a company he used to work at, and he knows nothing about it. I've seen plenty of counter arguments against what Jason is putting forward here.
But did you consider, what about World of Warcraft? I think if Blizzard ended their live support for World of Warcraft or whatever, people would run private servers and it would be fine. And if I really enjoyed playing World of Warcraft, I would just play it on a private server. Crazy take, guys! I know that's a crazy fucking take, but I'd be okay with it. So I don't know what number of sticks this guy has up his ass, but like, holy fuck. I saw something, I'm reading Saffron's messages on YouTube. I saw something saying he didn't really work for them. He was he was QA. Yeah, he wasn't no. Saffron, he never worked a legitimate job as a developer. He worked QA at Blizzard. His dad got him the job. He worked QA. And pretty much all of his coworkers from his team, while he worked at Blizzard, said that he didn't do any work. He just kind of watched YouTube and scrolled on Reddit. 20 years game experience, by the way. I would play BFA or Shadowlands again. Ural wants to literally play the worst World of Warcraft content. Ural is schizophrenic. Ural is schizophrenic and admits to wanting to play objectively the worst content in World of Warcraft again? Ural, you saw how, like, suicidal... Shadowlands killed my grandma. Yeah. Yeah, Ural, Ural, you saw how much I bitched when I leveled in Shadowlands, like, a few months ago. I thought it was the worst thing ever, and I was just complaining about it nonstop. World of Warcraft killed my dog.
But what I don't see is enough people pointing out that his supposed nightmare scenario is...
Shadowlands had... What did Shadowlands have that was good? Shadowlands had Evil Anduin. That's pretty good. You can't see my face, but I'm doing that freaky Sonic face. You guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah, so, well, I guess Shadowlands isn't that bad. I guess it wasn't that bad. I like Maldraxxus. The Jailer Nipples cinematic. Player X gift. I don't... Yeah. What do I enjoy playing in Shadowlands? Bastion was the most cancer area for me to play. I literally hated every moment of it, but I only did it for the cosmetics. But... I like Maldraxxus, and that's it. I think. That was really the only thing I liked playing.
Something that has happened before. And
The only thing Shadowlands has is good cosmetics. Everything else fucking sucks. Everything sucks. Penis. Small penis.
only is it not a nightmare, it only fails to...
Holy Paladin has some of the best damage in Shadowlands. Ural, I leveled a mage in Shadowlands. Lol, Ural. I leveled my mage in Shadowlands, though. So, we're going off of blue class Shadowlands experience, Ural. I leveled my mage there, dude. It was AIDS, actually. It was actually AIDS.
work when the original company sticks its grubby fingers in the pie and destroys everything. Jason's willful blindness is to the point where, after repeatedly yapping about how games would have to be made into single-player experiences, Ross mentions that players can host servers, and Jason just sits there looking dumbfounded, like his brain cannot process what's just been said.
Publishers don't even always have access to the source code.
Require endless support.
It wouldn't require endless support? No, it would require a shitload of support at the time of transitioning an entire multiplayer
They're like, shut up, you're wrong, and you're trying to double down even though you're wrong.
server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience.
Shadowlands was like just to play through is extremely long and tedious, not really enjoyable. Best expansion of playthrough, Legion. Best expansion, Legion.
Around single player, rebuilding everything in the entire game. How are you gonna
Second favorite, Kata. Okay.
do that with Final Fantasy XIV?
Those
You're
are
just
my
gonna make all the
favorite.
raids
I like Legion and Cataclysm.
soloable? Man, is that really gonna give the same experience? This shit makes no goddamn sense.
Whatever, bro. Just put my naked furry character in the bag. Legion followed by Wrath, then Kata. I haven't played Wrath. Okay, sorry. I'm getting into fat person topics now. We're getting fat conversation now. I haven't played Wrath because like some of my IRLs that are pretty into it tell me that I really need to finish I have to play all of Warcraft 3 and then play Wrath.
They can end it anytime they want as far as we're concerned. You wouldn't need to host server.
You're posing this as a benefit. It's gonna make the game shit.
Though they would have to either patch out that requirement or else allow customers
He's
to
made
host
a
them
stupid
privately.
fucking face!
Assume any liability for what customers do with their copies of game.
That's all he can do in the face of the one point that unravels his
He's
entire
like making
argument.
a fucking soy jack face. Like, you guys can't see it. You know, I'm covering this up. Because honestly, this is so insufferable. You guys are better off just not seeing it.
Roll his eyes and raise his eyebrows. When he does mention
makes me
private
so
servers for
angry.
WoW, it's to make this claim.
So this would not require publishers to assume liability for the customer actions, except it would, because every single time that somebody would go off and create a private server, and that private server would have problems, do you know who gets tickets for it? The parent company that made the original game. Do you know how I know that? Because we got tens
7 years, by the way! 7 years! Blizzard! 7 years at 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 Blizzard, by the way.
thousands of tickets at Blizzard for private servers for World of Warcraft.
That's pretty interesting to hear from Jason.
Wait, because that's not even what he did! He was a QA tester! He's probably lying. Frankly, he's probably just lying, because that is not even anything he did for his job.
Because on Blizzard's own website, this is what it says. Private WoW servers are against the Blizzard terms of use. If you want to play World of Warcraft, you must download the official game client through the Blizzard app.
Clueless?
Blizzard customer support doesn't provide assistance with issues in private servers.
But he said they got thousands and thousands of tickets! Thousands of tickets!
Very curious. Well, I guess Jason knows more about Blizzard than Blizzard itself. After all,
7 years,
he
by
worked
the
there
way.
for 30 years. His 40 years of experience in Blizzard triumphs Blizzard's own existence, since it's only been active for about 34 years, which frankly pales in comparison to his 50 years.
Well, it's because he worked so hard while he was there for Blizzard. It's like he did 50 years of work in the 7 years that he was there.
Of work at Blizzard.
How do you know so many things? I worked at Blizzard for 7 years.
I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but this is an evil horse who deserved it. The closest thing to a point Jason comes to during all of this is his concern.
Tomothy, you dirty, dirty boy. You dirty, dirty boy. Why would you include that in your video? Yeah, the freaking berserk rape horse! Why would you put that in your video?
For how this kind of regulation may affect small teams. But then again, Jason could have tailored his point to clarify there should be some kind of exemption for small game dev companies. At no point does he try to engage with what Ross is saying in good faith. Instead, this is how he acts.
If we get enough signatures,
Thank you so much for joining the membership on YouTube. Thank you, Bookie!
then this goes before the European Union to be considered as new law.
I hope it gets shot down. So you're social engineering politics.
You're social engineering! I'm not social. You're doing it! You're doing it! It's bad! It's good when I do it, but it's bad when you do it. I can do it all the time because I'm a professional hacker for the government, but you can't do that!
Politicians that don't know anything about the subject matter to try and push through an initiative about an industry you clearly don't understand to stop killing video games in a way that would kill all live service games. Am I getting that right?
He makes me so angry.
I feel like I'm getting that right. Not only do I not want to back this,
Okay,
I'm going to
I
actively
actively-
tell people not to.
Absolute lashing and the
Alright, and
misunderstanding
we've seen
on much of what we're asking for.
We've seen everything about Ross, about the video with Ross, so I'm sure we can skip over the Ross stuff. There's Soy Jacks, Gay Ben, Chud Jacks, more World of Warcraft, more Stop Kill. We've already seen the Stop Killing Game stuff. Go here.
Argument. The first thing he goes after is the issue of monetization in private servers, where
I'm
he's
not gonna torture a Thor AI because the thing is, I don't like torturing the AIs of like real people.
suggests that having the government prevent it would lead to a lot of red tape. But that red tape already exists. It's called DMCA. And whoever is the rightful owner of the game's IP can file a claim. Even if the company is shut down alongside the game, the IP can still be owned by somebody, whether it's by an individual
I actually was not aware of that.
or another company, in the case that during its liquidation, the original company sold off its intellectual properties.
I did.
Now, in the case that the
they announced that IRL Grass Wonder died at like 6 a.m. this morning.
IP became abandonware, then the original IP owner clearly didn't care to preserve it. The only problem with the MCA is that it currently is
I
being
think the only original Uma characters that are still alive are Daiwa Scarlet, Goldship, and Urara are the only, I think those are the 3 that are still alive IRL. Because most of them were famous horses from like the 80s. I thought Daiwa was still alive. Is she?
abused against people who make free fan games and run private servers for no profit. The other case Jason presents is if people are allowed to monetize. And his counter argument here is even more out of touch. He describes a situation in which a malicious
from like the starting on like the on release available on release horses.
Actor uses bots and exploits to kill a game with the intent of firing up their own private server
Yeah, well actually Uma Musume lukewarm level of knowledge Uma Musume fact. Hold on, let me do that. That when I cut this it'll turn black. The horses in the Uma Musume, if their IRL horse counterpart was like a male, so like here's their ears, you know, there's their hair. If like their IRL horse counterpart was a male, they'll have their little bow will be like this on this ear, or like, you know, they'll have whatever little accessory on their ear like that, and if it was a female it'll be on this ear. Or like Rice Shower. Yeah, like Rice Shower, her accessory is like here on this side of her head. Rice Shower was a male. Sire or mare, I don't care. I'm American. I don't watch horse races.
Boredom to profit off of the
Thanks, Thor. Shut up!
game's demise. This is silly because if this malicious actor can profitably run a server of the game, wouldn't it be vulnerable to the same botting and exploits that destroyed the game in the first place? And if this malicious actor can prevent those exploits, can't the company who originally owned the game do the same thing in this scenario? As a matter of fact, isn't it the obligation of a company who provides a live service game to do everything in their power to keep their game intact? I think it's pretty obvious how this hypothetical breaks down on its own, but somehow Jason thought this point was so brilliant, he made an entire follow-up video dedicated to explaining it. The other points aren't nearly as deserving of coverage, just more gallivanting on Jason's part.
Guys, I'm gonna do something crazy. Guys, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'm stupid. Technically, Grass Wonder was also American-born. Grass Wonder was American-born, but trained in Japan, so I get it too. I'm not Pirate Software, guys. I can admit that I'm wrong.
To make him seem like he knows more about this topic than anyone else. Ross eventually tried to communicate again, justifying his cynical stance on why politicians would pick the initiative up, but much like his previous attempts to get through to Jason, it yielded no results. Even in his follow-up video, Jason continues to be dishonest about private server practices.
How many of you have felt negatively when an MMO dies, or when a live service game dies?
Guys, 1 in chat if you feel negatively when a live service game dies. 2 in chat if you feel positively. 1 in chat if you feel negatively when a live service game dies. 2 in chat if you feel positive. Curious. Curious, is it not? I'm seeing a lot of 2s in chat. Interesting! I'm seeing a whole lot of 2s in chat. Depends on if I'm playing at the time or not.
Dies. Oh, dead game. There's only 5 people online. Why would I play that? So why would you want to preserve a game in that state? That doesn't make it.
To preserve, oh my god! To have an archive of it! We was like, well, if no one's playing, then why do you... Well, if you're not playing it, then why do you want to own the game? If you bought the game, why do you want to still have access to it if nobody's playing it? It's like...
Any sense to me. You want to take down these live service games, put them up
this
on a
has to be
private server,
rage
and then
bait.
play it with
He's
a couple
rage
of people.
baiting us.
You're not bringing it back at its height. You're not
He is rage bait. He's rage baiting. There's no fucking way. There's just no way.
taking a snapshot of what the game actually is. You're making it
has to
limp
be
on
rage
in a way
baiting.
that doesn't make any sense. That's not preservation.
Except that it does make sense, because the aforementioned private WoW server amassed over 800,000 registered accounts, with peaks of 150,000 active accounts
Holy
in a given
shit.
week, and over 18,000 concurrent players before it was shut down. Is that a pathetic snapshot of a dead game too? There are AAA live service games being released right now by legitimate companies that can't get
Oh my God,
18,000
yeah.
concurrent players. To give Jason
The most abysmal dog shit game in history.
credit, he does acknowledge that there are some private servers that are successful, but he then proceeds to shut it down as not a solution because it opens devs up to abuse, as if he had already established how that would necessarily be the case.
It opens up a route for abuse to the developers, so that is not a solution. Hi, my name is Jason Thorhall, also known as Pirate Suffer, and the other day I put out a video called Stop Killing Games, saying why I would not support the initiative. Overall, it was actually quite positive.
Another caveat to this whole thing is, what if you
everybody
don't
loves
care that
me.
your private server doesn't have a lot of players? I can think of plenty of live service games that you can reasonably play without a ton of players in the same server, which I guess he'd also consider abusive. I
Abusive
suppose a company like
practice.
Valve, who has a track record of allowing players to run their own servers, has been allowing their users to abuse them for the past 20 years. That's why they're so unprofitable, right?
Holy shit, they are actually really profitable. Damn. Also, Waco Samurai, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it.
Like, he's just always in his own world. He really quiet for real unless he know you. He funny as hell, though.
The comments on this video in particular are possibly the most
My God.
poignant.
Oh, shit,
It's
my mouse is
actually
on the
pretty
screen,
simple.
sorry.
If you design your game specifically with anti-consumer practices in mind, don't be surprised when the consumer
really
starts hitting you
appreciate it.
back.
Thank
Valve has
you.
multiple live service games, and people have always been able to host their own servers however they like. If you are anti-consumer, the consumer is going to be anti-you. Someone even copy-pasted a comment made by the company Running with Scissors, who made the Postal games, which detailed how, despite being an indie
Hey, wait, wasn't the Postal 2 one of those games that it was like GOG or something put up for free? Wasn't that? Because I feel like it was a bunch of like adult only rated games that they put up for free. So I claimed the keys for that. Yeah. Or it's like I claim the keys or whatever, but I have to like log in to put them in my account. Yeah, but I don't think I can stream it though, right?
company
I
and
don't think that's something that you're allowed to stream, is it?
activity since the 90s, they have always successfully made the basic efforts to keep their games
Yeah, it's-
playable indefinitely.
maybe
and the
not.
best part is, they're just one of the
What was the game that had penis out? Wasn't that a Postal game where you have your penis out? Or am I getting this confused with another game series? I don't know. Pinar? Pinar? I don't know, you're the streamer? I don't play games, that's just real life. I don't know, you can pee on things, right. Is your dick out when you pee on it? I don't know! I
many
saw
examples
it
of
online!
companies who do exactly what Jason tries to paint as impossible, or at least he tries to paint them as too hard for a smaller team to do. Whether it's private servers saving games, fixing their bugs, keeping games alive, promoting
I have
modding
no
culture,
fucking
there's no
idea.
shortage of examples that run directly counter to everything Jason said in his
Wait,
video.
Postal 2 is the inspiration for My Summer Car's pissing mechanics? That's actually peak.
He is simply existing in an alternate reality. In his attempt to be a white knight for developers,
Death
he managed to earn literally nothing but universal disapproval,
shit.
including from other indie devs. On August 9th, right at the heels of all this controversy, the developer of Cruelty Squad made a tweet, which read, "Discovered that YouTube is full of extremely popular game dev videos where the dev authoritatively explains what makes a game good, while simultaneously
holy
showing the
based.
most boring game you've ever seen." While Jason was never named here, people in the replies immediately recognized this to be about him, especially considering the time frame.
Yeah, so, games I don't like are bad, but this one game where you pick up peanuts off the ground, one by one, for several hours, has the best game dev design. You guys should definitely check it out.
Another wrinkle to all of this drama is
Oh, right,
that
and he
just a
got,
few
like,
months prior
he
to the
had to
beginning of
leave
this
that company,
inferno
too.
surrounding Jason and Stop Killing Games, an announcement had been made about him being a significant
He
part
looks
of
like
a
a
game
lesbian. That's because he's a furry. It's like that. It's like the male furry phenotype.
publishing company called Off Brand Games. This company just happened to be working on publishing
It's like the male fur. Well, okay. So here's the thing. In the demographics of furries, like people who are publicly are like, yeah, I'm a furry. There's like a few categories. It's like wrestling, okay? It's like wrestling. There's weight classes. There's like weight classes to the furries. And then like, so it's like, I don't know, if you're like 250, no, furries skew a bit higher. So I'll say 300 plus. There's 300 plus, 200 to 299. I'd say like 150 to 200. This is in US pounds. 150 to 199, I guess. And then like less than 150. There's like, he falls into this phenotype of furries, I think, and these are the ones that tend to look like lesbians. These are the ones that tend to look like lesbians. These are like stick figures. These are like the really nasty, like sweat stains everywhere, greasy ones. And these are like balding ones. Does that make sense?
Live service game called Rivals of Aether 2. This is obviously a conflict of interest that Jason never mentioned in any of his tirades against SKG. I must wonder why. But a little while later, the initial momentum of the SKG controversy died down, and Jason played it pretty smart for a guy as invested in online drama as he was. For the rest of the year, the bits of controversies he got involved in were really small in comparison. In late August, he spoke about the fur affinity hack and took the opportunity to take a couple of jabs at Kiwi Farms, probably because he knew they were speaking about him. Interestingly enough, he never mentions that he's a furry, which is odd considering the context. In early September, we see EVE Online
Wait, so is he not public about being a furry on like his YouTube or on his like YouTube stuff? Maldavius Fruit Tree, my brother? Kitty Pie, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it.
Because Jason got into a small issue with the community, where he found himself having to explain his in-game tactics, as bystanders, some of whom were very familiar with the game, speculated that his
because didn't he used to grief in this game?
strategies made literally no sense. Now, you might think that this is meaningless, but he actually got in trouble for a situation just like this right after. While Jason scuttled away from the online community with his tail between his legs, streaming World of Warcraft all day, sometimes for 24 hours straight, the community slowly grew more negative on him. Eventually, it got to the point where it was too much for him to bear, so he started tweeting at his detractors again. But much worse than that, he allegedly started
it's like he like literally cannot stop himself from freaking feeding the trolls.
having their videos taken down. Although this began in late August 2024, it's a phenomenon that goes on to this day. The first, at least to my knowledge, was Anno's video on him, which was reported for cyberbullying and harassment. Jason apparently commented on Anno's video and defended himself, which led some to believe he was involved or otherwise responsible in the flagging of the video. Given that this video had a big emphasis on the Emoto story and the sensitive allegations that Jason did something inappropriate with her, let's try to give Jason the benefit of the doubt here.
I'll be on his side for this one, devil's advocate, because the other person did come out and say like, no, he didn't like rape me or anything.
The takedown was 100% justified, whether Jason did it or not. The only problem is, soon after, a video by Dr. Copper was taken down, then 2 other videos, and a review of Heartbound, all on the grounds of harassment and cyberbullying. By late October, there were allegedly 15 videos on Jason that got taken down. However, he was met with an obstacle in late January, when he made the mistake of opting to do a DMCA takedown instead of having his community report it for harassment, which led a YouTuber called The Other Frost to cover his case. Frost's video did a really good job of documenting it, so if you want a better breakdown of what happened, you should go watch it. But for the sake of brevity, what happened here is that Brandon Ferrantino, the creator of the game Idle Streaming Bonanza, which contains parodies of multiple popular streamers, used Jason's voice.
Oh my god, it's XQC.
Idle Streaming Bonanza, which contains
CQX. He has no eyes. Asmund Silver's not an original concept. They already made Asmund Silver.
Parodies of multiple popular.
Dr. Diddles!
Popular streamers use Jason's voice, not in the game, but instead in a personal build of the game for his own entertainment. Brandon then showed this parody of Jason, which contained voice lines from him on stream, much to the entertainment of his audience and the rage of Jason, who promptly filed a DMCA. When Brandon counterclaimed, this is what Jason said.
Hey, Kronos, we have to file a legal complaint.
against that dude earlier, we're going to take you to court. You're going to lose. You cannot use somebody's likeness or voice in any way inside of your game.
Dude, I hate the way he acts. I hate the way he acts. Holy fuck. It's like so... Oh my god. Oh, I'm getting rage baited. I'm literally getting rage baited. Cat, they really gives it to Dr. Diddles. I appreciate
Games
it.
without their permission. It's a really stupid thing to do. Incredibly so. So
Yeah, so what? Did he try to Did he try to DMCA the Meat Canyon video? Yeah, he's smug and he's wrong. It's so frustrating.
I'm going to send this over to Kronos now because he is a lawyer in copyright law. That is his job. Welcome to the Finding Out timeline, bud.
There are two things that Jason is lying about here. Firstly, his voice is not actually in the game, and secondly, Kronos, his stream mod, is not a real lawyer. As it turns out, when you're a
He's like, it's his mod. It's his Twitch mod. I'm like flabbergasted, dude. Like, I don't, like, genuinely, I don't even know what to say. It's his Twitch mod, and he's not a real lawyer.
full-time LARPer, you attract people like you. And Kronos somehow LARPed well enough to convince Jason
Abby! Get on my stream and start LARPing as a lawyer. I don't have any mods on right now.
to try and take Brandon's game down from Steam, despite his voice not actually being in the game. Unfortunately for Jason and Kronos, a real lawyer was peeved
Maybe Kronos, yeah, shit. Maybe Kronos was the guy that VShojo had to be their lawyer that didn't actually have a license.
by the situation and offered his services to Brandon free of
mods?
charge.
No.
The lawyer's name is Mario, and this
I have, like, I literally don't even have mods.
is what he said. The DMCA you issued was unlawful. You should review the demand letter we sent with an actual U.S. attorney, not a person from Britain who is not admitted to practice law.
my
Basically,
God.
this Kronos guy did complete law school in England, but at least at that time, wasn't licensed to practice. In a Substack article from Frost about this, he displayed several Discord messages exchanged between Kronos and Brandon, where
Private
despite
parts.
Brandon clearly explaining Jason's voice,
Dude, it's like, how are you, I don't know. How are you gonna try to act all high and mighty and fucking argue with a dude named Private Parts? Come on.
voice wasn't in the game. He just sticks his head in the ground like an ostrich and acts like he doesn't understand. Repeating that the Twitch clip with Jason's voice was evidence that there was a build which violated DMCA. Reading these DMs isn't necessary, but it's pretty funny to see that Kronos has the same habit as Jason of pretending like he's way more formal than he actually is.
It's scary to, like, come to the realization that this guy, Pirate Software is not the only guy like this out there. The fact that he's surrounded by people that are like him is, like, extra scary.
Down to calling
Like Nightmare Blunt Rotation.
Brandon Mr. Ferrantino over Discord. When Mario started talking to Kronos, however, we see a radical shift in tone. So here, Mario says, I am going to demand you immediately withdraw, or I may seek damages under Lens v. Universal. That is not a threat. You are not correct, nor should you be dispensing legal advice, as to the 14 days being an absolute shield to liability. I will send legal correspondence. I do believe my conversation with you is at an end, as you are not an attorney, nor does it seem you are authorized to handle a legal matter for Mr. Hall. I will direct correspondence to him directly. And then Kronos says, we will be withdrawing the DMCA once we have prepared the documentation to do so.
Dude, it's like as soon as somebody that actually has the credibility, like, it doesn't matter that, like, Brandon, the, like, dev was right. As soon as somebody that actually has the credibility to back them up, they just fold, dude.
Need to email this to Steam, the platform to which the notice was filed. I do not know what their process is on their end. I recognize you will be sending a letter to Mr. Hall and will inform him
But no, please don't countersue. What? Why would you do that? What? Countersue?
accordingly. It turns out we are not in the finding out timeline. Or maybe just Jason is. When the legal correspondence came to Jason, he didn't respond. So Mario followed up with more correspondence, prompting Jason not to admit that he was wrong, but instead to make a tweet making up an excuse as to why he withdrew the DMCA. The DMCA was absolutely not unlawful. We filed a DMCA in response to the developer claiming that he put my voice in his video game in a playable build, and he showed evidence of this on video via a Reddit thread. We took down the DMCA notice as he reached out and stated that he would be voice acting the lines instead. You're spreading misinformation in a bias form to generate views.
Dude, dude, it's like I get saying shit with your chest and doubling down on it, but this guy, It's not the fact that he's doubling down, it's that he gets factually proven wrong. And after he gets factually 100% proven wrong, that's when he decides to double down.
This through the legal route as is appropriate. In this same tweet, Jason uses the same
Baba
clip from
Yaga to
Reddit
make
of
it so
Brandon
he can
playing his
never say
personal
he's
build
wrong.
as evidence that this was a published build, when again, it wasn't. Much later on, Jason made another statement on the situation, this time in the form of a comment under one of his videos addressing all of his recent controversies. But nothing new is really said here. As for all of the other instances of people's videos on him getting taken down,
I
to this day,
I did see that when that happened, the Yeet. Because the Yeet account is fucking a TMZ for streamer drama. They just post a fuck ton of streamer drama shit.
Maintains that he is not responsible for it. While all of this slowly unfolded, another minor side controversy also took place, where Jason made a video coming out in support of the game engine Godot, as they were going through some turbulence at the time. Basically, here's what happened. Godot's official Twitter account made a tweet signaling the support of their engine being used to make woke games. Their words, not mine. A lot of gamers weren't particularly happy about this, and most of them replied to the tweet, asking them to keep politics out of it. In turn, the Godot Twitter account started blocking people left and right, which
I remember, okay, I remember this happening.
led people to figure out who was the manager of the Twitter account, only to confirm their suspicions that it was a very politically inclined person, and that the tweet was very intentional. Simultaneously, as people in Godot's own community server started getting banned for taking issue with the tweet, users did some research on the moderator who was responsible for these bans, Zananax, who apparently used to say the N-word a lot on Discord.
You and I are not so different.
Wait, so what was it? Wait, so the problem people had with the Discord mod was that they were gay, or was that they said the N-word?
The one caveat to this aspect
Or
of the
both. The woke people hated this guy because he said the N-word, and the anti-woke people hated this guy because he was gay. Worst of both worlds. Holy
story
shit.
is that the server that Zananax modded for was not technically official, although it was frequently linked on Godot's own website as if it was. So for all intents and purposes, the server at least used to be Godot's community server. While the situation already didn't look great, the Zananax messages forced Godot's hand to apologize for the woke games tweet, although they maintain that the Discord server the mod was in wasn't official. Now, despite the apology, they continued to regularly block people, not just on Twitter, but also on GitHub, which prevented people from getting updates to the engine. This is a particularly questionable
oh yeah,
move,
that's
since
what it was.
Godot
That's
is
what it was. That's what blew up, was they were blocking people on GitHub, so they couldn't use the engine.
Beyond their reliance on donations and financial support from its user base. During all of this, Jason noticed how big this thing was and decided to pitch in to basically reiterate Godot's official statements in a more didactic and vague way.
See, it's so retarded. It's so retarded that, I don't know. Literally, makes me cry blood. It's, so bad. It rage baits me so bad. When there's, these really big content creators and their entire platform is just, reiterating, the most sanitized corporate stance after it gets officially posted. And then they have, thousands of people, clapping for them like they did something crazy. He literally rustled my jimmies. Yeah, he's rustling my jimmies right now. Critical does it. Critical does it. Even if Critical is the funny penis guy, Critical fucking does it, dude. And it's
so that people would question it even less. Of course, Zananax's random Discord messages from years ago aren't officially representative of Godot, even if the Discord server was vaguely tied to them. Based on what we see here, the worst they did was block people frivolously, which may have affected
all the YouTubers that talked about the visa censorship only recently and not years ago. To be fair, I didn't know that the payment processor thing was a big problem. I didn't know the payment processor thing was an issue until maybe a year ago, when there were a decent amount of VTubers and stuff. They didn't do artwork, but that had a lolly style model that would get banned from Patreon. I feel that got a lot more prolific in the last year. Why didn't you make a YouTube video about it? I don't make YouTube videos. Yeah, Patreon. That's why I don't have a Patreon, or that's why I don't do art. That's why I don't focus so hard on art, because originally that's what I wanted to do instead of streaming. I wanted to do a Patreon for artwork, but then it's they're no, you're not allowed to draw pornography on Patreon. That goes against our moral values as Visa and MasterCard. But, dude, there's no way. Are you sure? Oh, for paywalled content on Pixiv. Okay, maybe that makes sense, because there's a lot of questionable pornography on Pixiv. I will say that.
Some
Yeah,
donors.
it's pretty
Ultimately,
lame.
this means they're
Or like when OnlyFans almost banned adult content. That happened? Holy fuck.
loss, as sponsors who aren't into this kind of
Yeah, and they
political
diddle kids on
signaling will
private
pull
islands
out.
anyways.
I think I know what's happening. I think Woke is dead.
Strangely enough, one of the sponsors who pulled out was none other than Moldavius Fig Tree himself, whose Pirate Software logo mysteriously disappeared since this controversy. But all of this stuff was peanuts compared to what was about to happen. In January
Moldavius.
2025, Jason was playing Hardcore WoW, which is a version of the game where if you die, you lose
Here
your
it is,
character.
guys.
During one of his streams, his party ended up getting more attention from aggro mobs than initially intended, so they decided to collectively flee. Now, I don't actually play World of Warcraft, but I'm going to do my best to summarize what happened here. The thing about fleeing in WoW is that the mage plays a significant role in it, as mages have the ability to crowd control mobs. Jason was a mage, so this was his responsibility, but instead, he spammed a spell called Blink, which teleported him way ahead of the rest of the party, leaving them to die. When confronted about his conduct, he claimed he had no mana, and thus couldn't have helped his party, despite having multiple items that would restore his mana and allow him to help his party.
That is outrageous, dude. You can't blame me for that shit. You make a bad poll, you make a bad call, that's on you.
He also lied and claimed his spells didn't have crowd control ability, and blamed everyone else for the deaths of their characters. Now,
Wait, yeah, what is this emote? Did he banner Tyler 1? I have no idea. Umj? He's got no mana. Sure, we can have Umj. I think that's a funny name, so we can have Umj.
it may sound very silly that this was even a controversy. I mean, he was playing video games with other people. It's fake. Who cares, right? But this actually is an important stepping stone to understand
You use it when pirate software is out of mana.
the downfall of pirate software.
when
It
you
wasn't his
goon
screw
too
job
much.
itself that sealed his fate. Instead, it was his compulsive inability to take responsibility. As surprising as it may sound, this botched hardcore WoW run ignited a hate wave that I think was even greater than when he opposed Stop Killing Games, at least initially. He eventually made a tweet that presents
Pirate
itself
software,
as an
Jack.
apology, but when you look under the hood, it's anything but. He blames everyone else in the party for also having made mistakes, and makes
It's everyone's fault except for me.
sure to remind everyone that he is indeed a former Blizzard employee.
7 years, by the way. Guys, this has to be rage bait. Guys, this has to fucking be rage bait. This has to be rage bait.
Pirate Software, don't mention you're an ex-Blizzard employee challenge.
Impossible.
This tweet got to 4 million views.
Guys, we have that emote. Guys, we have that emote. Holy fuck. Yeah, he like physically cannot stop himself. Jesus Christ.
This tweet got to 4 million views, and he deleted the original VOD of him playing WoW, almost as if he was trying to sweep it under the rug entirely. Due to Jason's inability to just take
He's like, I'm not at fault, also deletes any evidence of him doing it. Haha, but I'm not at fault though.
the fault, Soda Poppin', who is another streamer and the leader of their guild, which was called OnlyFangs, came forward on his Discord server and said this: I made the decision to kick Pirate from the guild. I felt a large majority of people in the guild felt uncomfortable playing or being around him, and all that drama that surrounded him at this point. Even though some people may not have felt that way, a lot did. And after seeing some clips today from him, quadrupling down, or I don't know what number we're on at this point, I think I'm making the right decision. But still, I feel bad. Try to just let this whole thing slide into forgetfulness and move on. Stay safe, gamers. This is about as polite as Soda Poppin' could be, but clearly, it still got under
And
Jason's
it's not
skin,
enough.
leading him to make this passive-aggressive tweet about it, followed by him suggesting that the entire guild was ganging up on him and being toxic. The news about this made its way back to Ross, who was
Holy fuck. He's like, I don't care, but
still trying to promote Stop Killing Games. And this is what he said.
If you're against Stop Killing Games, and it's because of what you heard from Pirate Software, I think he represented Stop Killing Games as accurately
it tight.
as he represented his behavior in World of Warcraft
Whoa, so true.
and towards the
Can write essay,
and
but
the World of
can't click
Warcraft community.
manage 'em?
Yeah, like he
Curious.
said, the guild he was in
Curious.
was something like it was built on hate, and from what I saw, the guild, it didn't look like that. It looked like they're built on trying to have a wild time or something.
Yeah, have a
like,
wild
you know.
time.
So,
Have a wild time.
so yeah, I guess one thing that is a little frustrating on my end is that there seems to be very little cross connections between people realizing what he did in World of Warcraft versus realizing he basically did the exact same thing earlier in Stop Killing Games. And it would be really great if we could kind of bridge those a little.
Moon roached on one of his dungeon groups during OnlyFans blinking out of the dungeon, and nobody gave a fuck because he wasn't insufferable about it. Literally all he had to do was apologize. He didn't even have to say it was all my fault, because it wasn't all his fault. It was not entirely his fault. All he had to do was apologize and be like, yeah, like, we all fucked up, like, I'm sorry. That's all he had to say. But he just couldn't do it. He just couldn't do it.
The whole thing brought the levels of skepticism toward Jason to new heights, and people began combing through his recent content, detecting something strange.
I watched his Animal Well playthrough. Okay, I watched the whole thing, but it was on second monitor.
7 years, by the way.
And I liked the video. And I remember thinking in the video, I was like, damn, he's good at puzzles, man. I was like, if I was doing this,
Oh! Oh my god, yeah, because he plays puzzle games and he looks up the puzzles on his second monitor while he's streaming. I totally fucking forgot about this.
Duck. That's what I remember thinking. Okay? And then
On his phone.
During this drama, I'm like reading some of the comments on this WoW drama, and somebody offhandedly mentioned that he faked it. That he like looked up a guide. That he like was clearly like he says things that happen before he gets there, and he like I don't know if that's true, but I
my
rewatched
goat.
some.
Isn't this the guy that jerked off to AI deepfakes of his friends? It is. Just an
Part of the
observation.
video, and with that knowledge, it looked so much different to me. So I'm not saying anything.
This is the Gooner. This is the
not,
Gooner.
I don't know. All
I
I'm
do
saying
that
is I wish
too.
someone smarter than me could look into it.
What you just saw was male pattern baldness representative.
Yeah, well, like, my understanding is he did like make yeah, Atrioc did that, but my understanding is that was a while ago. He did apologize publicly for it, and he did like make amends or whatever. I don't know how good of terms he is on with these people anymore, but like, my understanding is it did not entirely ruin his career, so obviously he had to have taken accountability or whatever. It was last year.
What you just saw was Glizzy Enjoyer. I'm sorry, that's not right. What you just saw was a streamer named Atrioc calling attention to this question, and he got what he wanted because people started looking into it. During his gameplay of Outer Wilds, which was specified in the title
Oh, he
to be
hired lawyers to help all those people. Okay. You know what? I will say, yeah, because I feel like for something like that, just like being like, oh yeah, like sorry, I was like jerking off to my real life friend, that isn't enough. But hiring lawyers to help those people get the deepfakes taken down, I think. I'll give him a pass. I'll give him a pass.
a blind long play, meaning he's playing the game without backseat gaming from the chat and without looking at guides. People noticed that whenever he got stuck in a part of the game, he started looking at his phone until suddenly he had an epiphany of how to solve the puzzle. Eventually,
yes,
people did the same thing to the long play that Atrioc had watched, which was Animal Well, and once again, the same pattern of behavior appeared, with Jason suddenly getting eureka moments and solving things in an instant without ever working for the solution. He eventually caught wind that people were noticing and claimed he was playing games on his phone or texting.
Why did you cheat in Out of Wilds? What? How the hell would you cheat in that game? Bro, we played it all live on stream. All right, bud. It's a wild-ass thing to say. You were typing and they assumed you were Googling? No? I was probably playing Monster Hunter.
No,
Like,
of course not.
I've been playing that shit on phone for ages. I always keep it right here. Unless I was typing to somebody or texting to somebody. I don't freaking know.
Yeah. Okay.
wasn't
Perhaps the
Googling.
most glaring example of him accidentally slipping up and revealing he prepared for a playthrough beforehand was his playthrough of Tunic, where he repeatedly managed to read messages written in the game's cryptic language without a reference sheet, or referenced parts of the game that he hadn't reached yet as if he knew them beforehand. Maybe he was sick of making a fool out of himself while gaming, so Jason decided to return to another one of his supposed
Yeah, Long John Silver on YouTube. The Meat Canyon video is what is what has propelled me into learning the pirate verse, learning about the pirate cinematic Blizzard verse.
Fortes, hacking, although that didn't go that well either. In the midst of doing one of his masterclass demonstrations, he thinks that he's figured out some kind of cyber attack involving something called a jump box, while inadvertently admitting on stream that he just walked into a VPN called Tunnel Bear without realizing he did.
Oh, so Goose Noise, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Tunnel Bear seems like so freaking familiar. I feel like I used to use that.
Provider's Tunnel Bear. Domain is digitalocean.com. Server for rent.
I'm hacking. I'm
Yeah,
hacking.
server
I'm
for rent.
hacking.
100%. Normal.
Yeah, the way you said no is like when a kid gets caught. It's like, hey, were you eating those cookies when I weren't looking? No. That's how he said it.
So likely this is a rented server from a dude that's using this for attacks. There's your attacker. There's his jump box. We have his jump box.
The negative feedback was just mounting more and more, and in order to stave it off, Jason was banning people in his chat by the thousands. 30,000 to be specific.
At first it started because they didn't like.
He banned 30,000 people. You know, the only other time I can think of a streamer going crazy and banning a fuck ton of people is that Schlatt clip. You guys know what I'm talking about? Vlad bans Twitch accounts. Every Minecraft YouTuber fan account he bans. This is such a Kino clip. It's only 3 minutes long.
This will be talked about.
This is
for
such
years.
a Kino clip.
Years to come.
The Great Purge, yeah.
I mean, this is it's actually sick and twisted.
Dude, it's
What is
fucking
going on
chat,
right now.
dude.
I'll show you right now.
Oh.
We made a bot to scrape every single Twitch account that had Carl Jacobs not found, was taken in it. All of them. Every single fucking one. And we've got a bot who's going to go through all of these commands live.
XXX creamy in it.
Gentlemen, if you are part of the lucky few who will remain after this purge, I don't know what to say, gentlemen, but this is what it's all about.
Fucking cinema!
Get fucked! Fuck you! Fuck you! Never come back, bitch! All of you!
Even me?
Every single last one of you! I never want to see you ever fucking again! On this Twitch stream! This is fucking mine! And there's no way any of you are gonna come in here with these bullshit-ass usernames and try and take my show away from me!
Yes! Also, oh my gosh!
This
That eats taxes. Thank you for the 5 gifted members.
Thousands of people. By the
Holy
way, in this fucking
moly!
country. All gone.
Holy
Like that.
shit. He's like an evil villain.
It feels almost freeing in a way, you know? Because,
Every Twitch account that has a Minecraft YouTuber
It's gonna be
reference in
such
its
a
name.
bad chat. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, guys? Oh, this chat's gonna be so cringe. Well, not. Let me tell
Not
you
anymore.
something. Not anymore.
Not
anymore. Were you here for the fucking purge? Oh, dear Lord. I'm hard. After that. I'm at half mast already. And I mean, I'm sure there's more to happen during this stream that'll make me even make that tent even more pitched. Let me just say that.
Salami.
Were you here? Let me know.
Salami. Kino clip. Kino. Actual cinema, real cinema. That shit could be shown in theaters.
Like my take on a political initiative, and now it's turned into how much money can I milk out of this? So have fun.
Okay.
322 already? Yeah. No resets every day, yeah.
Oh, you're gonna hear a number that he keeps calling out that's gonna get bigger and bigger. That is the amount of bans that they are doing on people in his stream at that point. It actually gets over 1,000 for this day.
Consequently, his stream, which used to bring in over 20
How the fuck do you ban 1,000 people in one day? That's like every single chatter!
20,000 concurrent viewers, had dwindled to less than 8. It's still a very good number, but judging from how quickly the number was dropping, it wasn't looking good. Additionally, Steam itself
More
became one of
Schlino?
Jason's...
More Schlino? I'll save this for after.
Oh my God, Jam!
Wait, this is only 30
Jesus
seconds.
Christ, you can't do that. No, you. Hey, hey, you can't sit on top of the computer. I know you like it. Stop that. Kitty! Get your hands off of me.
Ah!
You can't. You can't sit. You can't sit on the computer, bro. You're gonna restrict all its airflow. I get it's really warm and comfortable, but you can't.
My kitty does this.
Please.
Oh my
Leave me
God.
be.
Oh my fucking God, he's so cute. Kitty! My cat she loves to sit up against my computer. I love Schlino clips. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Detractors at this point, since in February 2025, they implemented notifications to early access games that notified potential buyers of how little a game was being updated. And unsurprisingly, Heartbound was hit with it. And this looks particularly grim since his game was now flooded with negative reviews that Steam deemed legitimate and not the result of gratuitous review bombing. So with nothing safe from the vitriolic hatred of trolls, what was left for Jason? Well, malding on Twitter, which had become a regular pastime of his at this point. While most of it
I've solved nearly 500 puzzles in this game, live on stream while talking to and hanging out with chat. These streams are 12 plus hours long. Man's gotta piss sometime.
isn't worth any attention, there is one in which he refers to his 12+ hour streams just a couple of lines before he tells someone to go outside. Insane behavior.
Do you do anything to maintain your physical fitness? I touch grass, my dude.
How? 24-hour long World of Warcraft streamer, by the way. 24-hour World of Warcraft streamer, by the way. You know how he maintains his fitness? Because he's jerking off to furry porn every second he's not live. That's why his arms look so defined, right? You can see like the muscle definition right there, and that's his right arm. That's his right arm too. It's because he's spending all this time jerking off.
Yeah.
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 Just so you know that this clip isn't out of context, he elaborated on it as well.
How about workout? I have to work the land here. So there's a lot of land, and I have to do things in it.
I work the land? Dude. I don't even know. Oh.
I have to keep weights next to my desk so that I don't turn into a slug human. So anytime I'm doing meetings, I'm using these.
I work the land?
Because it's important.
I don't mean to make fun of someone for how little they can lift, but that 2.5-pound dumbbell is not standing in the way of any slug transformation. If early 2025 was bad for him, from March onward, he started plummeting at freefall speed. The first thing to go was the last glimmer of hope for Heartbound, as people noticed that he'd been saying the third chapter of the game was 97% finished since 2023. But by April 2025, not only was the chapter still not finished, but he even managed to not put out the monthly hotfix quote-unquote update. Keep in mind, he only adopted his monthly update ethos
Full-time streamer, by the way. He can't even type up a monthly update, dude. What a lazy
in
piece of
January
shit.
2025, right around when Steam started putting notices
Where he loves talking about how much he does and how much work he does. He's a full-time streamer. He can't even manage to just send out one single little monthly update. But he can mod on Twitter. Yeah, he can write fucking theses on Twitter, dude.
of slow updates for early access games, which affected Heartbound. This means that just 3 months into despair updating his game to keep it from being punished by Steam, he was already failing to fulfill his promise just a couple of months later. And on the 11th, many days past his monthly update deadline, he announced that he was having internet problems. All of this is quite ironic considering this is the kind of stuff he was saying on stream.
I don't break my promises to my players.
Guys, my
Because if I did,
internet
then I wouldn't be
just
making games, right?
Chat!
They would show me very quickly. Like, I have a whole section on
It's
this.
just
You are
my
never above your community, and you are never too important to spend time responding to them. The moment you think you are, they will show you how untrue that really is. Don't forget that.
Dude, and he's like, trying to be like on moral high ground. Dude, this is literally what's happening to him right now.
And I mean that. If I screw them over,
And he's acting like this is not what's happening to him right now.
if I lie to them about that stuff, then they are well within.
Why is his donation goal $300,000, by the way? This can't be real. Why is his dono go 300 grand? And why is it not 7 grand?
The right to tear me down, and they have every ability to do so because I don't exist without them.
He is technically right because he's A, not making games, and B, he is being torn down. In the same month he missed the update, Kronos announced Jason was beginning to work on a new game, and that he'd be accepting unpaid concept art from volunteers in exchange for being credited. What a steal. If anyone dared point out that he spent all of his time streaming and getting into Twitter drama instead of making his game, he just accused them of not being a genuine buyer. Even his own Discord members were complaining about how little.
Oh my god, if somebody's like, hey dude, you're not really, you know, keeping these promises you made. And he's like, well, you're actually just a hater troll, and you're just trying to troll. You're just a hater. That like literally pisses me off.
Little work got done on Heartbound, while Jason kept starting new projects like podcasts. The saddest part is that there are people so under his spell that they continue to white knight him. When a member of his Discord said Jason spent 15 hours a day playing video games, someone actually corrected him, saying Jason only played video games
It was only 12 hours, actually.
for 12 hours a day. Wow, that's so much better and more productive. Then people
Yeah,
say
dude, they're rats, dude. They're fucking rats, dude.
that Jason works on Heartbound off stream to avoid spoiling the game's story.
But I thought the whole point about I thought the whole point about Heartbound was that they were gonna do all of the dev work on stream. But I thought that was the original selling point.
Despite Jason himself previously expressing that spoiling Heartbound wasn't a concern due to how many routes the game had.
Also, do you worry about spoilers when developing games on stream? I don't worry about spoilers for Heartbound, and the reason why is because I have thousands of routes in the game. And because I have thousands of routes, what you see on stream is a very small piece of a very large iceberg. And that's when I'm able to build things on stream.
5 minutes later.
Someone asks, why do you work on this off stream? Because it's full of spoilers. There's so many things in this that I don't want to show to people,
Like,
or
he's
things
so-
that just aren't ready.
He
that if I show you on
contradicts
stream, it's gonna
himself
ruin
so
pieces.
frequently.
Likely you'll never see those locations, but in the off chance you would, I don't want you to be spoiled.
Kiwi
He
Toothpick
brags
with
and bull- oh my
569 bits said NPNP. They deserve it.
I think it's worth taking an aside here to mention that pretty much all of the turmoil Jason had experienced up until this point probably could have been avoided if he just didn't get into drama. If he spent, let's say, 6 hours a day streaming and the rest of the day working on Heartbound, while his coding would probably still be pretty amateur and bad, he would actually finish the game at some point, I assume. But instead, it seems like he can't help himself but get caught up in all of these weird
Oh my god,
little
Smokey
controversies.
MCC, I love
Controversies
you,
that
Smokey.
ultimately
Oh
don't
my god, I love Smokey, dude. Smokey's so funny.
make him look good and don't benefit him
I
in
love-
any way.
Smokey's
Now, in
such a
late
good
April,
YouTuber,
Jason
you
gave an
guys.
update to his Discord where he said, honestly, the amount.
Dude, Smokey is one of my, if I'm like, Smokey is my off-stream slop. That's one of my off-stream slop channels.
Of negativity when I do release content for the game doesn't really make me want to work on it more than I am. The amount of people acting like the world has ended over an update being delayed on a $10 indie game that's been in development 4 years is absurd at best and more than likely just a means to bash me at this point. If you're so invested that you act like an asshole over it, go somewhere else. It's not a means to bash you. It's a reason to bash you. And the people who paid for it
he's
aren't
like, "Ah, these people are just trying to harass me. When it's like, it's been 10 years. It's been 10 fucking years.
gonna go somewhere else. You owe something to them. They paid for a product and they never got it.
If I screw them over, if I
I remember when he was like, yeah, I'm only gonna set the Kickstarter goal to $5,000 so that all of the games journalist sites will pick it up as like a new up-and-coming thing that's seen a lot of success. Remember when he did that? I know, he deflects like freaking
lie to them
crazy.
about that stuff.
Then they are well within their right to tear me down, and they have every ability to do so.
You gotta go over there. The guy's not returning your phone calls. I know. They miss a payment. They start acting like they're doing you a favor if they give you anything. And then you gotta spend all your time hounding them You gotta get your arms around this thing.
In the meantime, streamers who tried to play the game in its current state noticed that despite all the hotfix updates, the game was still fundamentally broken, as you could corrupt your save file by pressing the spacebar in menus or during cutscenes, apparently because the spacebar was the quick save button. The Steam reviews reflected the situation pretty appropriately. After so many years, I forgot about this game. Seems the developer did too. 7 years past the original release.
That I understand the fucking instant negative review. The spacebar, pressing the spacebar during a cutscene corrupts your file.
State. Updates consist mostly of added some dialogue, which then is being listed scene by scene on the
20 years of game experience, by the way, guys. Hey, you know, I don't like to mention this a lot, but actually I worked at Blizzard for 7 years and I have 30 years of game experience. I've been a hacker. I have 30 years of hacking experience. Well, actually, I was a hacker contracted by the government for 50 years. You know, social engineering, hacking power plants and stuff, so I think I make a pretty good game. I believe you. Yay.
Steam updates to inflate the otherwise empty patch notes. Developer is openly hostile to any criticism, bans anyone who dares to not pat him on the back or kiss his ass. It makes no sense for a 2D RPG story-rich game to have these extremely minimal, barren monthly updates. While he generally didn't engage with the negative reviews, when someone brought up a sensitive topic, he went out of his way to respond. Such was the case when a user brought up how inconvenient and pointless his Steam achievement-based DRM to prevent piracy actually was, considering it was for an unfinished 2D RPG Maker game with not that much public interest. Jason instantly locked the topic on Steam and gave a one-line response saying that he had no interest in adapting the game for platforms outside of Steam. While the updates eventually started coming out again, it was more of the same, with no third chapter in sight. Heartbound, along with Jason's reputation as a game dev, was dead and buried. And the final nail in the coffin was a YouTuber named Coding Jesus, who released some videos reviewing Heartbound's code and concluding that the game is simply unfinishable. These code reviews turned into a whole situation of their own, as Jason's fans apparently tried to take Coding Jesus' videos down.
They've started brigading my channel and mass reporting videos on multiple platforms. Since neither Jason nor his fans have actual arguments against my videos, they resort to smears, ad hominems, and shady tactics in order to get the videos removed. This video in particular, debunking Jason's ray tracing solution for his 2D game, was flagged as selling illicit goods.
Many people believe that this game will never be finished. Every day, it's looking less and less likely that the third chapter will ever come out, and the fourth and fifth are beyond consideration. The game is so doomed that its Wikipedia page has recently been deleted, and that's because the majority of the wiki was made by him, causing an obvious conflict of interest. But as bad as this is just the first jab.
He made his own freaking Wikipedia page for the game.
That led to Jason's ultimate knockout.
He's like astroturfing himself.
Second jab was an interview or maybe consultation he did with content creator psychologist Dr. K. You guys probably know who Dr. K is. He's interviewed a lot of different Twitch streamers and decided to basically psychoanalyze them on a live stream. And honestly, I have no idea why Jason chose to do this, but here's a snippet of how the conversation went when the topic of Jason's arrogance was brought up.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
No, I'm just trying to explain that I'm right. People are saying that I'm like boasting, you know, or I'm being arrogant. I'm just trying to explain why I'm always right. Because I am.
Is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this. Yeah. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro.
He's like, no,
like,
it's not.
Tell me I'm
no,
wrong.
It's not.
Okay.
He's like, okay, you're wrong.
I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, oh, yeah, so...
This guy is a psychologist! This is an expert in the field. He's like, no, you're wrong. I don't see it that way. Oh, of course not.
You don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
People need to understand that I'm right because I have 20 years of game dev experience.
Right? I'm right. So you're subjectively, you're thinking you have blind spots. You're wrong. Like, I'm objective
why I'm not
and you're
arrogant.
subjective.
During this interview, Dr. K kept trying to probe into the controversies that Jason was involved in to try and understand what processes led to his current situation.
Yeah, but Dr. K doesn't know shit because he never worked at Blizzard for 7 years. He doesn't have 20 years of game dev experience.
Jason kept feeding him incomplete answers. Dr. K picked up on this and pointed it out as blind spots in his narrative, but ultimately he never managed to cut through, as Jason couldn't wrestle his way out of his defensive delusion.
Right, so we heard a long
Thank you for
story
hanging out with us.
from you. Even if it's
I can't watch stuff like that. I know. I get like ruggish. I can't watch like. It's like the same breed as like fucking. What were like the really bad shows? Like the really bad like TV shows? Was it? I'm trying to remember who was that guy. It was like Howard something, I think. Where like one of the women that was on a show literally like killed herself afterwards. Where like they literally just let the like Dr. Phil, was it? Howard Stern. Yeah, Howard Stern. Yeah, it was Howard Stern. And like Dr. Phil, like that kind of show where they bring people on to humiliate them and like own them, own these idiots. I hate stuff like that. Like watching it just like at face value, it like gives me such bad secondhand embarrassment. It's like a hard watch for me. I don't like it.
One word
it makes
of
me
what
cringe.
you did wrong, smug, and then 99 words of what other people did wrong. Even if it's correct, I'll agree that it's correct. My point is that when a human being shows up and says, "I did one tiny thing wrong," and everyone else did 99 things wrong, the reception.
I feel like hold on. I feel like the Mari show was the lady that was afraid of the olives. Was it the? Okay, yeah, it was the Mari show. This one's good though. Hold on, this one's good.
What's the matter?
There's no olives.
What?
There's no olives near me.
There are no olives here. There are no olives here. Olives?
Please, no door.
All right, wait a second. Let me ask you something. My God, you're holding onto my hand. You're gonna pull it off. Sally, black olives or green olives? Any kind. Doesn't matter. Okay. Why olives?
Because they remind me of dead people.
Why do they remind you of dead?
My grandfather sat up in his coffin and looked at me when he died.
And so he looked up at you when he died?
With green eyes.
With green eyes?
With a black in them.
How old were you when this happened? 7. And you really believe that your grandfather came right up out of his coffin and he had green eyes? And ever since then, you've been scared of olives?
He's gonna say
You
the
eat
line.
olives?
No, we can't even come down the aisle.
He's gonna say the line.
Now, you can't even go down the aisle of a grocery store? Mary, you won't let go of me.
Oh, yeah.
Bring out the olives.
Bring out the olives!
Sally! Sally, I don't have anything!
Like, this is fucking evil. This shouldn't be allowed to be broadcast on TV. Like, this is evil. Like, they should not be allowed to put this shit on TV. Yeah, like Jerry Springer, yes. Shit like that. They shouldn't be allowed to put this on TV, but it was such a big thing. It was like such a big thing, man. I don't...
And that they're going to receive is not going to be pleasant.
Is it even real, though? Part of me feels like it's staged. I've seen some crazy shit on those shows.
The thing is I don't know if that's always the case.
One is, once again, this pattern
What's the lore? Why is she scared of it? Wait, she's afraid of olives because when she was 7 years old, at her grandfather's funeral, she said she saw her grandfather, like, in his coffin, and his eyes looked like green olives. His eyes looked like... Dead people's eyes remind her of green olives.
The more I do something right,
I don't know,
the
bro.
more wrong someone
Listen,
appears
I'm not
to be.
afraid of green olives, so I don't fucking know.
I tried to listen to them. They became more unhinged. They became more unbending. So that can absolutely be the case. But do you see how this is another scenario where you behaved correctly and someone else behaved incorrectly?
I feel like that is an incorrect response, because the first thing that'll be brought up is they always say, "Well, you didn't accept any blame." And I go, "Here's in this post."
No.
He's deflecting.
What did you hear me say?
He's deflecting. He's deflecting.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah. So I'm just pointing. Your statement was, I tried to listen to people, and they became more unhinged.
Yeah.
So I want you to
I think that the
code.
But he's
that
failing
are
the breakfast hypothetical. Oh my god. Well, he's like, well, I don't know because
No,
I
don't worry about the people. Hold on.
Okay.
Code that sentence. Look at
Sub
the
80 IQ.
grammar of that sentence.
Sub 80 IQ, by the
I
way.
did.
Because it's objective.
I did.
He
something
has a
right,
wife?
and they did something wrong. That's the way.
Pirate Software has a wife?
That's what I hear when you say those words. And this could be where your disconnect is. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I'm just saying, here's another statement that you made. I tried to talk to people. They're crazy.
He
I
cheated
don't
on her
think,
with a gay
I think there's an
furry?
objective reality there, though. When someone
Is that legit true?
comes
His
in
wife
and
is
says,
tutorial
you
dreamer.
didn't take any accountability for this, and I go, here in this post I said I did this wrong. Here on this video I said I did this wrong, and they go, that never happened.
Well, okay, so I think my biggest issue, even with him being like, well, I did take accountability here, here, here. They're asking you to take accountability right then and there. All you have to do is say, I'm sorry. It's like literally the simplest solution for this hypothetical. All we would have to do is say sorry. The gay furry Google Doc eat him? Oh, shit. Like, all he would have to do in this scenario is be like, yeah, I'm sorry. I take accountability. Like, I'm sorry. I did it.
Happened. Like,
Okay.
what am I supposed to do with that?
Very good. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay? So, I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy. Okay, so bear with me, Thor. Try. Don't read chat. Focus.
As Dr. K was gridlocked by Jason's unbreakable narc aura, their conversation came to a dissatisfactory ending. The gist of it is Jason overemphasizes the instances in which he's justified and others are wrong, and minimizes every instance where that's not the case. Even if he acknowledges them, he plays them down, like the WoW situation. While remaining mostly technically correct about the details, this is a kind of doublespeak, using tiny morsels of truth to convey an overall dishonest narrative while ignoring what goes against it. A month later, this second jab was followed by a devastating cross. But in order to get it, we have to establish a tiny bit of context. Back in February, Jason made a video retreading the wingless Emoto drama about Second Life, among other controversies. Although he correctly explains that him and Emoto were on good terms and that nothing illegal ever happened during that situation, he leaves out some key details about why this was
Fuck. Okay, he did have sex with a gay furry and cheat on his girlfriend wife.
even brought up in the first place. One key component of the testimonies from other SL people was that he was a freaky furry, as we covered much earlier in the video. However, there's no mention of this in the video whatsoever. But why is this relevant? Well, because people realize that although Jason did his damnedest to completely erase any trace of him taking part in the furry community from the internet, this same effort was not carried out by his significant other, Shay. Shay's Second Life profile, which was still up, listed Jason as partner, and listed the groups they were a part of. One of these groups was TDAC Wild Dogs,
The Amazing Digital Circus!
a group for ferals to congregate. Now, a feral is a furry who prefers their sona to have the anatomy of an animal, as opposed to anthros who prefer their sonas to
Close! Not quite.
be humanoid. A lot of people found this concerning because a cursory look through Shay's accounts on other furry websites lead to a fur affinity account named Necrophile. This account not only identifies Shay by name, but has a picture of Shay as the profile ID. Now, if you check the gallery of this fur affinity account, you immediately find a lot of not safe for work art, some of them depicting animals in diapers, or otherwise, they're clearly meant to be children. This page has since been hidden by Shay. All of this is to establish that both Shay and Jason are unconventional to say the least when it comes to intimate relations. This brings us to the Lyric Wolf allegations. Before I even get into it, I'd like to preface it with the fact that Lyric Wolf was not a minor and no criminal charges have ever been brought against Jason for sexual impropriety. Over a long Twitter thread and an accompanying website, Lyric claims that Jason and Shay worked together to have Lyric commit to an exclusive relationship with Jason, despite this degree of commitment not being shared by him. These efforts supposedly culminated in Thor being intimate with Lyric Wolf in a hotel room during TwitchCon. A day later, when Lyric was walking around with Shay, but Jason wasn't there, Shay mentioned he had a secret wife. This supposed secret wife would then be a third person Jason was simultaneously with during this time.
What?
When When Lyric brought this up to Jason, he instantly became standoffish and hostile, although he didn't exactly deny he had a wife either. Lyric then went back to Shay and communicated what happened, but in the process of doing so, Shay discovered that Jason had been intimate with Lyric, which apparently was a violation of whatever relationship arrangement
they had like an open relationship. Well, it's like that sort of thing where it's like, oh yeah, we have an open relationship until it's actually open, and then they're like, oh wait, no, I'm actually not okay with this.
Kind of thing is, where Jason was supposed to communicate whenever he'd be with someone else. Now, after they fell apart, Lyric admittedly lied to PayPal to make a chargeback to a donation he'd made to the Pirate Software Studios.
Whoa.
And Jason responded by making a DMCA against Lyric's YouTube channel, which
What?
culminated in some public back and forth that never got
They're adults! How am I single but this guy's a wife, a friends with benefits, and a secret wife? Yeah. Yep.
any attention. Both of Jason's responses from 2019 and 2025 focus exclusively on the fraudulent chargeback and Lyric allegedly doxing his phone number when sending their conversation to someone else. Whatever the case may be, the extremely extensive chat logs Lyric uploaded seem legitimate and
self-control.
and contained original pictures of Jason found in them that cannot be found available online. Additionally, Lyric shared court records that prove Jason was indeed married at the time this story took
Yucky wucky comment. He was married.
place. While these claims ultimately aren't that scathing, Jason clearly put forth an inordinate amount of effort toward maintaining a furry ERP harem exclusively committed to him while keeping all of it a secret. But despite not being too damning as far as accusations go, you can imagine how this further lowered his standing in the public eye. If the previous controversy was a KO, this whole thing was a hammer fist follow-up shot. If he ever had a chance to regain his audience, that chance was quickly slipping. Fortunately, not all was bad, because his catastrophic downfall served as fuel for the Stop Killing Games campaign. As 1 year after their initial clash, Ross decided that, as the deadline for the EU petition was approaching, it was time to finally put his thoughts about pirate software into a video. As it turns out, despite how much Jason's anti-Stop Killing Games campaign was a PR nightmare for him, he enjoyed sort of a Pyrrhic victory against SKG. As according to Ross, Jason's video was effective in drying up the initiative signatures. Despite how justified Ross was, he was simply way smaller than Jason was at the time, and for all intents and purposes, SKG was doomed to fail. Or was it? Well, if this was purposeful on Ross's part to get Jason talking about it again, it worked, as Jason made a tweet doubling down on his
Holy shit. He literally, like, I don't know, it's like these people are like, it's like moth to light bulb, bro. They literally cannot avoid this, like, shitty drama.
Original stance in as ignorant a way as ever, explicitly saying he will never talk to Ross and considers the entire thing rage bait. Jason immediately regretted this decision and took his tweet down,
Him talking about rage bait! And then he deletes the tweet.
crying and complaining to his hug box about the hate, but it was too late. The same day this little exchange was going down, none other than Moist Critical decided to signal boost SKG to the tune of a little under 4 million views, which poured gasoline, paint thinner, and lighter fluid on the fire of support for SKG and hatred for pirate software. After taking down his tweet, Jason also took down his stream and fired up another one to get rid of any of his engagement with the Ross video, which is kind of funny considering this clip.
Never accept responsibility? No, I 100% accept responsibility for my own words.
For what?
That's why I left those videos up, and I'm not taking them down.
As his audience was simply not large enough.
See, okay, this is what he does, right? Somebody will be like, oh, dude, you're trying to avoid taking responsibility for, like, the takes you put out. And then he said, no, I did accept responsibility because I left the video up. Completely ignoring the fact that he literally ended the video, you know, to cut off any engagement and started a new one. Like, he like, chooses bits and pieces of the truth.
Counteract all the negative feedback he got whenever he streamed or tweeted, he holed himself up in his Discord server, where he melted down for the rest of the day. Eventually, he went back on Twitter to double down on his stance, not out of courage to stand up to the majority, but instead because he has no other motives in his repertoire. Among his reiteration of his points, he blatantly lied and claimed he never took any of his videos down, which Ross pointed out in a reply. While Jason initially tried to claim internet outages were responsible for the vanishing VODs, he randomly removed this line and claimed instead he took down the VOD because of harassment. What's pretty interesting here is despite saying many times he would never be willing to engage with Ross, Jason kept replying to him on Twitter, fishing for a gotcha moment that never came. This means that he was perfectly okay with engaging with Ross. He's just
Dude, see, like, what is his deal? He just like, I don't know, he's like arguing with these people for like love of the game.
Not okay with doing it on stream. During this period, Jason was extremely tense and sensitive during streams, banning anyone he even suspected was going to be negative towards him.
EDAGFTDNADGFSNM with $10 said you should remember what Dr. K.
And after that.
Within one day of his first video on SKG,
greedy.
Charlie made a second video. This time,
He didn't even let the dono played out. Somebody donated money, mentioned a guy that he disagreed with, and he instantly banned them. Welcome to Ban World, buddy.
focusing more on Jason.
Anyway, he did delete that tweet, but just a little while ago, he made a new tweet, a very long tweet, as well as a series of tweets under it in regards to this whole thing. And in all these words, all this mumbo jumbo, not once does he say he was wrong about anything. In fact, he just continues to double down, even proudly stating he is doubling down. Wow, how incredibly noble, doubling down on things you are provably, blatantly wrong about. And it prompted me to reach out directly to him, to talk to him, to see, like, why isn't he acknowledging that? Is there a reason? Like, what is going on there? So I did. He made it very clear he was not very happy with my coverage of Stop Killing Games, which is fine. I think that's totally fine. I'm not going to leak DMs or really go in depth on our private conversation, but the point of me reaching out to him was to talk about his refusal to acknowledge that he did, maybe unintentionally, misrepresent Stop Killing Games, and it led to a just shy of 2 hours, like, circular argument that ultimately got us nowhere. He was more focused on his qualms with Stop Killing Games and really liked to challenge me to prove him wrong about some of his hang-ups with it.
Dude, he's got like such a big ego!
Despite Charlie making it a point to mention he wasn't going to leak their DMs, the first thing Jason did upon the release of the video was leak their
LOL. Dude, how can you be this spineless? It's like, how can you tout yourself as being somebody who's like, you know, stands on, like, you know, maintains their positions, like, stands on fucking business and be this spineless at the same time? And, like, I just don't get
DMs
it.
to his Discord server. Given Charlie mentions that Jason repeatedly tried to get him to challenge him, I think what Jason intended to get out of this from the first moment he made contact was getting a debate stream with Charlie. When that didn't happen, and Charlie nonchalantly put him down in a video, which was pretty fair considering Jason's attitude, he settled for the next best thing, villainizing him in his hug box. If you actually read what Jason is saying here, he's complaining that Charlie didn't just continue to talk to him about this indefinitely, as if the two were friends, which may have been what Jason wanted ultimately. After all, for a year at this point, he did everything to avoid talking to someone about SKG directly. But when Charlie...
Wait, so the reason... Wait, he was scamming Twitch sub hype trains by paying his mods to give him subs on their alt accounts? Isn't that, like, some degree of fraud? Also, hi, Bailey! It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
One of the people with the most clout online reached out. Suddenly, he's talking. A few days after this controversy involving Charlie went down, former Blizzard dev designer Dave came out in support of SKG. Finally, a real Blizzard dev with...
No! But 7 years at Blizzard, by the way. Also, Shaddy, thank you for the 100 bits.
over 20 years of experience. This guy actually did 20 years too. Unbelievable.
First and foremost, as a game designer, I have a vested interest in my work remaining in the public eye in some fashion. I honestly don't care if it's pirated or sold without any compensation returning to me, because
because he does it for the love of the game.
pretty much everything I've worked on is pirated or sold without any compensation for me. So, what I care about is that people get to play and enjoy that work.
Yeah, Thor when a real fucking Blizzard dev walks in.
What Stop Killing Games is trying to do is change EU laws that are currently vague, which allow companies to abandon their games while the people who purchase them may never be able to play them again without some form of piracy. All that the initiative desires to do is to require these companies to have some form of end-of-life measures so that people who paid money for these games can continue to play them long after the development team is laid off.
Hearing from people with actual boots-on-the-ground knowledge speak on this topic is like water to a man dying of thirst in the desert. Next came the YouTube channel GNCA, who collabed with Ross to promote SKG. Then, a KF user named Definitely Not Me made a design for a pro SKG poster based on the guy from Postal, and the studio behind the Postal games retweeted it and officially supported the movement, leading to memes such as this one.
Hi there, would you like to sign my petition?
Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
Then, PewDiePie and Jacksepticeye made community posts mobilizing their audience to go sign the petition,
post.
with Jack making
I actually did see the PewDiePie post while I was like browsing YouTube one day.
an entire YouTube video promoting the initiative, which now sits at over 1 million views, where he mentions Pirate Software by name.
Someone like Pirate Software has gone out and done a horrible video on it, misrepresenting what
I'm like sitting here, I'm like, wow, this guy sounds like Manx. But they're from the same place. Aren't they both like Irish? Aren't they both like Irish?
Is.
It's almost unbelievable to see the
Why
sheer
does he look like that? This is the mental fortitude it takes for a YouTuber to not become a pedophile. It makes them gray early.
volume of support for not just the initiative, but also for Ross. He was basically screaming about this for 5 years and having to put up with people like Pirate Software trying to dunk on him for it before the initiative ever saw any significant success.
For real.
The first benefits of this wave first hit the localized UK petition, which within just a couple of weeks skyrocketed from 16,000 signatures all the way to the required 100,000, which meant it would be brought before the parliament. When this happened, the company Jason was working for at the time off
Yeah,
the game.
it's like Mr. Beast is probably gonna be going gray by 30, right? I feel like Mr. Beast is gonna be like gray by 30, you know?
Games started suffering consequences for its association to Jason, to the point where Ross posted to Reddit asking for people not to punish the company and its games for Jason's stupidity. Unsurprisingly, he got fired or stepped down from the company and profusely mauled about it on Discord, while he banned anyone that mentioned anything negative in his Twitter.
This is insane. This is so insane. Like, imagine banning somebody just for, like, saying the word mauled. Just for saying the word mauled.
Which chat?
This is a 30-plus-year-old. Oh, you're Mauled, ban. Mauled toy Mia, ban.
As he clammed up completely,
Welcome
and
to
his
Banward,
sycophantic
buddy.
followers continued to make increasingly delusional responses to criticism, the collective efforts of Reddit, Kiwi Farms, European gamers, and gamers in general, and a number of YouTubers who went out of their way to support the movement, and probably most importantly, the continuous efforts of Ross over the course of half a decade, Stop Killing Games managed to rally a massive amount of support. In May, they were just a few months away from their deadline and only had 400,000 signatures, 1 million signatures away from the goal. It looked like it was over. But you know what they say about what's inside every "it's over."
In the midst of
back.
"it's so over,"
We're so
I
back.
found there was within me an invincible "we're so back."
In under 2 months, the glistening, white-hot hatred of hundreds of thousands of people for one smarmy, furry pseudo-game dev made itself manifest. And just like that, by July 3rd, the initiative got to over 1 million signatures. Just as Ross published his major update to the campaign, Louis Rossman re-entered the fold and started avidly promoting and donating to his cause, followed by none other than the original creator of Skibbity Toilets. With this final push, the initiative
Holy
met its
shit.
final destination.
Wait,
1
guys.
million
Skibbity Toilet is a good guy? Wait, guys, Skibbity Toilet is a good guy? Oh, fuck.
400,000 verified signatures. While this was all just literally an initiative, it's a major step forward in a conversation that just wouldn't have happened were it not for an extremely unlikely set of circumstances. The perfect storm. Now, after this happened, there were a few developments to Jason's online presence. Since his game is probably dead and his popularity on YouTube was well on its way to meet the same fate, he had made his last stand on Twitch, but even that has started to look sour. For the time being, this is probably one of the best outcomes this story could have. SKG succeeded, and Ross is drawing a lot of eyes to the right places, while Jason, not Thor, Hall's online presence has been relegated to his Twitch worshippers, a number of people which seems to be dwindling to this day. With that, I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
20. Holy moly.
We have a new shirt available at turkeytom.shop. This is the Simeon's Gym shirt for all of you alpha males out there, for all of you ape enjoyers out there, for all of you Simeon silverback gorillas out
Chat, can I get a 1 in chat if you're a Simian Silverback Gorilla?
there. It's available for a limited time only at turkeytom.shop. This is very high quality merch. Everybody's gonna
Simian. Are you a Silverback, Simian Silverback Gorilla? I kind of fuck with it. I'm not gonna lie, you guys. Simeon Silverback. I know he cheated on his girl. He didn't have a wife. He cheated on his girlfriend. Getting a meat canyon animation is a fate worse than death. I worked at Dairy Queen making blizzards for 7 years. Indistinguishable. I live with the simians in my mud hut. Holy moly. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. and I worked a 12-hour shift. How could you- why did you do this to me? I'm sorry. Let me get my music back. I'm sorry, guys. It is pretty damn late. It is pretty damn late, but... Oops, that's not what I wanted to click. Holy fuck, this like low-key popped off. Look at that pirate software comments. Yeah, actually, this is kind of... Actually, I didn't really think that hard about this, but... It's funny how his dad took being made fun of in South Park so well, yet Thor himself couldn't take a single bit of criticism. Because he was like, yeah, well, you know what? My dad actually even worked with the South Park team to make that episode. It's like, you know, all in good, like, they're obviously making fun of him. But it's like, you know, he's like, you know what? Yeah, you're like, let's fucking go. I think this is hilarious. And, no, the call with his dad wasn't in the video. But, what? And then Pirate Software is, like, literally banning anybody for, like, he's banning people that even so much as mention people that he doesn't like. Strong R versus weak R. My dad works at Nintendo. But that's the crazy thing. Earlier, that's literally what he said. When people, at the beginning of the video, when he was talking about how, like, how people, I don't know, how he was shitty to people on Second Life, he would literally be like, well, actually, my dad works for Blizzard, and I'm gonna get you banned from World of Warcraft. He would literally do shit like that. His dad said Thor never talks to him and didn't call him on his birthday for 2 years when he was on his stream. That's crazy. So he's like just using his dad because it's a convenient like scapegoat to be like, well, my dad did this, so I'm allowed to do this too. You know, my dad's an authority on this subject, so I'm an authority too. But actually, he's like shitty to his dad. Fuck, dude. That makes me so freaking angry. Like, who would have thought? But like, yeah, obviously the piece of shit guy is gonna be a piece of shit. But like, it's so upsetting. I'm glad that like, whatever. I'm glad that like, obviously his popularity is dwindling, right? Because, man. Yeah, Turkey Tom only makes videos about like fucking pedophiles, serial killers, and lol cows. Like, legit lol cows. So Turkey Tom video about pirate software, that's pretty fucking bad. Pretty bad. That's pretty bad. The funniest part about his Stop Killing Game Spurg was Final Fantasy XIV was already doing work to make older parts of the game playable as a single-player experience, and they've been making main story content playable as a single-player experience for years. Is that actually true? That he's like, well, what about MMOs? But there are actually MMOs that are actively working to allow that experience? What? What? Yes, I don't know if anybody plays Final Fantasy. It is true. That's a more, I know, Final Fantasy is a very anime MMO. I feel like Final Fantasy has more ERP than World of Warcraft, but I don't know. World of Warcraft is a pretty icky. Yeah, and doesn't Bungie, what does Bungie do? Is Bungie Destiny? I do remember having, like, coming back to, I think it was Destiny, after like years of not playing it. Coming back to it and noticing that the content was, like, gone. Like, with Destiny, they just remove older content from the game, which is, like, so that they can fit new content. Bungie's being eaten by Sony currently. It's not even their fault then. Well, it's, like, low-key a little their fault, but not really. Because Sony's, like, cancer. Actual cancer. 70% of Destiny 2 is gone. Holy moly. Bungie sucks now anyway. Well, it's probably Sony's fault then, but... Dude, that's such ass! It made me so sad. They remove stuff from Destiny? Why is it 250 gigs? Well, they remove stuff from it so that it's not 250 terabytes, right? So they have to remove shit from it. I'm gonna get bigger. Hi. They have to remove shit so that it can still fit on the drive. Yes, Western Game Dev has been here. Also, Crimson Angel Blood, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Who the frick is live right now? Hina and Cleo. Hina's doing a collab though. Let's raid Cleo today. She's playing Outer Wilds. I don't know if she's actually playing it or if she's sponsored to play it, but probably have fun. Mogu's. I raided Mogu more recently than I raided I think I raided Mogu more recently than I raided Cleo though. We'll raid Cleo here. Yeah, I like Cleo. She's my friend. We don't get to play games a lot because she's a busy gal. Cleo's a busy gal. She's got a lot of stuff going on. I'll send YouTube guys somewhere too. Let's see who's live where I can send the YouTubers over to. Tubers can go to Cleo, Hollow-Star Play. Okay, well. There's the JOI ASMR girl is doing Uma Musume. There's some Niji Sanjis. There's a Hollow-Stars playing the Kirby game. I might just throw you guys there. Sorry, we don't have a lot of choices. The purple Hollow-Star. Guys, wait, is the purple Hollow-Star Haka? Is he cool or is he weird? He's probably cool, right? A lot of girls like him. I think he's a bit effeminate, right? Send me to the JOI. She's not doing JOI. Haka is cool. Well, okay, that's where YouTube will go then. YouTube, you can go there. And, oh wait. Yeah, YouTube, you guys can go there. I don't know. But yeah, I'll stream tomorrow. Hopefully we'll do something fun. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know what we'll do. Hopefully it's fun. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay, bye. Bye, chat. Say something to Cleo. No? Say something nice to Cleo. I don't know what you guys say, but say something nice to Cleo because she's my friend. Okay. Bye. Good night, chat. Good night. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.